실험이 시작되었습니다. 레이더를 활성화합니다.
휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
He's put all of his points into Q.
가장 효율적인 사냥법이지.
이놈이다.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
이답게 해주지. 그 정도로 이기겠다고.
어느 쪽일까? 미간을 조심해. 이쪽이야. 꽤 늘어지지. 설치 완료. 새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
그 정도로 이기겠다고.
와이어 발사. 쉬었다 가자. 이쪽이야.
I wish I could understand this item build. This is the downside of having a game that's not played by Americans. You don't talk and explain shit. More or less, most of his items make sense. He's gone Q, then E, then R. No points in passive.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다. 급속 재생 효과가 종료되어 더 이상 후원할 수 없습니다.
깨닫게 해주지.
Really face off to a team. Pick off the front line. Chase them down.
걸리면 볼만하겠군.
Get pushed on by a third party. Escape third party.
설치 완료. 어느 쪽일까? 미간을 조심하는 게 좋을 거야.
What are we pathing for here? Finding more exclusive points. You get what? Mithril? Going Mithril Helm. Force Core to Guardian Suit. Then finding materials to make EOD. Then going to Mithril Helm.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
It's a lot of food. He's gotten cameras and drones. I need to figure out how to do them myself. They're really far from their team member. And then their team member engages the squad alone. Pop a camera. Walk away. First party initiation trying to force, second party coming in behind, positioning to get out. Third party becomes first party. Two members fight. They play on the outskirts.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
You right? This was the clip that opened. tank.
가장 효율적인 사냥법. 어느 쪽일까?
Use the E to push them away. Absorbing. They're running for his fucking life. Cutting him off at the wall. Getting on top of him. Flipping him back.
이쪽이야.
Down a player. Revive or item. Revive. Either Alpha or Gamma taken out by this team. More than likely they're going to give away with our line. Switching camera.
지정되었습니다.
Gets the box. Getting spotted. Not spotted. Use it to jump to his team. Fly away. Fly, 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 fly away. Manage the team. Good pivot. Because they're still hunting you. That Jackie's coming in. Walk into Wick. Do Wick. Camera, camera. Gives his team member the item. They walk away. Keep moving. Checking the teammates as they keep moving. Goes to Smash Totem, which is used to get that Tree of Life. Defense HP. During combat, an advanced basic attack is charged every 4 seconds. Enhanced basic attack deals 10% of additional HP, character level 3, additional skill damage, and heals you for 50 plus 18% additional HP. Okay. Gets a blood. Crimson.
조준. 새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
He got that out of his own credits.
새
No. I think that's dropped for him. No, because he didn't have enough credits to buy it, so somebody bought him for him.
조준. 새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다. 조준. 활성. 조준. 활성.
Still moving. Everything else got maxed before trade. So I guess that's the order. First Q, then E, then R, then W. It's the team. Running for their lives. Walks into the damage. Ultimate. They peel. They run into red. They pick off one. He goes in red. Goes here to get their team member. Get something off the bot. Now you're all fighting in red. Gaining timer from them. Pulling their food off their bodies. Pulling credits off their bodies. Jumping. Flying. Landing on top of Team 2? No. Landing away from Team 2. Now you're walking into them. So they hear you. You don't move in. Establishing vision. Walking into yellow. They're holding a trail. Guarding your team while they get their own credits. And now they know where you are. Now you're pushed out in red. Now they're gatekeeping you. Back out. Not sure I understand what the strategy is. Walking up to the other side. No, they create the safe zone.
곧 보안 콘솔 주변이 최종 안전지대로 설정됩니다.
A little bit too advanced for me. Lots of shit being thrown out. Lots of cameras. Dive the back line, took out a team member, so that's a 2-on-2. Offset team member. Reviving team member. Now it's a 3-on-2. Guarding the safe zone. Setting a camera to see the approach. Pushes himself into the corner. Fast on top of him, forces space inside. Picks off. That's fall through. He started out with a build that was this. does that build lead to? Items. Another 13 hours and 15 minutes of point boost. Axe. Okay. Hello, Pipcat. So you start axe, chest, head, shield, boots. Axe, shirt coat, tactical ops, burner stages, hiking boots. And it takes you uptown gas pond. To do this, you are getting defense, HP, regen, and movement speed, defense and HP, HP, attack speed, CDR, defense, HP, attack speed, CDR, and the ability to use attack power, HP, and range. So your speed's coming from your chest and your head. Then use as a transition. Because you go uptown gas pond, uptown, 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 uptown factory pond, uptown gas station pond, uptown temple pond, uptown temple archery range, uptown temple cemetery, uptown police station temple, pond fire station uptown, uptown, why go all the way to gas station to then go to pond? Then you're still looking for hammer. I guess then you use this to find auto. Okay. Using force shield, and fortification, the retribution, painkiller, and what else? Painkiller, dine and dash. I feel like that's not worth it over tenacity, but okay. Then we take sub-augments of camping guide, and what is that object? A ticket. Penny pincher. How do you take both? Huh? It's wild. I don't know how the player's able to get both of those. But I think telephoto cameras makes sense. Which leaves you what? Thrill of the Hunt, Thorn Shackles, Power Intimidation, Blast Cactus combo damage. Enemy with attached cactus takes damage from allies' basic or separate skill. Attacks explodes. Increased damage you or summons due to wild animals. By amount, assisting with wild animals. Increases your health with HP that is lost, and movement speed increases by 12 to gradually decrease over 2 seconds. Mobilizing a target forces them to take 16% increased damage from all sources for 6 seconds. Versus Power of Intimidation. Go there. Then you planned out a transition, and you went from the mithril for the suit, no, Force Core. So you went from Force Core to Guardian Suit. That is HP and defense. If you take 500 or more damage from enemy characters in 5 seconds, damage taken is reduced by 15%. And attack speed of enemies within 6 reduced by 30 for 5 seconds every 10 seconds. Then, to the boots, we went to EOD, which was Meteorite. Then you went to Mithril Helm, which is Swift Strides. So you end up dropping the attack speed and go to defense to get more max HP. Drop the attack speed here. Pick up defense, but that also means you drop the CDR. And the attack speed. So you get a defensive passive, Swift Strides to give you the ability to keep up, and to then pen, Turbulence. If enemy characters wins 2.5 for 2 seconds, Turbulence is triggered, dealing 10 extra HP plus character level 2 skill damage to all anti-enemies for initiation burst. Then and from there to Smash. Smash, 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 smash totem. Smash totem was Tree of Life. Defense, HP, CDR. Defense, HP. Basic attack, charge number 4. Enhanced basic, dealing 20 additional HP, character level additional skill, healing for 50 of HP, that's every 4 seconds, to basically get a health pop. So far, that is Force Core, Mithril, Tree of Life, Meteorite. Then you went straight to Crimson. Straight to Crimson Red. So this is a point hold. You could scrounge together Tree of Life and Meteorite to get the Force Core. That was your first transition, so you bought that. Then you bought Mithril. Then Tree of Life, then Meteorite. Probably buy the two of these. And then you're fine. Because this attack reach is unique, so you're not changing this for anything. Because your alternative would be Critical Blow, similar damage, similar HP, and trade for a Mithril. Wouldn't be the Juggernaut. Because your other alternative is to start with Parashu. Okay. And what did you start with when you came out? I think you started with your Q. No, grab your dash first. Then here, then here, 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 here. And here, here again, here, 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 then these two. Observation learning. So how does this compare against what I did? I wanted attack speed and tried to crit transitions to give myself CDR reduction, HP, attack speed, defense, and some normal pivots, so I only have to go to one place. You gave yourself defense and attack speed and CDR to fuel the ability for Santa Muerte to attack with its additional range. It's probably better than my axe transition. Get double the HP from Burnished Aegis, because half of the effect is the Sword Stopper. So if you're hit by a basic, this is going to cut HP. So this acts as a form of damage reduction. So if you wanted to plan a transition out of this, that's one way to do it. Granted, I've only seen one Axe Marcus. Hello, String World Hub. So, I need a second hand, and I would like it to be Marcus Hammer. There's no guarantee that I can find that. Filters, upload date. Motion more Marcus Bellicose style. What does that mean? This is an Axe Marcus. Raping your backline. Straight raping your backline. So here we have a similar setup. This one is using a different augment system, and it has box. Oh. Sure, there's box. I suppose that seems to be the slot. This is if you get hit. This is if you're hitting. It's a 5-point difference. How would that change this plan? Your plan goes uptown fire station archery. Perfect completion. I swear to God, the soundtrack becomes an earworm and you don't even notice that it's playing. Okay. Basically the exact same item transitions. Same build order. You take the passive pill and tenacity, which I feel is correct. Then you have an augment in purple. You take Siphon Maelstrom. Hitting the same character within basic attacks or separate attacks 2 times within 3 seconds triggers a Maelstrom for 2.5 seconds. In the Maelstrom, movement speed increases and effect ends. You deal 5 to 100 additional power, additional skill amp, skill damage within 2.75. Hitting a character heals you for this amount. For each additional character hit, the cover increases by 40. And plus symbol plus an arcane. Recover HP equal to 10 of max HP for 3 seconds when using basic skills, only applied once per second per skill. Your ultimate cooldown reduction is increased by 15. Using your ultimate increases your attack power for X amount of numbers by 5 seconds. Compared to what else can I have? My cooldown reduction going over 40 and getting additional attack and skill amp, increasing it respectively when day and night rotates, dealing damage increasing unrepaired, or dealing damage to a target and causing a bleed. Since you're a frontline, this makes more sense. And this definitely makes a lot of sense. Well, how do you play this out?
시작되었습니다. 레이더를 활성화합니다.
Building. Transition to fire station. Already have hat. Then the boots. Looping. And then you're up to archery. Full build online. And move to the top of this player. Heals damage, heals off. Then the player moves to fight you. Then on top that player, wipe that player. Decent. Immediately getting pizza. Eating sandwiches. It's the various many forms of builds you need to make with finding food for items with things like lighters that I needed to learn. I remember that it was always the case that you needed a lighter to make some type of food, but I can't remember, and the game does not tell you. They focus more on making you learn your build order, that it doesn't tell you these smaller nuances. Walks past cameras. Getting triangulated. Walking into two teams. Your team got wiped, or one of your members ran. One or the other. No, they ran. Harper looking to your team. Getting on top of this player. Getting rocked on. Both of you get killed, you get revived. Lots of blood in day 2. Final first team fight. Taking player. Getting item. Blazing dress transition. Damaging people, healing off of it. Defense, HP regen for SP. That is a body armor. That is a tree of life for a lighter. Bought the tree of life to go there. Okay. Then shoulder formation. Secondary team fight. Pinging off the team player. Taking on Omega. Or taking on Alpha, rather. Using that mithril to build a mithril shield. I am very fond of this item. I feel like it feels right, and I feel like it feels nice. So, you transition to transition. You drop your box, which is your heal cut, in trade for your defense, HP, attack speed, and CDR, along with the streamline effects to give you movement speed to stay on top of them. Flame Barrier is giving you damage for every second in combat, which is dealing 3.5 your max HP, and is just a hardy amount of defense per level. Hardy amount of defense and HP per level. So, you're dropping attack speed here, picking it back up here, and gaining all of that CDR there. Yes. So, HP to HP level, drop attack speed, CDR, pick Mithril back up here. You increase, you get the same plus attack speed, but lose the passive. So what are you going to do for heal cut then? Then another Tree of Life, Dwarf's Helm. Hit by attack, reflect. Okay, there's your heal cut. So that is 1 Tree of Life, 2 Tree of Life, and a Mithril. When hit by a basic, reflect 6 true, reduce healing by 4 for 4 seconds, taking 600 or 4 more for 4 seconds, dealing 300 skill damage to nearby enemies. Defense HP CDR, HP attack speed CDR. So we're trading attack speed for defense, keeping CDR, and moving to a position where we can take on head-on fights and sit on top of targets. Yes, yes. Flipping into your team. Making EOD boots. Mithril was given to you by someone. EOD boots. Just giving you turbulence, because boots or whatever. Exact same here on that choice. So you wear them though. Yes, you do. Walk into a team, flip them. They go running. You take. Heal off. Gain HP off enemies. This is something that I think I should do in fights. Keep that HP off the monsters. You peel off the team, you guys sustain up. Take the cameras. Telling the team to get in position. Beat down the bot. Don't know what that got you. Mithril. To path bang you. So you are trading Suento Muerte's range to get attack power, HP, and attack speed back. And this now gives you critical blow to give you lost HP. Yes, I agree with this. So that's Tree of Life, Mithril, Tree of Life, Mithril, Meteorite. No 4 scores. Seems simple, seems fine. Trust here. Dropping the Mithril for a team member. Pushing onto a team, walking through their cameras. Taking a lot of brunt. Good follow up. A lot of burst healing out of nowhere. I have to assume that's the food. Locking on cameras. Moving on to another team. Getting slowed. Flipping. Take one. Separate the other. Take two. Lohan Jun is running for his life. Getting HP off creatures. Eating food. Loading up sandwiches. Wick is active. Or will be active.
휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
Wick will be active. One team around the corner. Reestablishing cameras. Making sure they're alone. No cameras watching your position.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Taking on Wick. Quick, fast Liffy, put it in a jiffy. Leaving it for his team member. So it is okay for you to give that away. Finding another team, isolating the player. Layering it so that you don't flip, so that they stay isolated with your team members. Controlling cameras. Flipping into combat. This is Tectonic Rift, gets picked. Team's carrying. Team member almost forgot that there's the team-based game. Get picked back up. Getting healed by his team member. I need to learn what these items are. Cameras, drone. Breaking cameras. Walking straight into a team. Flip. Double KO. The assassin is doing a lot of playing. Picking back up.
휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
조금만 쉴래?
휴식도 훈련의 일부다.
Third party team naturally slowing in. Breaking cameras, now you're spotted. Now you're double spotted. Poking situation. Fleeing from position, about to turn into a third party clash. Go for the Tectonic Rift, miss the Tectonic Rift. He's picking up potatoes to make fries. And then cooking, and then cooking again. Where did that food come from? This is him cooking that player from before.
임시 안전지대를 활성화한다.
There was 3. Now it's just 2.
최종 안전지대로 설정된다.
Where is this food coming from? It's like it comes out of nowhere. Cereal, food, perpetual stew. Where does it come from? Literally, where does it come from? Okay, whatever. So, you were holding a breakfast sandwich. You made this with meat and a breakfast toast that you got from bread on a campfire. Where did you get the bread? Randomly. $6.3. 6 and 50. Fish cullet. Campfire. $6.30. Grilled mushroom skillers. $6.30. boiling water, salmon steak, salmon from what, fishing? First aid kit, I guess you buy. Hawaiian pizzas from Frozen Pizza. Sweet potatoes from Yellow Sweet Potato. Truffle pastas from Truffle. Where is this perpetual stew coming from? Same place as this 100-year-old stew. Where is it coming from? Eating cod from campfire, eating potato with French fries make fish and chips. Mint chocolate ice cream with an orchid and charcoal ice cream. Flour pours water and flour. I'm not seeing where the lighter comes in. No, I'm not. And then we have the boosts. Zen Vitality. Combat epinephrine. Holy Water. Tear of Selene. I guess an energy pack. We have summons. Telephone. Recon. Granting vision. Reveal hidden traps. EMP drone. Disable traps and cameras. And now we know, Carl. And while we're here, C4. Double guillotine for trap damage. Claymore for trap damage. Slowing the target 4.75 seconds, 99%. Rooting the target for 1.2 seconds. Using flare gun to create a supply box. Using loop key Y to go to special lab. Remote mine for trap effect. And exchangeables. Gifts. Tonfa boxes. Then the portable crafters to give you mythics, which you get from completing the challenge. And then material. I don't know how the fuck this is used. I'm assuming that this is given to the module so that you can do something to your tactile skill to upgrade it. So you just take it to the module and use it? Game doesn't tell you. Game screen literally doesn't tell you. Okay. Stop taking my screen away, game. All I'm doing is going between windows. That's all I'm doing. You're playing footsie. Step too close with both skills. Bait. Outplay direction. And that was an acceptable direction from there. Okay. Is there any more games like this? This is person doing a build test. All these videos are years old. Come on, Koreans, you're letting me down. You don't have enough guides of things. Upload date. Clips, shorts, 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 shorts. Casual match March 2 months ago. Marcus. Person with only 5 subs. Starts in pond. Finds a pizza. Hand leveling. You. He starts the not ranged axe. You need leather, my boy. He is getting leather. Getting his items for transition. Picking off that player. Not executing them. After looking through your team member. Cooking your food. Going for the standard meat and having a pizza on top of it. Getting meteorite for a team member. Fully equipped. What are you wearing? Hat. Switching to I don't know what, because I can't tell what it is, but it looks like mithril suit. Yes, mithril armor. Walking to the team fight. Attacking the sewer. Healing rapidly. Jumps. Walks into another team. Now I have to deal with a third party. Kiting for second member. Leaping in. Taking her food. Leaving her food for some reason. One's over here, protecting team member going for the box. What are you holding all these transition pieces for? Those. right. Doing Captain. Another meteorite, finish EOD. Following through. Good. Grabbing mithril. Telling his team that he has mithril. Or excuse me, meteorite. The captain does what? Captain is defense, HP, and regen, and that's another form of crushing blow. And then mithril armor is blaze up, which is defense, HP, CDR. And notes with EOD. And you go into what? Auto arm? Or tenacity. It's crafting pot. No, hyperloop. Jump. I guess scout. He did that with his gadget. And then use another one. Go to warehouse. Go all the way to the red box. Grab it. Or drop it on the floor for a team member. Go here, get flare gun. In, out. And they see you. Engage. Team's not there. Checkmate. Very simple, very standard. Very simple, very casual, to be honest. Why does it keep making my window disappear? Okay. So, you went mithril for defense, HP, and CDR. Captain, defense, HP, regen, and crushing blow. With blaze up to increase endurance. EOD for the turbulence. Auto arms for attack, power, defense, and tenacity. What would have been your last? Wouldn't have gone here. Don't think it would have been this. This is crushing blow. And this is critical blow. I guess he would have gone next to Pengu. Though I don't think I like that. I don't think I like that. Meteorite, 4 score. Meteorite, mithril. No, I do not like that. Between these two, they are similar. Between these two is a form of engage, because they're also very similar. This one is a choice of healing or a choice of CDR reduction. And turbulence, just I guess for the EODs, is very, very stable. So if I have to take a red, it definitely would be Scarlet. I think these have purposes. Well, you'd probably get away with using a Dwarf's Helmet if you really wanted to. Although it probably looks a little bit more consistent. There's not really a lot of difference between the stats except for the max out of HP per level. I think Dwarf Helmet's anti-heal as a tank is better situationally. I think Guardian Suit has its purpose. So we'll do that. That's axe. And then the same logic on hammer. I think the hammer has the same problem. Or feels like it has no purpose for a transition. Keep those open for a while. I'm going to consolidate this one from this one. This has my build shed on it. This is now a freestanding window. So with hammer, we have some choices where we can have Bookmaster, Weight of the World, Hammer of Thor, Hammer of Daga, or Fang Mace. This is healing reduction. This is attack speed. This is cooldown reduction. This is straight power. It's very similarly same questions. This is defense. This is attack power. Defense. CR reduction. Brawling. If I have a lot here, I don't need a lot somewhere else. I don't think it's just sailors. And sword stopper. This is the tank anti-hit. This is the hitting anti-hit. Just making HP here, HP here, HP here, HP here. I think that's fine. Increasing magic speed, increasing damage dealt by 8 until it drops below 40 to execute. Late aim transition now. Mithril seems fine. That seems fine. Dwarf for anti-heal. Streamlined, maybe? Defense, HP, regen, create turbulence. I think it's not mithril. Maybe it's EOD. Because the way that I see it, I think it should be mithril. Mithril dwarf seems just really stable. Because that's mithril tree of life, mithril meteorite. Amongst the force cores outside of Guardian suit, I'm not seeing it. Because then you get moves and speeds on top of them. Assuming that you don't go any of these at all. Blazing Dress is right there. And that's defense and HP. Maybe you lock that in. It looks like the move to me. Because I don't think you need any more attack speed. Like 2 items of attack speed is enough, especially since Hammer 4 already has 30% of it. As long as you have CDR on the other pieces, I think you can do it. Because this is attack speed, no CDR, 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 no CDR, no CDR, CDR, CDR. CDR, CDR, CDR. So you're assuming you're going that alone. That is not Glacial Sues, not Legs of Steel, Wild Walkers, not Mirage Lace-Ups, and Space Boots are debatable. 10, 100, 50, 25 plus the passive. Do I value CDR that much? I don't think so. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's the transition. So then I get rid of this. And then in hammer builds, looking at the recommended plans, all of them use tactical ops. Drop this one. Now looking at my plans, I can see some Crusaders, I see Sunsets, I see Turncoats. Look at Hammer, I'm seeing EOD chests, I'm seeing Tachyon braces, I'm seeing hiking boots, I'm seeing sword stoppers. So between my saved plans, I don't see what it would say is the win rate. Then on these ones, there's a difference of win rates. 15. 15, nothing. 15.2. 14, 13. Various different choices. Through the axes, I see a lot of Swanta Marte. On the hammers, it's Thor. I see a switch between Amazon and EOD. Almost always consistently it's a sword stopper, one music box user, and almost all hiking boots. So between that, having on hit, I think it has to be a lot more aggressive. But then again, if I'm being hit by passives, perhaps Schrodinger's box is a bit of a bait. But then, since you're going to Giant's Helm on the transition, then I suppose it doesn't matter. Hammer gets Sunset Armor because they have a lot more attack speed to stay on top of target. Or actually, they have a lot less. So they're getting some damage back from the HP burn of Sunset. Santa Muerte is going to have its attack speed from these two items, which then gives Schrodinger's box a lot more viability. And then I guess hiking boots are just there. Place your bets whether or not you think this is better or not, chat. That's one character. Because I can't find any other gameplay of Marcus. It's like non-existent. Literally non-existent. I need to empty my trash can. I need to empty my trash can. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Need this. Collectibles. Characters. Emotes. How do one use emotes? I don't use emotes. I have no skins. I'm going to the store to look what characters you can buy, because we can barely afford upwards. This is the demon character. No. By coin cost. What does Luke gameplay look like? What does Luke gameplay look like? Slayer and Protector, protecting an ally while deleting the enemy backline. Who is Luke? Blah 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 blah. There's a lot more active gameplay for Luke. Buying. So what does his character look like? What do you look like, Luke? What do you look like? Who do you look like? Who is your daddy? Protecting the ally while deleting the enemy backline. Luke's tag deleted. So return gameplay from ERA Games. Who is Luke? Eternal return role.
Maybe you've been griefed day one, or found him in the collection and thought, fun guy. I get it. And maybe you've like pressed E or R and been a little bit confused, and maybe even heard his ambiguous voice lines.
I've gotten remarkably good at cleaning up blood over the years.
To sum up the entire Luke character, I think he says it best himself.
Whatever you designate as trash, I'll take care of it.
He's seen everything, cleaning, even voluntarily, and is noted as great with anyone at any age, treating people with his like trademark smile. His worst trait in his like behavior pattern journal note is like impudent, and by that it's just like he's very upfront and personal and feels like it. There's a story on how he tells like a kid about some superhero defeating a villain at night and then sealing his identity at day, which is writing department. We call that foreshadowing. In the end, he gives this kid like some candy and like a fixed-up mirror marble, which is kind of strange. I mean, maybe the kid really liked it. I don't know. He likes, but I have like a little side theory that this was like a mirror glass was like a murder weapon, and he's trying to like use this to get rid of the murder weapon that his nightlife would be having for. And by the way, another theory: double L. I think it stands for double life. His trademark smile also has a second usage, as described in his behavior pattern. He likes to dart to look for weaknesses, escape routes, or potential targets. Night job, he fucking kills people. For over 10 years, he's been able to kill anyone without hesitation or being caught. When he kills another subject, he makes sure to do it in a way that they'd never know it was actually him. He has this really weird game where he loots corpses and uses those items to like bribe or mingle with other subjects, or like doing like a quiz. If they answer correctly, they'll get the item. Usually, not many willingly partake in it. So there's that. He's around 27 years old, it's not really that known. He's supposedly from Poland, and both of his parents were assassin contractors. They died when he was 8 years old, and since then he's been living with his dad's friend in a facility, training Luke to become an assassin. He now travels country to country, trying to avenge his parents, changing identity every time, so Luke, or Lucas, his primary real name. We don't really know if he became an assassin only to do vengeance, but it's his primary goal in life, and maybe he'll just...
That's really nice, but what the fuck does this have to do with his role as a character? Oh no, not role, lore. Excuse me, I'm in the wrong place. Kickoffs.
실험이 시작.
I'm seeing perpetual items between characters. Certainly this is all stuff that supports him for what he does. I'm seeing purple green. QTRWE. Mithril suit. Guardian suit, my beloved. Berserker, my beloved. Mithril shield and EOD boots, my beloveds.
되었습니다. 레이더를 활성화합니다.
Accidentally hit a player. Player hits him back. Builds items. Teleport to the target, hit the target. fully online. It has no healing items. Sees a player, finds a player, gets on top of the player. Yeah, that's that shit that I was talking about. Rushes in on her. Tries his best to get away. Get picked off with team members. Gets his girl credit. He has cameras. Teleports to use a camera. On top of another player. Misses the pull. While walking out on him. Losing health trade. Missed the hit again. Gets saved by team member. He grabs one meat. Accepts this argument. Throws it through the wall. Can teleport through the wall if he hits the target. Interesting. Another camera. Passive healing as he walks by. Isolating his target. Misses. Walks from him. Hits it. Takes his kill. Now he has food. He's planning an item transition. Spending what seems like day 1 killing people into day 2. Still wandering, killing people. Put extra levels into his passive, power into his Q. Follow up with a team member inside of Temple. Now he starts buying. First transition, Mithril item. Directly into Mithril Shield. It's over here in the brush. What are they waiting for? Nowhere nearby the portals. Cameras. Killing animals. Back in the temple. Window broke again. Window broke again. Why does it break?
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Goes in, becomes the captain. Portal opens. They're already in the lab. Team fighting. Picked off. Revived mid-fight. Gets picked off again. Revived into another situation. Immediately heading off against team. Full 3-on-3. Getting off to the side. Ejects them. Now it's 3-on-2. In. Still low health. Picked off again. Getting third partied. Getting picked off because they're not reviving fast enough. Now they revive him. Back up. Misses throw. Throw again. Dashes in. Sticking. Teleporting again. Able to do his job this time.
전장을 누비고 있습니다.
Misses.
전장을 지배하고 있습니다.
Terminates them.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
Sees another picking Tree of Life, gets him off the tree. The team member start on 2-on-2. Pushes him off, gets Tree of Life for himself. Team fading away. Gets the Tree of Life. Walks. Did you hand it off to her? You did. Secures Team of Life from his teammate from the green member. Putting cameras behind self. Over here. Getting skill upgrade.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
놓치지 않습니다.
Face off at the bridge.
타겟 포착.
Goes in. Creates the initiation damage. Does enough damage to get the peel. Execute for his team. And it's like an Etch a Sketch. Takes down whichever one that is. Leaves the first member.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
So sitting on 2 out of 5 upgrades.
누군가가 연쇄
So far his skill order was Q and then W. Now he's doing ult. Has his skills already leveled max. Gets the credits. to the box, gets his choice. What do? You stand. Still standing. Using a scout. Going inside. Picking up meteorite.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Gets blood from a team member. 4 score. 4 score in a guardian suit. Crimson. Into blood weapon. And then Rod of Heart Crimson. In EOD boots. Do you equip our EOD boots? Yes, we do. Now we're in full transition. Talk to the bot. Tell bot to do something. With your team, you have 2 points of healing and 2 cameras. What are we doing here? Playing the outskirts and or ratting. Find a team, stick the hit, teleport in, drop the damage, stand on top of them, execute by himself, come back in, stick, miss, teleport in, stick, man is healing off chickens in front of your face, shielding, healing off you, miss, still healing off in front of your face. Here comes Steam, get to his back line, on his back line, onto his midline, push that man around, cut him off, full team terminate.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
Boy, that enemy looked like they were so fucking annoying.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
Who knows where that came from, but now he has a Viking. Picks up all the credits.
생존자가 사망했습니다. 누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다.
Into inventory, leaving as a group, flying over a team. Ooh. Uses all credits, puts on the Viking helmet finally, gets something from Limmy. He gets the drones and disable. Walk into zone, come here to use credit machine. Open credit machine, take out the blood,
지정되었습니다.
zone opens. What are we using this blood on? Waiting for him, waiting for him, waiting for him, waiting for him, waiting for him. Flying. Scoop-a-da-doo. Flying over their head. Are you chasing the Lumibot? Standing, 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 standing. Still standing. Drops the VF blood. Picks it back up. It's just these two. Drops it again. They have to pick it up now. This team member uses it to craft. Now we're back to a camera, drones, and EMPs. Cameron's in the brush. On to the bear. Are we making food? We're doing a lot of standing.
목표 확인.
Okay, we're picking things up off the bears and dropping them immediately. We only have 4 pieces of food. Bot shows up again. We buy more cameras. We buy more cameras and drones, and he flies off. Where did that come from? What the fuck? Every single time. Where is this food coming from? Perpetual stew. Where are you coming from? Return perpetual stew. It can be collected from a hunter's pot that was deployed on a campfire. Okay. Obtained through the camping guide augment. Hunting chickens, bats, wild dogs, bears, ravens. Collecting from a hunter's pot will grant 2 to 100-year-old stew. Collecting from a pot deployed into a campfire will grant 2 perpetual stew instead. This is a gadget. I believe we start with this gadget every game. I think. So, the hunter's pot deployed on a campfire is what makes perpetual stew. That's a lot of HP regen, which means I need to be using it. Hi, whore, bye, whore. So we're waiting at the zone. We walk in. Zone goes red.
잠시 후
We walk around the outside.
활성화됩니다.
We scan. We hide. We camera.
이 안전지대를
We wait.
활성화합니다.
We walk.
곧 크로노스피어 주변이 최종 안전지대로 설정됩니다.
Camera reveal. Camera. You don't get first initiative, you get poked. Putting cameras on this side. They walk. He throws. He misses. You wait. Come around the other side.
놓치지 않습니다.
You see you move. And pivoting towards each other.
잠시 후 안전지대가
Walk opposite direction. at the edge of the circle. Circle moves in. Grouped. He hits. He flies. He teleports. On your back line. On your back line. On your back line. Gone.
생존자가
Heals.
사망했습니다.
Out.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
Delaying. 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 Resting. Looking back in. Miss. Teleport in. In your shit. In your shit. In your shit. Throws. Misses. Teammate about to die. Use for peel. In your shit. And checkmate. Okay. And then here, this is from 4 months ago. Stick target. Hit. Hit. Stick target. Hit. Hit. Hit.
실험이 시작되었습니다.
Same transitions, same skills. This one has tank stats. Building, building, building. Getting out. Push out. Collect flower. Transition. Okay, nothing eventful happens between here and the setup. He already has 3 points in queue. Gets spotted. Getting pushed on. Getting comboed. Outlasts. Eating his food. And came around the corner. Man gets stuck. 3 kills just like that. His teammate comes in, sees some fighting. So he's actively using his weapon skill. Around the corner, you saw a random Luke, and you are gone. Has more food now. Walks around the corner. More cameras. Does for bears.
목표 확인.
Just crossing the player. Takes the win trade. Now we have 2 points in passive, maxed out points in queue. Cambered, stick, teleport, stuck again, teleport again. Here comes the rest of the team. In, out, In your shit. In your shit. Targeted. Eliminated. Now it's just down to y'all. She lands it. You guys revive? Why were you not able to just revive where you were in place? Huh? Impatience? Okay. Back up movement. Killing animals.
타겟 없이 지워드리죠. 결과를 정리할 필요가 있겠어.
Getting transition. Go to force core. Immediately helix. Pulverization effect. Each separate attack on an enemy causes pulverization, stacking 5 times in 5 seconds. Reduce enemy defense by 4. Movement speed increased by 0.06 for 2 seconds when dealing damage to a target with pulverization. Attack power, defense, cooldown reduction.
목표 확인.
1 minute till rift. Humans not seem to care about the rift. Gets the cooking pot interaction. Facing off into the bridge, walks into him, isolate, get the pick off, into the combat, teleport, 1 life can kill, 1 life can kill. Another player runs off, potentially to respawn them. They come over here, they take on this, he goes to the stream. Inside, he takes the combat lab because nobody contested it. Goes here, gets whatever that is. Walks here, picks this up, gets a mithril. MKB. Attack power, attack speed, attack range. Next basic attack on the enemy deals 55 power, basic amp, additional skill damage, and heals for 20 plus 40 attack power plus 8% loss HP. The recovery that you would have exceeded becomes applicable as additional HP for 5 seconds. This is the effect of the Crimson, but on this bar. Okay, and that's a mithril. Then from there, you wait and you teleport immediately out.
목표 확인.
And he picks up another case. Here he picks up Tree of Life. You get a branch. Titan armor. Now you have damage reduction on hit. Defense, HP level, attack speed, CDR. Because you seem like you have absolutely no defense, bro. So you just die if you have absolutely no ability to stand up to the damage that you're doing while you're standing on top of them. Which seems natural. Okay. 3 out of 5 transitions. Stand around, stand around, stand around. Standing around, standing around.
재생 효과가 종료되어 더 이상 부활할 수 없습니다.
Lock in time.
새 금지 구역이
Miss
지정되었습니다.
a shooting skill on a standing NPC target. Emoting. Going to the enemies.
놓치지 않게.
Killing the bear. Or leveling up passive to 3. Now we're putting points into W.
더블 L입니다. 깔고 많이 처리했죠.
Picking up Tree of Life. You're attacking through the wall. Blue Flame. Pack Tower Defense. Attack Speed CDR. Dealing damage to an enemy slows them by 20 for 1 second. Cooldown every 2 seconds. This is Stick Power. They're running. They're being third-partied. You are now the third party. Where was that Q going? Q connects. Doesn't take it. Walking follow.
더블 L이
Across the line to a zone to get away from you. Camera. You walk back. Walk into another team. We're set up for the box. You make space. There's trying to edge you. Hongu starts it. You're in the edge trying to keep it going. Find the target. Pick them off. Teleport. Dodge the shot. Push them out. Complete team pick off. Secure the chest. Loot the corpses. Take their stuff. They had a meteorite. You pick up the meteorite.
더블
Explosion around you. Take the meteorite. Mirage lace-ups. Attack power, attack speed, movement speed, CDR. Since they took away SP and it's no longer a factor in the game, it's really just looking at how you increase those stats lines. And now we're on a full transition, and the only thing we can go from here is reds. Walking through. We have more perpetual stews. They see you. At the edge, you're being followed. You know you're being followed. Now we engage. You're getting fucked up by a Hanwoo. You teleport out. Try to get on top of the target. He's peeling you. Q to nowhere. Sustaining.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Now they're gatekeeping you. Man jumps in. Get on top of that ass. Pick one off. Push another out. Get on top of that back line.
목표 확인. 목표 확인.
Q to nowhere. Teleport.
타겟
Blood's down. Full team kill. I don't know why my quality went down. Still moving, still moving, still moving, still moving, still moving. Killing the chickens. We're walking past the pot. Do we not want to get more perpetual stew? Or what? Buffer! No! Not the buffering! Then we're on the Bears! Blood. Drop blood for other people. Pick blood back up. Drop blood again. Pick blood back up. Drop blood again. They finally realize you dropped the blood and they go to pick it up.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
They craft with it. Selection. Immediately mythic eye shield. A defense, attack, or skill amp 30% attack speed on the siphon. Gain a stack that increases movement speed by melee 3, range 2 for 3 seconds every time you deal individual damage onto an enemy character. Max 8 stacks. This is stick power. More importantly, it's Omnisiphon. Should give him even more healing. Pot goes up, and now we take more stew. Drop the stew for team. Three-way split off. Collapse on the man. Collapse on the man. Beat his ass. They're fully out. Seemingly pushing towards nowhere. Still fishing. At the edge. What are we doing here? Waiting for day transition?
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Why'd you walk that way? Call in the bot. Pick up more blood. Rod of Crimson Heart. Now it has critical blow. Spotted by other team. Walk out. Wait at the door. They walk away. Place the camera in case they chase you. Bounce across. That was too slow. Back in camera control. Doing a lot of waiting. we were here. So we're doing a lot of waiting. And we see that they take the sky drop. And thus you see them, they break your camera, and now you're in a standoff. Why is that bear counting down? Wow, what a wall of damage. A lot of pull. Get on top of him. Break one down. Keeping you away from a team member. They're keeping you from your team member. They have killed your team member. The other team member is bleeding out. Misposition. Back in. Kicked off. Your team member uses credits to revive. Somehow. Maybe it wasn't credits. They die over here in the corner. You take their corpse shit. Took the credits. And they, I guess, use a card to escape. I don't know what that symbol means.
잠시 후 임시 안전지대가 활성화됩니다.
I guess that symbol means that they escaped.
임시 안전지대를 활성화합니다. 곧 크로노스피어 주변이 최종 안전지대로 설정됩니다.
Take on team fight. Try to find the back line. Find the back line. Taking targets off now. Checkmate. It feels like there was a lot of mistakes that happened there, but between the first and the second, the older game is a lot sloppier. The second game is a lot cleaner. Well, I attempt to make sure that we can play Marcus. What's that? Is that my phone dying? Apparently. Didn't realize it was losing power. Okay. Nina Lin has been permanently banned off Twitch. Finally! Neon says, people too concerned about the past of women. Like in your love, are dumb to think that women can't change. But I care what Neon says. Hello, NeoJ. Porn. Supervive services ending in February next year. Hear the details from Jess. People talking about this, yet see one person that says an item system killed this shit. It's like imagine you queue up to play Aurelia and can't build Bork because you haven't rolled it from Hex Tech chests yet. Am I still searching for a match? Denims has decided to take the choice to go on to Caleb's channel. That might be a shit show. David Jaffsbergen on the timeline. Blue Archive cancels sponsored streams after fans complain about streamer selections. They selected Iron Mouse, Sea-Dog, Giguk, and Zentrea for Blue Archive to stream on December 22 on Twitch. Streamers called players pedophiles. Blue Archive announces a collaboration with streamers who call the players pedophiles. Fans get outraged. They cancel the collaboration immediately. Waiting for Trash Taste to cry about this on the next podcast episode. I imagine if I were a person that cared about playing Blue Archive, that this is something that is basically the 9/11, but it's like anti-9/11. Why am I still searching for a match for 6 minutes? Pain. To Exile I'll go. How long are they going to keep up Supervive? It is closing on February. How much do you want to bet that people who are saying this type of stuff have something to hide? Considering that I know that Blue Archive players are Blue Archive players, they don't really care. You can't stop the CUNY squad. The CUNY squad cannot be stopped because it's just fucking character art to them. The way that there are some people that take up things as a hobby to piss off other people as a way to basically sanitize their spaces and ensure that they don't have ideological wrongthink. It is basically a timeline cleanser for them. Many of these people, they don't care about kids that way. It's not justifying it, by the way. It's just understanding it. So then, when you see people like Giguk, Connor, and Mouse, and Treya, specifically, people that, for clout, just basically shit on people all the time, on every social media platform for attention. And that's the conversation of the week. seeing people like that be given opportunity to then talk about your video game is like watching a murderer become a member of your standing local council, and then that person goes from being a member of standing local council to becoming an individual who decides your local politics. You wouldn't want a serial murderer, a known serial murderer who did it because they did it for fun, being able to decide something or being a part of something that benefits something that they otherwise would not be a part of if it was not making the money. So it makes complete sense why somebody would want to do that. I think they go out of their way, though, to make it into like a thing that you can't escape from. This is the first post. This was posted 3 hours ago. So when I started the stream studying VODs to then try to play Eternal Return, they were posting about this, and this already has 5.9k likes because it's posted by one of the Cole posters. Basically, Connor is a tourist. Well, Geguk, you might be able to say him and the other fucking loser, Joey the Anime Man, are performative. Connor is somebody who is 100% a tourist that uses his size to basically get over antagonizing them. Because right now, the conversation looks like this. The streets ain't for you. Get kept too easy. Why did they invite somebody who hates the concept of this game? Remember, no tourist. Blue Archive's player base sets the gold standard for gatekeeping the tourist trash from the game. The American localization team tries to get away with inviting people, and the devs immediately cancel shit and listen because they know who pays the bills. Imagine being such a gatekeeper, you ban certain streamers from even advertising your favorite game. Why would they want to just advertise the same select group that already play the game? They want to branch out and get more eyes on it. I don't give a fuck about the game, but it's just common sense. Yeah, we don't want people who don't follow these people ruining our game. Why would you want people who hate you to play your game? Fuck these people, and glad they listen to us. Opinion discarded. Tourist gate kept. That's not what advertising is. Advertising about keeping people who are already customers happy. Car ads, blah, 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 blah. That's why you're a tourist. Inviting normies is never a good thing. Always morally correct to gatekeep tourists. If you don't like Kuni, you shouldn't play Kuni game. It's so simple. That's it. That's the long and short of the opinion. You're talking about people who accuse the fandom of being pedos. That doesn't work anymore. Like, half the problem is those two things together, NeoJ. Because they're going to say they have something to hide regardless. Literally, it is the kind of people that when they first walk around, their first intonation is to say, "Diddy-ass game." They don't, it doesn't register to the people who play Blue Archive. It just doesn't. It does not register to them. So, like, they can call them pedophiles, but the people that they're calling pedophiles are the main player base of the game. They don't care. Because the main player base doesn't care. They are in a position where anybody coming in, calling them pedophiles, are tourists. Because only the tourists would be calling them pedophiles. Because socially the tourists. Candace Owens admits she was wrong about Harvey Cook's death. Gets lambasted by her fans. So here comes the thing. She finally talked to her people.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say Shabbat Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And, you know, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today.
Just start up with all the buzzwords, why don't we?
am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
We're posting and we're shit posting and we're shit posting and we're shit posting.
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call.
Because you did get the call. You did get the call. How long and how hard were you going at her? You 100% got the call, bro. You 100% got the call.
She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Erica said, stop.
You called her. She chewed you out. She told you lick this cat. And then you're doing what she told you to do. That's what I think happened. I think it was really easy. That's what I think. I think it was really easy. I think you gave it up real easy. And that's that. Two bows.
Stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like as they just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not governable. I am basically akin to Kanye West. I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, oh gosh. Yes, Kanye, that I get this. Okay. Nobody is changing their mind anything. How ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erica Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to go. I can't betray the people. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been...
And the antagonistic way in which you chose to do it? I mean, all right.
Looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions? And I can tell you guys that yesterday, for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind, which I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding. It's Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erica. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference. And then I brought my cousin Mia, you know, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here.
Hello, Buster.
And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's my cousin and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erica's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling...
I mean, when you keep saying the shit you were saying, I would imagine there would be some type of legal threat. But, you know, it's just vibes, girl. What were you worried about? Don't glance at the comment section. Don't look at the comment section. Don't look at the comment section. Don't look at the comment section.
Telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There's a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here? Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And he was pretty clear, and Erica was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with what obviously a bit of a fever pitch, when I tweeted that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive. That is actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very frustrated. And I don't know, I felt like we weren't getting any answers and there were so many lies. And then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that was within their capacity to answer. And I told you
Meaningful questions does not include a week, months-long diatribe about a man people allegedly believe that you are in love with and wish it married you. Allegedly.
I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly.
Because you're a black woman.
Them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview as like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, I don't know, the first bit of mud that was slung, which their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place, and by no means did Erica give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie. It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down. I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erica did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Like, look, this is a company with 650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional, and they are communicating, and no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erica sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erica saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before.
Witness it, hear it, feel it in your chest. A black woman just said she was wrong, with public consequences to her standing. You will never get to see it again. Not in your lifetime.
And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore's show, and I clarified. I said Andrew Colvett told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colvett. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained, Erica said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages. And it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal, he communicates on Telegram, and that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now, they asked me if I had actually, like, a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who the they that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at. But I was sort of like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erica say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Barry Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Barry Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS, is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know what they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry, but Erica said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster, Candace Owens, question. So I think that's very clear that up. Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me.
I haven't pushed the update
about
yet.
particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream, and I said every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new, and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him. And
Signaling the context squad, please give the context to us of what we're talking about. No.
And I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and said, came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down and secure the footage. And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? Let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy. He makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's a bad person and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that. I was surprised to learn, and this kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that, that he started Turning Point USA Faith So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. Okay. Now, we all recall what happened. I casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage. There was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was with the 30-06. Very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet, and he said he wanted to address all the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, I apologize, it's going to get graphic, but he spoke with the surgeon. The bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it, this miracle, the healthy bone. His bone was so healthy, and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from a surgeon. Quote, his bone was so healthy, and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. And we were just like, eeh. That kind of was like the beginning of the WTF, right? I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and he said, this individual said, this post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy. You can't just call up the surgeon. And then Andrew Colvett replies and says, rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission. Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon, and they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So, like, it very much came across to be like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like, he was just flying dark on me. And I was like, that seems very strange to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like, the first thing the surgeon should say is, I can't speak to you. I don't even know, in theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but, you know, Andrew was not one of the people that got into the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that just seems very inappropriate for a person to do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, obviously, we discussed the security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe Turning Point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him, just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance, he can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real. And this is just a different time. Like I said, these TikTokers are out of control. They will check you.
Why are you putting on the TikTokers? Because it wasn't the TikTokers. It was everybody looking at you losing your fucking shit. Like, there are fewer TikTokers talking about this, as there are ones that are just specifically making fun of you and your antics.
In 4 seconds, okay? Things that, the biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this, or rather that they take my strong advice on this. I said, one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Like, that more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of signaling from various people, some people who are experts, some people who have been involved in cases, that there's obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there and taking the shot. Like, they have access to UVU camera. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer, like, you know, their lawyer who is involved in this case, one of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, you know, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. If we want to protect the integrity of the case, I'm not gonna. If you say we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing but the affidavit. Okay, so what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, this whole like non-expert problem with like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read, his messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything and the clean alibi. That's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage, and that is why they might feel that, well, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erica. They don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay, they have not seen anything that you have not seen, is what I want you to know. So with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times it'll become real, you're actually just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly, I've said that, I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. Let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have, okay? There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erica has been...
Carl is looking at chat. I'm also looking at the thing. Ow. How can I help you, whore? I haven't cracked any serious. Check my Steam. 1 new friend request. 2 new friend requests. This is Wi-Fi. I know him. Oh, what's going on? Is there something missing that I'm not getting? Ah. It's hiding from me. I now own Cult of the Lamb. That's so nice. But we're not playing it right now.
Named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause hearing, and that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers, in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of the lawyer, because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you, like, you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win, you need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof, and he sees him crouched down. I said, I spoke to that person, and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people to shoot guns at a range. He knows guns, okay? He said what he saw was a smaller gun.
Isn't it more important to know that there's confirmation footage of this person being there? Since this is supposed to be something that was covered multiple times, multiple camera angles. People saying that it was impossible for him to get there in the first place, and then somebody showing the path that it was very easily used to get into this sniper nest that they created. Shouldn't it be very easy for you to both track that person down and get them on hand? Or am I taking crazy pills?
He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet, investigators haven't reached out. Now, they offered back, well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself, and we saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare? I don't know,
No, because if I have evidence of something, I don't have to talk to it all to show what you did. Especially if I have no interest in giving you the ability to defend yourself. Because I don't have to give you the ability to defend yourself. If I have you on tape, it's as easy as I have you right here. You're on tape. Da-da. There's no need for any further discussion. To be serious.
To question him something, I don't like that this investigation is going on, and I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. Both of the people who filmed videos that day told me that they weren't reached out to. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told them I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now, another really big thing that happened was they brought me Mikey's call logs, okay? They brought me Mikey's call logs, and that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every question, and they came with paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet, that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking at things into Mikey, and I couldn't find him. And someone said, I think Mikey's not his real name.
Apparently, Neo.
They thought it was his middle name, actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe he's using his middle name, and that's why I can't find him. But Mikey really wants you guys to know that is his real name, and it is his real name. I found out shortly thereafter that they were confusing his middle name with, they thought it was switched. That Michael is his real name, just to clarify that, because I realized I actually didn't go back and clarify that. But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this, okay? I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on what Blake said about Mikey that day, and then I'll tell you what actually happened, because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory, okay? Take a listen.
So I was not with Mikey, or I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out, and I run for, can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realized there hasn't been another shot, so the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what I saw, because I've seen Mikey almost every day for the past 2 years. I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was, he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erica. And then he takes his phone, and he begins calling Erica. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erica. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy. And he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, I'll never forget, followed by I might be imagining this, probably means that maybe you forgot and you really could be imagining. Now, for me personally, I think the normal physiological response in these high adrenaline situations for most people is you lock in. That they're literally your body, when it goes through something, when it's terrified and it's going through you are really paying attention to details. We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally there's stuff happening to your body. And so there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most about these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erica, right? He called Erica. We were told this by many people also, that he trained, he almost went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like, 1, 2, 3, go, and fast, 1, 2, 3, go. That's why he walked away. 1, 2, 3, go, and just told him, this is what the first thing you do is. Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy, and then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, he three-wayed Erica 3 minutes after the shot went off. And then he three-ways his father, and then he three-ways a third person who I am not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant.
Why is this important? Is it because you were telling lies about what he supposedly did? That's nice. I guess continue going.
This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk shot goes off. I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mikey McCoy calls his wife. They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay? In that same minute, because we know this, because Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother. Blake Neff called his mom. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So we're assuming it went to 12:25. It very well could have stayed in 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff ends that phone call with his mother. Mikey McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erica to the phone. Okay, so that when he was recapping and he's like, oh, his lips quivering, and he's like, I gotta call Erica. And he's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay, Mikey called Erica after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops Erica from the phone call 2 minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife, okay? And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call with his father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything, not a character in this story, rather. And then he ends the phone call with his wife, And a minute later, his brother calls him back and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes. I did not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like, you could go, like, the wife wants privacy. No, she was, like, main stage at the memorial, has been, I would say, very involved in a lot of this kind of, like, I think it's very close that she's close with Erica. They went on vacation together. So I don't get this disappearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but they were forthcoming with it. That feels good. That feels good, guys. Like, wow, we don't have to guess. Now we have solid answers. And like I said, when you come out and give solid answers and you're not weird and calling people names and saying all this stuff, it allows people to go, okay, I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication. That's the reality. And so I wanted to update you with that. Also, another thing that really, I think, surprised them and I think surprised me is getting back to this Hamptons retreat. The thing about the Hamptons retreat, and I communicated this with them, that makes me so uncomfortable is how many little lies were told. I think I've been clear about that. Like, Seth Dillon definitively pressed Charlie at this event, whether it was in a hypothetical, which it was in a hypothetical, but he got fired up in the hypothetical of Charlie discussing potentially tweeting something against Bibi Netanyahu. It did lead to this firecracker moment. Again, this is one of those things where I go, why am I always being held out to dry, hung out to dry for telling people the truth? Especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, like, this happened. It factually happened. And yet everybody's kind of putting out these weird statements and they're not being honest in them. And I was saying to them, that made me feel really weird. And I would love to know more about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level. At which point Erica said she was not aware of that happening. It is obviously totally possible that that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA. But I'm certain, I said, I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. And it was part of my frustration with that sit down with Alex Clark, where Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million that's made up. I told them, Andrew Colvett was my source. Andrew Colvett told me verbatim that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes, okay, actually have the names of people. Different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms. Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me because I know Marissa and it's just dirty. But it's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy when I share things that are told to me from the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Okay? That's weird. And yes, they were forthcoming. Nobody's ever denied this, so this was not on our list of lies about the fact that Bibi Netanyahu did call him. Okay? That did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer and why definitively 3 different sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on the show. I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level, I actually would have assumed it was more, if I'm being honest. That's a hefty offer, and at least.
Are we really tiptoeing around the fact that you said that they were going to be bought and paid for by Israel? I feel like you should probably just own the fact that you said that they were going to be bought and paid for by Israel, and they were going to become a figure comparative to Tenet through Russia Today. I think that we shouldn't let you just, just pull your cape real quick, Superman. What did you mean by that? And starting the show with Hadden Nageva does not undo this accusation that you did. Which I suppose is half the reason why your fans are clowning you as they are. I don't think think people should allow you to go around and saying these things and saying, I heard it from him and 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 heard it from him. And half of those things were probably said so that you could get this conversation with Erica to begin with. But okay.
Leads to a lot of questions. So there was not a lot of clarity there. Lastly, I want to add, of course, I was locked in this meeting when people on live were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear. We discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian planes, which we are going to put up on our website, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that one of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I am certain that these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady and that they were in fact tracking Turning Point USA, Faith, broader events. Of course, Erica was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them, but it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to, fifth round debunk these planes. I also want to say to you that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic, and it is because there is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I say that strongly. This is I feel very confident saying these Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people that were on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are flying in and out of Israel and turning their transponder off each time that they do it. That is now makes perfect sense of why there was this mass panic, right? It's not exactly like we have a strong Egyptian lobby in the United States. Not like we're like, whoa, well, those darn Egyptians again are trying to get TikTok censored. I mean, every person in the game, Barry, acting. Well, these are the usual suspects that act if something is a threat to Israel, okay? Which is, they should have just been forthcoming, pretended that it was changing apart. Instead, they're trying to gaslight us, and they're actually, frankly, just pissing me off. So I became locked in on these Egyptian planes, because that's how I...
So you chose to hyperfixate on the planes. The planes, Carlos, the planes, the planes. The terrorists will get hurt. You have to chase them down. Do not let them get away. That sounds like schizophrenia, Erica. That sounds like schizophrenia, okay? That sounds like schizophrenia, Candace. That sounds like schizophrenia. But okay, whatever. You live in a different world than I do. Perhaps you know something that I don't. But it sounds to me like schizophrenia. You're reaching for straws to be able to get a news story, to talk about other things involving people who you know. It was deeply important to you to get those things. And upon receiving some confirmation of them, you now feel justified in doing what you're doing. Whatever.
Yeah, okay, you keep pushing me and keep pushing me. I will become an expert on these planes. I'll learn how to build an Egyptian plane. The reality is, like I said, tomorrow I will show you how these planes tie back to Israel. And there's no disproving this. So more on that later. We'll be right back after throwing it to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, we know that we have to double down on supporting life. Through our partnership with Preborn, we can help save babies and support mothers that are in need. Every day, Preborn's clinics rescue hundreds of babies because when a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears that tiny heartbeat, her chance at choosing life doubles. And now, thanks to a generous match program, your gift will also be doubled. That means twice as many ultrasounds, twice as many lives saved, and twice as many mothers that are given hope. They're also provided with diapers, car seats, counseling, and care for up to 2 years. If you've heard about Preborn before and you've not yet taken action, there is no better time to do so than right now. Their work is some of the most important work to help heal our country. No,
that is true. We know everything about the particular lobby that Candace belongs to. Ooh, another expedition book. I think I need to run those. They understand that if you want to be able to deal with stopping somebody from killing their child, especially if you go to a place like Planned Parenthood, they do not actually give you an ultrasound. They just rip it straight out of you. So, you can increase the possibility that they don't terminate their baby. Giving an ultrasound This company specializes in just providing the opportunity to make that happen, taking the monetary cost off of them. I suppose that's fine.
Ultrasound is just $28. You can also give 10 times that amount, obviously. Head to preborn.com/Candace if you'd like to give. That's preborn.com/Candace. Also want to tell you guys about PDS Debt, because whether you are struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, PDS Debt has custom options to help you get out of debt. They go beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation and to craft a personalized plan that is designed just for you. There is no minimum credit score that's required. They're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, which is in your pocket. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. It boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, and it holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. Why? Because PDS has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. Every month you wait, it costs you more in interest and fees. The best time to start was probably yesterday. The second best is right now, so do not wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. Also, if you've been asking where the best place is to watch my show without the tech overlords deciding what you are allowed to see or what topics are considered quote-unquote acceptable, well, honestly, the answer is Rumble. If you're not already on Rumble, Rumble is the free speech video platform where you can find my show, and we're a huge community of independent creators, people
Also known as people banned off of major platforms for doing things like, oh, I don't know, constantly screaming the hard R at the top of their lungs because it was funny.
who are sick of censorship, demonetization, and shadow banning are building real audiences. Most people do not realize this, but Rumble actually hosts some of the largest political live streams in the world. It's the place where creators can speak freely without having their reach throttled or their content buried by an agenda-driven algorithm that's working.
But what if I don't want to make political content? What if what I want to do is talk about things currently happening today while playing video games? What about that? Is that something that I'm allowed to do without having to go to alt tech? Because I do believe I should be allowed to do that without going to alt tech. Doesn't mean you shouldn't use it for reach. Doesn't mean you shouldn't have connections on which to use it for. Because there is a purpose to use it. Whenever there's something that we post on one platform, we post to a place like Rumble so that the uncensored version isn't being raped over the coals by YouTube. But what if I just didn't use the thing for the thing that you're proposing I must use it for? And I instead did something different. What about that?
Working against them. And here's the best part. Getting started takes about 10 seconds, and it is completely free. Just grab your phone, open the App Store or Google Play, type in Rumble, and hit download. Once you're in, you can search for Candace Owens and click follow so that you never miss a new episode. You'll get notified every time that I go live. If you care about free speech, if you want platforms that respect your right to think for yourself, and if you're tired of big tech deciding what's allowed, then this is the moment that you can make the switch. Your voice matters, and the platforms that you choose matter just as much. You can move to Rumble today. Just click the link in the description below, download the app, and join us there. I'll see you there. Okay, so a couple of things I want to say. First and foremost, I just got a live update that I thought it was Danny McCoy on the call log. I should totally correct that, and I will correct that, and we'll be sure to trim it in post here. But it is not Danny McCoy. It is Danny, another one of Charlie's assistants. So I will correct that. Please correct that if you're going to make videos. Not Danny McCoy that called him and then called him after. That is another assistant of Charlie's. So we want to be accurate. I don't know why I assumed it was Danny McCoy in my head. I may have done that. Okay, another thing.
Sounds like something you shouldn't do on a live video call, huh? Oopsie poopsie. I hope they forgive you. Back in my day, which is to say in my day, mistakes like that should get you made fun of. And then also make you into a person who's never taken seriously again. Degen Floors.
You guys have made may have been noticing that we are getting into this weird space where they seem to be almost writing like Candace Owens fan fiction. I can't even reply to things, and a lot of you sense that this was because we were getting close. I agree. I fully agree that these attacks, which have grown hysterical, like I can't even begin to tell you the conversations between me and my PR person. I'm like, there's nothing to respond to. I mean, there's not even one sentence of this that is true. Case in point, by the way, New York Post does this article today. We were actually laughing, okay? Like, inside Candace Owens' sadistic and dangerous world, monetizing baseless conspiracies. This is after, by the way, they changed my husband's Wikipedia and said that he was a Qatari, like he had a Qatari passport or citizenship. I don't think my husband's ever even flown over Qatar. I could be wrong, but I don't think I know he's never been to Qatar. I don't think he's ever flown over Qatar. And they're just making it up, and then they make it trend no matter what it is. And I'm like, this is happening. It's like a psychological operation because they're trying to keep us constantly responding as opposed to focusing on our investigation, which is why I spent this weekend and I just kept down on the Egyptian plains because it's completely crazy. And when you see a media storm like this, it can only be happening because Zionists are locking arms and going attack because they by and large control the media. They just do. Okay, one way or the other, Zionists control the empire medias, and they are scared about something in this investigation. We've noticed that from the very beginning. So they wrote in this article, the New York Post, just to give you an example of how insane this is. They said they had an inside source that told them that while I was at the Daily Wire, I just fought with people from the very source that in my first week, I threw my car keys at a producer and expected them to park my car. That sentence genuinely made me laugh so hard because I never once in the entire time that I worked for the Daily Wire did I ever drive my car to work. Okay, I just didn't. They had a driver that took me there. So I don't know why I would suddenly take the driver's keys and then throw it at somebody, but quite literally, I never drove to the Daily Wire. So it's just when I say fan fiction, I'm like, this is fan fiction. Secondly, they say I did that to a producer and that I demanded others do my research. Could not be further from the truth. I have always done my own shows. I can't read a script. I riff my shows. I think that's pretty obvious. That I demanded a huge studio, attempted to use their PR firm to get the cover of People magazine, like full fan fiction. There's not even a shred. I don't even think we ever had a conversation about People magazine because that would not be a normal outlet for any conservatives. That I wanted to be on the cover of People is insane. And they said that their sources also said that, like, my team hated me. My team came with me when I got fired. My whole team's here. So I was just going, okay, what is happening here? Why are we talking about Qatar? Why are they making these things up? And I have come to the same conclusion as you. It is because we are dangerously close to something. I think we have to keep pushing on the Huachuca Air Base, which we are doing. And tomorrow we are going to get back into the investigation. We're just going to ignore the noise because, as I have said and as I have maintained, I believe that Charlie was betrayed by people that are close to him. And I asked that question in the meeting. I'm like, okay, if we can agree that everyone around, I was like, I know there are people at Turning Point, they're not good people, right? And it's feasible that people, if they have addictions, that they, you can definitively get yourself in a scenario where you are willing to sell somebody out.
So who's got the addiction? Before you even begin there, who has the addiction? He's being betrayed by somebody close by him. Okay, so who's the one sucking dick for coke money? Who's the one sucking dick for coke money, huh?
Too weak, too slow.
I just want a name. Give me one name. Who is sucking dick for coke money? If you cannot tell me, I do not care.
This is a massive organization. How can we so confidently state that nobody had anything to do here, to do with anything here? And I think that one of the things that Erica was like, well, I'm not like a feminist, and I didn't want the vibe of that, which I think it did come across like a bit of a feminist, to say like, this is all my family. I'm like, how could this all be your family? I know people in this family, and they're not good people. I wouldn't even do that with my own family, okay? I got people in my family, like we all do, you know, who aren't exactly walking a straight arrow in life. And yeah, so I've communicated that. I have not changed my position on that. I am not going to stop researching the characters in this that I don't feel good about. But further to sort of them just creating and making things up, Tim Pool has now gone out and extraordinarily claimed that I have the same security as Charlie Kirk, and that I'm a fraud, and that actually I have the exact same security. You will recall that Tim just said a week ago that I have no security. Okay, this is Tim Pool a week ago.
She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the we have to deal with. She's a piece of
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy. And she doesn't give a about her security.
So that was like Tim last Monday. This is Tim who said I had no security except for one fat guy, which I told you was not true. Now he's saying this. Take a listen.
Okay, I'll say things that I probably shouldn't say,
Yes.
but I'm going to say 'cause I always get super heated on this. Candace Owens has the same security team as Turning Point and Charlie Kirk did. She's lying. She has the same security people. I've been digging into this. I've been meeting with people and talking with them. And I shouldn't say too much because there's more that's going to be coming out soon. Because rest assured, people are filing legal paperwork against her. Candace has the same security team or has used the same security companies and the same security personnel as Charlie and Erica did. So when she comes out and is questioning them, she is lying outright. Now, I've invited many of these people to come on. We'll see what happens. We'll see when they can. The issue is, the moment Candace goes on her show to millions of people and lies, litigation begins. And what happens when litigation begins? People don't do interviews about it. She is exploiting this, and she knows she is, to keep people wrapped up in this insanity.
I mean, I don't see how he's wrong, despite his hard language. I think he's right in that is something you do. Whether or not you want to agree with that's what you're doing, kind of is less important than the fact that you're currently doing it. But whatever.
Tim versus Tim, undefeated. And what I will also say is that's all a lie. It's almost like they have just sent a call, like they're getting too close, and just said, I don't care what you write. I don't care if it's complete fiction. Make it believable. Say her husband beats her. Say her, like, it's coming after my husband. They're coming after me, and they're making stuff up. I have never employed the same security team as Charlie Kirk, ever. We went our separate ways early. Actually, there was, like, it's obviously been publicized, before he had Schaefer Security. And Schaefer Security, which was run by Greg Schaefer, who has issued a public statement, they had Dan Flood and Brian Harpool working for them initially. I told Charlie I did not like the security apparatus. I got my own security separate from Charlie from the very beginning, okay? That's a fact. It just is a fact. There's no way to undo that fact. Trying to do this strategy of you're going to get sued is just threatening somebody. If there was any truth to that, you can't just file legal paperwork. You have to send a cease and desist. You have to say, something you said on your show was untrue. Can you please correct this? Okay? And if I ignore that, as I did with Brigitte because I told the truth, as I did with Kim Clasey because I told the truth, then you have the grounds to file something. We have received no cease and desist from Charlie's Security whatsoever. Over what? I mean, the audacity that you're filing a lawsuit and someone got murdered on your watch? Because I accurately said that the Brian Harpool, the message he showed belonged to Dan Flood. It did. And that they didn't do a walkthrough on that day. They didn't. Like, and if something I'm getting wrong and you'd like to show me that actually you did, send it over. We're only interested in getting the truth. And we're not getting it. We're certainly not expecting to get it from Tim Pool. That is crazy. That's just crazy town. But I do think that is right now the Zionist strategy, and that's why I want to encourage you guys to stay focused. Huachuca, which we're going to have a lot on tomorrow, because there is something there, and I think that caused a panic, as well as the Egyptian plains, which I am telling you relate to Israel, and I will be able to prove that tomorrow for all of the naysayers. And again, it's only because this is how they act. If they always overreact, and then it lets us know that we are close. They are like an alarm. They are just an alarm. Something else that I wanted to show you, by the way, I thought we were not supposed to be doing live streams while we were speaking, but Turning Point, I guess, has their daily show, but that I didn't feel like that was communicated to me. It felt like a ceasefire, and then it got violated. But they had an interesting conversation on their show yesterday, on the Charlie Kirk show, about this trial, the upcoming trial, about Tyler Robinson, and here is what they had to say. Take a listen.
So this is straight from the charging document. It says Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a, quote, stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. And when you see how easy that rooftop access is, you start to kind of put one and one together, and you realize that Robinson had a plan that he was going to ultimately take advantage of. And he obviously knew how easy it was to get up to that rooftop, which is terrifying.
It really is. And look, you know, one of the other things that's being pushed around for a long time was that, you know, TPUSA, both the local chapter and you guys, didn't advertise this event till a couple days prior to. Now, the insinuation there is that that doesn't give Tyler enough time to plan for this. And what we found out with a little bit of, I don't know, 20, not even 5 minutes of Googling and looking. Yeah. Look, you guys had already put out on your website as early as August 27th. So we have at least almost a full 2 weeks prior to this, that not only the time of the event, but the location, the exact location of the UVU courtyard. So when you have over 10 days of planning, and it sounds like that Tyler already was familiar with the campus to begin with, like a lot of the mystery of this starts to go out the window, and it starts to really conform with what is exactly being proposed by the state of Utah and the FBI in the charging documents.
Yeah, and we can attest, Andrew Cipher, who's our head of field, Charlie sometimes throw the events out, 7-10 days in advance. If something opened up in his schedule, he would be able to do these outdoor events a pretty quick turn. And so those whole that whole theory kind of goes out the window.
So, unless I am mistaken, and I am not perfect, but I do feel like we worked really hard to see when this location was first revealed. The first time that we found that the courtyard was mentioned, because Charlie's speaking at events, so your assumption would be they're inside, right? You have no idea where it is, so it's not like you can see whether you have a shot to the courtyard unless you know Charlie's speaking in the courtyard. The earliest that we found that was on September 2nd. The local media mentioned on KMYU that Charlie was speaking at UVU in the courtyard, okay? That's the first time that we found this. If I am wrong, please tag me, because what he's referring to on August 27th that happened, which we have on our timeline as well, and this is why I love a timeline, is that TPUSA, UVU, and the local BYU chapter shared a graphic announcing that Charlie was coming to UVU, but there were absolutely no location details mentioned. So that actually does shred the idea that he could have practically gone and scaled rooftops before September 2nd. That's the first public mention, is September 2nd. So they announced the event on August 27th, as he says, no location details. And then on September 2nd, there are location details provided by local media for the first time. Prove me wrong, okay? Prove me wrong if I'm inaccurate, because I do think that we were thorough on that. I will update my timeline. If not, it does then beg the question, surely they must have footage after September 2nd of him testing the rooftop in some capacity to then realize, oh, it's going to be an outdoor event. This is an opportunity for me to go after him. We are waiting for that. And like I said, I was told that they don't have anything that the public doesn't have. So it's not obvious to me. I don't think it's obvious to the public. Now, I do want to get to Viva Frey, who had this to say regarding drones. Regarding the text messages from Tyler Robinson.
A lot has been made about these text exchange that went back and forth between Robinson and his lover, his trans furry gay lover, whatever. And people say it doesn't sound right. Well, there is a video that I want everybody to check out by Turkey Tom. I believe you've watched it.
Oh, no! The timelines are converging.
Where this has been authenticated as somebody who was in the Discord chats with them and apparently spent time with them at this apartment, and he said 100% this is how they talked, which is a striking finding. We're going to go into that more probably tomorrow or the next day, depending on how today goes. But I mean, I get the skepticism on this. At first it struck me too, but apparently this is how they talk, Viva.
That was not the most implausible thing to believe. Okay, so you have a text message. It does read, regardless of whether or not this is how they talk. People saying they were manufactured by or drafted by AI. To the extent that they're confirmed text messages, you can, come to whatever conclusions you want after that. But they, whether or not this is how they talk regularly, to the extent that those were authentic text messages, they show what they show, which is whether or not his lover was aware of what was going on. You're etching bullets, and it's maybe not for target practice of a sporting nature. But like when I say I don't believe the official narrative, you have to go back to a number of things here. I put my sort of best theory as to what went down. I want to know who was on the Discord chat in advance, what they were discussing, and whether or not there might have been some other I say foreign, not foreign government, but outer influence there. Tyler Robinson is getting radicalized right about the same time as Thomas Crooks, right about the same time as the other guy, Ryan Ruth. He's being radicalized at a politically relevant period of time, right around the same time, oddly enough, as the alleged suspect in the January 6th pipe bomber. A time frame where political violence is potentially very useful in for the upcoming election. So the time frame of the radicalization is very interesting. To see whether or not he was on anybody's radar beforehand, we don't yet know that, and why there would not be confirmation on that can lead to suspicion. You remember the old man, George Zinn, arrested for claiming to be the shooter the day of, and then gets busted for CP on his phone. Like, in my mind, if I'm making a plausible theory here, George Zinn was probably on some Discord chat with a bunch of young perverts, and he's an old pervert, and he's getting off doing whatever they do on those chats. He knows what's going down. He shows up there and thinks he's going to be some useful decoy or distraction for Tyler Robinson because they know what's going down. That's my theory. But, it is the absence of total disclosure, the total lack of faith that anybody has, not just in the FBI per se, but in any state law enforcement. Nobody has any faith in our institutions anymore, and it leads people to go from healthy skepticism to just not believing it, to concocting the most outlandish conspiracy theories imaginable. But then those text messages, you can understand how they will cause people to come to those types of conclusions. And allegedly, the rumors are Kash Patel, getting mad at Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent for trying to look into a potential terrorist angle to this, also does nothing to foment faith in the system.
Look, I think it's what he's saying there is perfectly valid, and we can all surmise about what we think happened that day. We can also ignore the fact that I broke the story that the nurses were told at Utah Valley, which treated George Zinn. Everyone's just ignoring the things that I broke. She has no evidence, but he told the nurses that he was paid to do that. So whatever, we can all theorize, which we're going to do in the absence of any concrete facts. But I will say it's good that Turning Point is at least giving that air, right? I feel before, I think that might even be the first time Andrew Holvet has expressed that he thought that those messages were weird initially. That's good. That's what people want. They want fresh air at Turning Point USA. They want different perspectives. They want to feel like you're willing to have a conversation, and that at least you're going to defend people when they're being called liars when they're telling the truth about something. That would feel more authentic, I think. And so I am, just to say this, very happy that we are on much better feet and that we have opened the lines of communication. I do genuinely think that Justin Strife did a great job reffing that conversation yesterday. And I also do want to shout out Megyn Kelly, because this was what we were trying to make this happen in the background, really since Blake Neff fumbled the first invite. And thank you. That's in large part because of you guys at home that were like, what the F was that? And I think that they got enough flack that they were like, okay, we got to fix this. But I want to commend him for making that happen, for being the person that, kind of rolled up his sleeves and was like, okay, let's actually make a conversation happen and start answering some questions, which I think was done well. And Megyn Kelly, who was initially going to, when we were going to live stream the conversation before the Barry Weiss moment, Megyn Kelly offered to ref that conversation. I felt like she would have done a very good job. I do think that she has kept it very even. She has not been hysterical and it's demonic, it's evil, how dare Candace? And I appreciated that. She has said, I don't agree with Candace, but I also don't think that she's doing this because she's been possessed by a demon. I think she actually believes these things, and I do. And I have a right to believe those things. And I don't feel any differently about the people that I mentioned on the show that I think are shady at Turning Point USA. And with time, we'll see whether or not I was right. I think that's really what it comes down to. But all around, definitely a productive conversation. I know it's 4 hours, so more things will come to my mind as they become relevant. But I think that's a good pause for right now. We'll throw to some of our sponsors. All right, you guys. So for many families, the holidays means excitement and also a little bit of stress. Between gifts, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you should know that you're not alone. If you are a homeowner, you might have considered switching to American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, which is a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out if you are qualified. Call American Financing at 800-795-1210. That's 800-795-1210. Or you can visit americanfinancing.net/Owens. americanfinancing.net/Owens. Also want to tell you guys about Purge Store. You know, they tell you to fear the outside world, but the real danger can be inside of your gut. I'm talking about parasites. These parasites can come in many different forms, microscopic parasites, there's fungus, worms. This isn't just a third world issue. You can contract parasites from your cats, dogs, riding in an RV, even eating sushi. But right now, an estimated 4 billion people, which is more than half of the planet, are unwilling hosts to parasites. 60 million Americans alone are suffering from parasites. Parasites can suppress your immunity, cause some cancers, trigger autoimmune responses, and release toxins that fog your mind and drain your energy. If you struggle with losing weight or suffer from crippling fatigue, anxiety, brain fog, an uncontrollable sweet tooth even, or chronic digestive issues, you more than likely could be suffering from parasites. Well, PurgeStore.com offers an organic yet potent all-natural formula that targets...
First him, now her. These sponsors are things I have never heard of before unless I go rolling on TikTok, and now I can't escape them when it comes to actual publication coverage. What the fuck is that? I'm never taking that deal.
Targets and kills parasites and aggressively flushes them from your system. Purge is not a synthetic drug. It is an herbal remedy. It is safe, yet powerful, and can be taken daily to prevent future parasitic invasions. Right now, you can save 15% off at PurgeStore.com, and be sure to use promo code Candace. Purge Store will also gift you a free colon cleanse with a Purge subscription to help you dislodge and flush everything out of your system. That's promo code Candace at PurgeStore.com. Okay, a couple of housekeeping items, you guys. If you want to Make Him a Sandwich in time for Christmas, you can do that on Amazon. If you want a discount, you can buy it direct from us at MakeHimASandwich.com. You will actually get 20% off, and we also have signed copies available at CandaceOwens.com, so be sure...
Did you really write a book called Make Him a Sandwich? That's some fucking gobbledygook about how to keep your man happy? Please tell me that's something you did. That's so fucking stupid. That's so stupid that it might actually just be genius.
To do that, we have new merch on the website, which also makes great Christmas gifts. Obviously, we have a lot of fun merch going on right now. Of course, we have our We Don't Know But We Know merch, and we have our CIA merch, which we've had for some time. Again, it's the holiday season, so go ahead and run and get that. Top comment from last episode. You better keep asking questions because it's the only thing that keeps us free. That is a direct quotation from Charlie Kirk, and that's why we're doing it. It does keep us free, and we're all sensing the squeeze. It's like they just want our speech. They want to purchase rational thinking. We can't allow that to happen. Okay, from this episode, Curbster writes, I am praying that our girl is playing the ultimate long game while staying true to her convictions and true toward all of us who have backed her and Charlie from the beginning. I am praying that God keeps you strong, righteous, and faithful in every step that you take. May God save America and protect us all. I want to say this to you guys just plainly. if I was going to sell out, it would have happened in the last 2 years, okay? Those offers were made, those threats were made. I hope you have seen what I have gone through to keep myself, really. I was fighting to stay me, and it was hard. And that it made me really appreciate the fact that we do live in a matrix and every element is controlled. And that is why they are vicious right now with making up things about me and my family, because now that I chose freedom, they hate that I have freedom. They hate that there's no more threats to make, right? So they're just embarking on this fan fiction campaign. But especially for the people that I care about in life, right? Especially for people whose heads I have held up, who have held up my head through really hard times like Charlie did, that I would just sell out to like the highest bidder and go, oh, okay, well, you know what, BB offered me a lot of money, so I'm going to stop talking about this, and I'm no longer going to explore this angle, or I'm going to, you know, to repeat to you guys, it was definitely Tyler Robinson. It's just not in my character. I have always been the kind of person that knows that it's not worth living life that way. My whole spirit would be corrupted. I couldn't do it. I struggle with people that can do it. I struggle seeing people who have so obviously sold their souls on the internet. It's very frustrating to watch it. Central 848 writes, Candace, please look into the possibility that Charlie was electrocuted and that the hole in his neck was made by the currents passing through his necklace and out of his throat. The images of his charred hands are conclusive and compelling. Please, for the love of God, look into this. I did watch that video that Baron Coleman put together. First and foremost, I want to say Baron Coleman has done some incredible work, and I actually told him that we should get together and collaborate because I had watched a video of his where he was building on Camp Huachuca, and he made me notice some things. So then we started researching some other elements, and that's what we're going to move on to tomorrow. I can tell you definitively, that's a weird camera angle. They do look charred in the photos that he showed, but I can tell you that his hands were not charred when he was buried. And so what you thought that, like, people were like, oh, this was like makeup and stuff. It was a very compelling theory. It just wasn't so. And I very much trust the person that told me that. But that said, the Baron Coleman, if you have not seen the episode where he builds on what I said about Camp Huachuca, that is worth a watch. He kind of suggests in that episode, which I want to shut down, he suggests that, I think he heavily suggests that it could have been the Veep on that, on the base. Vance on the base, and I did then research because I was like, oh wow, is he right? There's actually video of Vance, so it could not have been Vance on the base. Again, I'm getting ahead of ourselves here. We should talk about more of that tomorrow. But that is that.
I find it extremely surprising that you would court a conspiracy theory while on the way out of your podcast episode. That takes a level of stupidity. I'm going to say. That takes a level of stupidity I don't think even the dumbest member of 4chan, Kiwi Horns, Reddit, Twitch broadcaster could ever really do or make. That is wild. That is wild.
That is a very compelling video that he did, which was fantastic work, and I do want to collaborate with him. Maybe we'll do it this week or next week. Or next week, Christmas, I guess. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Jenna writes, your true fans had no doubts about you whatsoever. Merry Christmas to you. I was like, are you new here? Girl, I have been maimed, fired, caricatured. I'm watching right now. My family go through that right now because they are so desperate. And I just think we're close to an awakening and really understanding what real evil is. So we're going to keep pushing. Zachary Loft writes, longtime listener, first-time donor. Why wasn't the combo live? Why is Brandon Tatum the only creator that you follow on both IGs? That was 2 questions. Okay, the first thing, why wasn't the combo live? It was first intended to be live. They did say, obviously, you saw the offer Blake Neff made, which was not a true offer. But then what came behind that was Erica communicating with Megyn Kelly and me. Megyn Kelly was kind of the intermediary. We were trying to find someone that was fair, like I said earlier. And then, obviously, it sort of felt like it got a bit uglier the next week. And I sort of felt, and I think it was fair, that then she went on this press tour and it was kind of directed at me. So then they said, okay, well, and by that I mean Justin Strife kind of said, the temperature's a little hot right now. What about we do like not an off-record conversation, but have a private conversation. And I actually will say, I wished it was live, but I will also say I am glad that some parts weren't, because I was then able to tell them some things that I have not yet said that I wanted to like fact check and get some answers on, but also to say something to them that I found out that I didn't say because I didn't want to hurt the company in a way, right? So some of this...
Convenient. That's very convenient. I'm sure even your fans are saying that's very convenient, because that's very convenient. What that sounds to me is like you had some things you wanted to say that you knew that if you said them, there was no writing that back. So, you took a closed-door conversation. Because you knew if you did that, there was no undoing it. Confidence that does not spark.
Is very relevant to Charlie's research and what happened on 910, and some of it is not. So we got to, I guess, have a better, that portion of the conversation I think was better off camera. But I was always open and am still open to live streaming with them whenever, truly, like whenever. You guys know I'm an open book, so it wasn't my demand that it be private. I was happy to do a live stream. But I think Justin thought that it would be better if after, just so we could kind of bring the temperature down, which I think was very much accomplished. Temperature was definitely brought down. Zachary Loft wrote, longtime listener for, oh, sorry, I just read that. Mr. Bruce Lee writes, people in the chat, many other channels are not hearing what they want to hear, so it's automatically, well, Candace got paid. The chats are so botted. It's better to actually look at comments after the episode to see what people think.
The episodes are botted because people are roasting you live on air. That sounds like cope. So, where's your chat room? Because you don't have one here. Not on this broadcast. This is uploaded as an episode. And your comment section ranges from transparency never found in private meetings, that's where deals are made, to I just realized that we, the people, will never be allowed to know. My advice is to put the phone down and go outside. These people can't be trusted. Credibility, like virginity, can only be lost once and never recovered. Crawling back into my cave, thought we almost had a real one. It's a big club and we are in it. 4 to 5 hours of conversation, yet we, the people, are still confused. Even with a private meeting, the lies continue. Erica goes around giving interviews to everyone and their mama, but you guys can't have a live interview. We learned nothing, absolutely nothing. It's like when my parents replaced a dead goldfish with another goldfish as if I wouldn't notice. Who's doing this now? You click to listen to Candace, you either mute it, pause it. You need to read the comments and go. If you haven't been gaslit before, this is what it feels like. Confusing, draining, nauseating. Meeting privacy was a serious mistake in judgment. If people deserve to know something is off, we're not here for it. It was at this moment that I realized when you get off the internet, if I'm going to be destroyed by the system, I'm going to be in person, not due to corrosion of my mind and spirit from the totally avoidable influence of social media. Hope that in 90 cents that a deal was made, and I'm incredibly disappointed. The people, after the episode, still feel like you're lying to them, Candace. I guess they just might be bots. I roll. I to the roll.
And we've had so many people talk about how there are so many bots in the chat, and so focus on obviously the words that I am saying, and obviously you can tell that I have not been paid because I wouldn't be talking about Israel, and I think there's something to explore there. We'll get into that tomorrow. One Will Wallace writes, pretty clear to me that Kirk was murdered because of his voice and influence. Here's some support toward that security detail. Thank you very much. It's obvious that these people will stop at nothing to silence someone. Continue to stand 10 toes down for the truth, but please be careful. God bless you, Candace. Thank you. That is actually a tremendous donation. Thank you for guys who have been giving these donations, which have gotten bigger because you're concerned about security. And I think everybody after Charlie Kirk's assassination is more concerned about security. It's a discussion that my husband and I are having more and more. And that's why it feels especially disgusting when someone like Tim Pool is trying to signal to people, attack her. Like, he's basically trying to signal to people that her security's weak, or like she's using the same security as Charlie, all of these things. Like, he is trying.
So now Tim Pool is trying to kill you. We've gone from you had a conversation and was productive and you were able to clarify things. Small lies aren't actually lies. They're just lies that we have between friends. And my favorite one, Tim Pool is trying to kill me. Does it end? Does the ride ever end, Candace?
Trying to put into the air that he wants me to be attacked. That's how I'm taking this, because why is he making my security a theme on his show? I don't trust that at all. and I don't know what's guiding that. Rio Bays writes, how would Erica and the feds not see those messages? That makes zero sense to me. I think you're referring to the messages that Charlie got the night before. Yeah, we didn't discuss whether the feds had received those messages. I will say that. We did not discuss that. But we did discuss, she obviously said that she did not see those messages. So I'm going to read the rest of your comment. How would Erica and the feds not see those messages? That makes zero sense. Erica, Brian Harpole, and so many others caught in these lies. This is what you fished for. Why go soft? That doesn't make sense. Also heard that we're chilling with TPUSA members at Tucker's party. That's another more fan fiction. I have no idea what that was about. You're referring to a person who went and said that Candace was hanging out with TPUSA and Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene at Tucker's Christmas party. To my knowledge, I did not see any Turning Point USA employees. I did not have a conversation with any Turning Point USA employees. To my knowledge, that I did not see them. It's a massive party. I have never had beef with Tucker. That's why I was at his Christmas party. And I've never had beef with Marjorie Taylor Greene. So yeah, I spoke to them. That's what I mean. It's like the attacks are just every second of every day accusing me of something. And the implication there was like I was like sitting on the side laughing and enjoying a beer with Terrell Farnsworth. And
well, considering that you and Milo move in the same circles and you now move with the exact same level of... I said this, it was revealed to me in a dream. It will be revealed to me in a dream, and you unironically are getting away with that as a meme, as what you said on your show. I don't know, girl. It's really hard to take you for your word, because your word is poo-poo.
And Tyler Boyer. I am sure, because Tucker obviously has a good relationship with them, that there were some Turning Point USA employees. I didn't speak to them. I didn't speak to them, to my knowledge. I did not speak to them. So I actually responded and I said to the person, why don't you publish who you're talking about? You don't have to, like, everyone's like beating around the bush. Like, I can't say what I know about her security. Say it, because you're lying, okay? If you say you know something about how I'm actually secretly laughing with Turning Point USA, speak plainly. I have nothing to hide. I am not the person who's playing any games right now. So if you're gonna call me out, go all the way. Okay, go max on calling me out, because if I'm a fraud, the public sure as hell deserves to know it. And you're not going to find me in a situation like that. Isabella Mazzone writes, can you elaborate more about Charlie and his journey to Catholicism? Did Erica confirm that? I am going through a journey with Catholicism as well, and I think that they should be honest about that. Look, obviously Erica confirmed it. I was always telling the truth, and that was one of the first things I said. I was like, what was that weird Alex Clark thing? I was being attacked for no reason, and then I get these people doubling down on it, and I know that they know that it's true that Charlie was going to Mass. And I can't speak on whether he was close to converting. That's a conversation, like you said. Erica can speak on that, and there might be a time and a place for her to do that. I can only speak on the fact that I wasn't lying and that I was having those conversations with him, that he was attending Mass. And I do think, from what I've been told, that he was planning on signing up and starting that process, but I did not personally have that conversation with him, so that's third party. The right person to speak about that would be Erica, and I do think she should. I think she should, because nobody was nastier to me than the Judeo-Christians, the evangelical crowd, because I told the truth about conversations that I had with Charlie about Catholicism. And none of them corrected the record. None of them said I'm sorry. None of them said I didn't know what I was speaking about. They just kind of doubled and tripled down on attacking me, which is a repeat theme. I'm always being attacked for telling the truth, and I just keep telling the truth. So, yeah. What's the lie? Where is the lie? Where is the lie? Lastly, Lamp writes, how come Qatar is always used as the go-to punching bag by the media? Why does Qatar never even push back, and Qatar seems to never attack Israel?
Because Qatar is currently raping us when it comes to our entertainment media. Because they're buying every single one of our entertainment services. Why the fuck would they ever care about what's happening with Turning Point USA when they are dick deep, dick, balls, shaft, vein, vibing? You can feel it when it goes in and out in our entertainment industry. Buying the esports scene, lock, stock, two smoking barrels, and a DraftKings sponsorship down. You guys don't care because they are more focused on entertaining shit. How great it would be if any of you actually played video games. Because then you would actually see how much fucking money they're making.
In a war of aggression or any sort of attack, have they ever even done anything negative toward Israel? Well, you know, Qatar recently came out and said yeah, we work with Hamas because Israel and the United States asked us to. They asked us to play the intermediary. And now we are being attacked for doing what they asked us to do, which sounds like the most absolute United States-Israel thing ever, is to ask people to help you and then to be like, oh, I'm so horrified by what they're doing. And I tend to believe that. I don't understand the weird Qatar thing. Like I said, I would take Qatari money. I would. They haven't called me. It's deeply upsetting. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong, what I'm getting wrong, what I can do better to make them call me. I would be totally one of those people that's in the commercials. Have you seen, like, Qatari Airlines is supposed to be...
You have to play jungle. You have to play jungle and potentially play with a man's butthole. Are you prepared to make the sacrifice? Sneaky was. So is Medios. Are you willing to sell yourself to China to get 5 different esports games publicized amongst the people? Or can you do it, Candace? Can you do it?
Amazing, apparently. And I'd be in a commercial for Qatari Airlines. I don't mind somebody making that NAI video and maybe sending that over to the Qatari embassy and seeing if they want to hire me. I am open to being paid by Qatar. So I don't get it. I don't know why Jared Kushner and Zionists are allowed to go to Qatar, which happened recently, and do deals with them, but for some reason Candace and Tucker are not. It's just not fair. What do I have to do to be seen by Qatar? I guess it's a question for another day. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
I hate fucking money on my fucking back. I hate when they teleport on top of my head. I hate. Where does your chest even go? It's in front of me. So, nothing was fully confirmed. You guys didn't do it in front of the camera. And you don't know how Qatar money works. What else is fucking new? I feel like I should save the June the King piece for its own individual stream. That's what I'm going to do. What else do we got? Nothing. No, we're not. We have this. 3 hours and 21 minutes. Conversations about the culture war. Anthony Vermuccia is attempting to appropriate Timmy Turner's dad. This is going to make my soul heart really hard. Preparatorily, damn you horror for making me watch this. She says in distance, I'm not making you. Oh, pain.
We're working right now. Can you all hear me nice and coming in nice and well, not loud, but whatever it is right here. All right. All right. How are y'all doing this Friday night? We can't hear you. Oh, shame. I guess I should talk louder then. All right, everyone. Let's just jump right into things, shall we? No, the goals are still have. It's funny. Every night I do this, the goals don't reset properly. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Right? What am I talking about? Well, welcome everyone for another one of these streams. An extra one this week. I know, getting spoiled. Between this and my chat with Calvin Phoenix and his crew this week, it's been a week of streamings. My wife and son miss me. They haven't seen me in ages. Been locked up in this room doing work all day. Something fun like that. Oh my goodness. And if you can assume, it's all good. These are loud. A little bit.
Academia Troops super chatted $2. Best of luck, man.
Thank you. It's going to be an interesting discussion here. Again, it's not a formal debate. I know Templar has been insistent with that as well. Not really a formal debate, though. I suppose at a certain point, a contentious discussion, as he puts it, is not much different from that in debate. Definitely a discussion, though. I'm surprised he agreed to this. Templar, for those who don't know, Tactical Templar is a guy on the internet. He kind of light controversy over the last several months, and he has refused any confrontation with critics. So
At Sam last name B6N super chatted $4.99. You gotta admit what Ryan, Star Giant, did with some Freddy Krueger shit. Do anything y'all think? Anyway, have some holiday tax.
Thank you for the holiday tax. Have you done anything since the big thing? Last I heard he just did that big thing that that Mystery Sister Enter and Lizzie Bennett was talking about a few weeks back, where Star Giant Productions made a whole big pseudo script about the Saber Spark Bunk KP situation. They called it in Star Giant running the fence for Lily Orchard of all people. It's amazing how no matter how much I try to escape Lily Orchard, she keeps weaseling her way back into my life. It's crazy how it works. But I digress. Anyway, oh yeah, I would give Templar this. He has more guts than Lip Devil. Lip Devil still has avoided any offer of a direct discussion. I would give Templar this. I'm not sure how much we're going to discuss, how long the stream will be. Again, very well known. Templar has not agreed to any previous discussion about his beliefs and feelings from the critic on this platform thus far. So this makes it the first. He has avoided debating Oddly Noah. He's avoided debating Internet Adjacent, among others. That being said, though, Internet Adjacent himself is now roiled up in his own complete self-destruction on here. So maybe that was dodging a bullet. Imagine if they debated Templar gets point to what Wolfkings did. And oh, my critics are like this. Call you followers the song defense. What's the thing I don't really care about the song either. I don't watch the song, quite honestly. I don't really watch any of those like debate politics channels. They're just not something I find enjoying. I'm too autistic about.
Interesting. You don't watch debate channels, but you do actively take part in being one of the worst examples of online internet debaters, because you actively try to attack criticisms and criticizers in their opinions. But bro, I'm just a dude. I'm just a guy.
You know, media, do that.
And DJLol58085 super chatted $5.79. I am glad to see you doing well. If there was a type of animated horror movie that you would want made, what would it look and feel like?
It's my birth blue. I think or paprika. I think using animation was better.
At Stingatopia3169 super chatted $5. So he's not calling it a debate? This is gonna be interesting.
Yes. It's not a debate by either route of discussion, but it is a discussion. So
At Sam last name V6N super chatted $1.99. Who is worse? Freddy Krueger or Star Giant?
I do think Freddy Krueger has the edge with, you know, the hundreds of people he killed. You know, I think the fictional Green Demon Freddy Krueger is worse conceptually, but Star Giant's also a person. Also, I'm not sure if Star Giant has done anything since the last I heard about them, so I'm a little uncertain what has happened that is inspiring all these questions about Star Giant. Should I, like, look into this after the stream? I don't know. Anyway, for those who don't know, Tactical Templar, and he's going to be on at 7 o'clock, so in about, like, 7 minutes or so. I'm trying to buy some time for him to get ready for that. Templar has had some opinions over the course of the last year or so. He has, several years, actually. He is one of the culture warriors we criticize frequently on this channel. 2 weeks ago, I discussed him on stream. It was one of his videos about Brie Larson, and I offered some criticism, and he responded on his stream. We went back and forth a bit. I was alerted, not to the grapevine, that Templar responded. I looked at it, I was impressed. I felt like Templar's discussion kind of... He only watched like about 7 minutes of my stream for about an hour, and every time he would stop. And I felt those were like pause Andy kind of reactions. I know I kind of do to an extent, but I try to avoid them possible, where you're responding before the person gets the point out. So I'm like, okay, I engage them online.
I mean, the thing here is that the pause Andy is not the pause Andy that you're describing. What you're describing is trying to stop a criticism that you've pre-watched ahead of time because you already cognitively know what's going to be said. Most pause Andys, usually, it's the case of you have a thought, you're going to make a prediction about the argument a person's going to have from the perception they're coming from, and then you debate about this in the middle. This would be a design of reaction from the pause, who you actively slander every time you have a chance to, because according to you, that's just a thing you do. Cope, but it's a thing that just happens. It's a thing you do while you're talking to people. Most people doing pause Andys, they're trying to read their chats, and the chat will have already read the video, and that's a whole thing. Calling a person pausing the video, giving their opinions, and talking to the chat room shouldn't be called pause Andy. Because a real pause Andy is the original thanks a song for unpausing the video reaction, where you know he's going to have something to say after every single sentence, rather than going back and watching. Because basically, a pause Andy moment doesn't work if there's supposed to be a punchline joke that happens once you unpause. If the person's just literally getting to the end of the period, then having a statement, then comparing from the last statement and from original material, and then moving on from the next piece of reaction or criticism in the content. Give me a second, chat. I need to go put something in the mailbox. One large Cornish hen.
The battlefield, I'm going, okay, what's going on? You know, I bet you wouldn't say this to my face, this, that, and the other. And eventually we just kind of went, okay, well, let's say to the face. And I just agreed to. And, yeah, again, with a lot of these debates that I've had previously, again, not debates, discussions, because I don't like formally debate. I've had about 3 or 4 in the channel so far, and all of them to varying extents turned out pretty well. I think my goddamn Malcolm one was a little rough, I think, because I think we were just kind of, I think Malcolm was going for, like, trying to win, whereas I was trying to just discuss, and we're having different objectives the whole time. With Monk Common and Kino Flex, they turned out really well. I think both debates were, both discussions were, again, not only debates, they were more like a conversation about topics, we both had diametrically opposed positions in some cases.
That's a debate, Anthony. You cannot frame disagreements with people that are based on something that you diametrically are opposed on and say, oh, I was just talking to him. You don't talk to people. You actively aggress them. You actively aggress them. And you act as though that discussion is not anything other than what it actually is, which is you attempting to antagonize them to their face.
I think both of those ended pretty well. I don't think any of us had any, like, I think both very casual and a good time. I would hope that Monkey Common and Kino Flex had a good time because I think they enjoyed themselves with it. So I'm not sure if this discussion will be kind of like this. I mean, Monkey Common is not a grifter. By no means. Monkey Common is great. I've talked to Monkey Common tons of times after the fact. He's really sweet. And Monkey's actually helped this channel quite a bit behind the scenes, for those who don't know, after this discussion. Because he saw me as one way, I saw him as one way.
So Monkey Common is not a grifter, but everybody else you've ever dealt with, they are grifters. What does that sound like?
And just stop and talk to him. You know, it's funny when you see people, when you talk to them, right? When you talk to people, you realize how much you have in common more than you have apart. And like I said, the end of the day, we're both guys on the internet talking about it. At the end of the day, that's or like TV shows, anime. At the end of the day, it's easy to discuss media. I don't run a politics channel. I don't run a channel on anything deeper than that. I'm talking about movies and books and games, and that correlates and intersects with politics, yes, but it's not about politics. I'm not talking about what other people says.
Now, Anthony, that should automatically get you attacked by the right wing and the left wing. Because you just said everything is political, but everything isn't political. As I know, and I've said before, you are a safety channel. Your channel exists to act as a safety point so that other people can watch your content without actually having to engage with other people's content. So that they can feel like they're not going to get in trouble for watching you. Just like with moralities, just like with after Dixon Fire. Your content always comes from attempting to use media literacy as a bridging point to antagonize people at, quote, not thinking well enough and not thinking good enough with their content. Can't do one or the other, bro.
We're not talking about war, we're not talking about any of that. We're talking about books, movies, and games. At the end of the day, if other channels you can go to if you want to hear like those hard-hitting debates on topics. You know, we're talking about media. And openly speaking, with discussion in arts, I think there's a lot done for that. I think you can communicate across the aisle more often than not through the medium of art, I think. Because everyone enjoys a good story. That's what I think anyway. So, and also, for the most part, I don't think I've had a debate with like malignant, you know? So we'll see. Yeah, I'm hoping to just stream. At the very least, the way I see it, either A, we'll put up discussion and advance to some degree, or, potentially, it'll be fun for you guys to watch. So, one of the two. So either we have a productive discussion, or you're entertained for about an hour or two as we do this.
At the Gaming Truth super chatted $5. Despite my own feelings about this clown, I am always interested to have a discussion with this guy, giving everyone a fair shot.
Yeah, you know what? Listen,
Is that not a definition of edutainment? Are you not now committing to the same thing that all of us do? Then it kind of means you have to take criticisms that come with it, bro. You don't get to be above everybody else with how we make our money. If you're going to put your toes and dip your toes into the field. So if you're going to go off and criticize people for being things that they are or not, that's when we're going to point our fingers at you and say, bro, you make money the exact same way. You're not better than us. Apparently I'm coping.
I feel to an extent a lot of discussions are put a certain way by the theater of discourse. You know, everyone wants to have like a punchy little shot when they have the microphone shot. But in person, people talk differently. People talk differently when they're the person on the other side. When you can see the other person on the other line of the phone. But I do have some questions for him too. I know a lot of you have questions regarding some of the finer points and more specific points he had, especially regarding Dr. Disrespect and Nuxtaku. I am not familiar with Nuxtaku, so I'm not going to bring it up at all. I might mention something about like perceptions of news stories. There's one thing I want to bring up too that I know is much interesting to discuss regarding that and how we perceive news stories and how we perceive information. But again, through the perception of well, limited knowledge in certain fields. I'll say that. But again, most likely, I think it's going to stick mostly to media discussion, drifting, religion, and like intersect representation, content strategies, all that good stuff. You know, I know enough about Nux Taku to know I don't know. Is what it comes down to. And then he really has a creepy thing about gene animations, which is always something. Awesome.
I can admit that's true.
Ready, just hop in voice. There we go. So whenever he's ready, he'll voice, and I'll just pop it up. Oh, he's not ready. All right, gentlemen, let's dive in. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? 3169 super chatted $2. Mix is a lowly defender who went right wing grifter.
Fair. All right, I'm gonna pause supers real quick on my end, so sorry about that. And I'll have supers play out like key points between discussion points, so if chat has any questions, they can ask it. And we'll carry that as it comes. So let's go, man.
That's a big old logo.
Oh yeah, right. So what I did was I just put it on what do you call it? Reactive, I think it is.
Interesting.
Yeah, use reactive. It's pretty good for getting little icons on screen. It helps. Like it's a small thing, but it really helps with visual layout so much.
I have to move this so I can. There we go.
Yeah, take time. It's all good.
All right.
And if you guys
I'm good. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
No, I got nothing. I was paying attention to the intro a little bit, looking at the chat a little bit.
No, yeah, that's fair. I can't blame you, man. I can't blame you. Chat's always creative with some of its content. Again, there was one guy who had like and by the chat, my end, please behave yourselves. Don't be too inappropriate.
No, please. By no means. No, they can go wild.
Don't say that. One time I had someone threaten like violence on people in chat.
Well, I mean, these people are furries. Okay, I'm not really that worried.
I mean, some are. Some certainly are. What do you think?
I know because I'm looking in the chat. It's like a who's who of. I've seen a lot of these people before, dealt with them before. So
fair enough.
Yeah.
You have a wide audience, I feel like, of people. And again, I want to keep this civil. I want to keep this nice and fair. Give you a chance to say what you want to say. So why don't you introduce yourself actually for my audience as well? I can introduce myself yours if you want.
I mean, introduce myself. I'm a commentator. I'm somebody that does all my own editing, recording, does everything myself. I have no sponsors. I have nothing like that. I criticize people from the right and the left, believe it or not.
That's fair. I try to do the same thing when I can. You'd be surprised. Sometimes there are people on the left and right who just, I don't know,
yeah, I'm one of the most varied streamers out there. There's nobody that really does streaming or content as varied as mine. I'll have a video about praying for a content creator, or I'll have a video about a song, I'll have a video about Trump. I cover whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want. That's how I cover content.
That's fair. I was going to ask content strategy too, because it's very different from how a lot of people usually do cover content. Because typically speaking, the approach I take is I try to make sure it's a topic that is, like every week I try to put like one video if possible. Usually about a topic that's either something I'm that particular week just interested in for whatever reason, like hyperfixation, whatever, or something I know my audience is asking about or interested about, or in relation sometimes to some hot button topic, whether it's a person's hot take or it's a movie coming out. But you put out like 5-6 videos a day, and that took me aside when I first saw that. So what's your strategy when choosing a topic? What's your approach?
So there are certain topics that I cover because I think that they are hot button issues, but a lot of the times I just cover it because it interests me. It's interesting in some way, and I think it'll be interesting to my audience. That pretty much is the start and end of it.
That's fair.
That's pretty normal. If you have something that you're interested in, you talk about it. It shouldn't be presented as though the only reason that person would approach it is because they're interested in the topic because they see it popping off and burning. Because everybody's name is not York Torch Gaming.
That's fair. I feel like with my approach with content strategy, when it comes to that, I find sometimes, and if you think the same way, let me know. I feel sometimes that if I do too wide a spread, some of my audience might not be interested in everything I say. So I try to keep in mind, because at the end of the day, we all create material, we all create content in some way, we all create stuff that people enjoy, and so I try to keep in mind my audience's general interests to avoid sending them too many different ways, I guess, or dividing them too much.
You just said your audience captured.
No, I like introducing my viewers to content they may not be familiar with or they may not like. It's good for them.
That's fair. What I do is instead I try to intermix. So for example, different topics usually get main thesis. Like this week, for example, we talked about fan service anime, and I use it as an opportunity to slip in some of my.
What's your thoughts on fan service and anime?
I think it varies. I think I'm not gonna summarize the entire video, but the gist of it basically is I think sometimes it's art. Sometimes fan service can be just kind of exploitative and underwhelming. My big issue with it is a lot of times I think it's very repetitive. Like if you've seen enough anime, you've seen every meme gag at least 5 times. Like you've seen enough times. So it kind of get like, okay, I've seen it before. You kind of hope for something interesting in dynamic. Like for me, Interspecies Reviewers, when it came out a few years ago, that was something like, okay, it's interesting, it's something different. You haven't seen it, or at least not to this extent. At least not a mainstream anime production. Usually the OVAs in the 80s did that. But again, whatever. I think it depends on execution. Sometimes it works, sometimes it sucks, and that's just the nature of your perspective. You've had some controversies surrounding fan service in VTubing and anime before. So what's your take on that?
On fan service? I mean,
well, in general, that whole
it's a different culture. And so it's like when it comes to Japan. I mean, I understand that they have certain traditions and certain tropes the same way that we do in our entertainment. There are certain repeating elements in our comedy that they wouldn't understand. So I'm aware of that. I'm watching somebody else's foreign entertainment when I watch anime. So I try not to be super critical. It's a little bit different when it's VTubers because a lot of VTubers, they're not like a lot of them are from Japan, but a lot of the ones that you see on X are not from Japan. They are they're women from the West latching onto that thing to be able to sell their OnlyFans or other pornographic material, and that's pretty much the main focus.
I mean, I'm sure some are. I wouldn't say most.
A lot. Shocking numbers.
I mean, here's the thing. I obviously.
Shocking numbers, and it's growing. The number of girls are like, "Oh, I'm a VTuber," and then they'll show, I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've seen this over and over and over on X, where you have these women, basically walking out in bra and panties, sometimes showing the face, sometimes not. I'm a VTuber, well, but it's really just a mechanism to sell their fancy and OnlyFans. It's because it's an emerging, popular form of entertainment. It's sort of like girls popping on Twitch, when Twitch was about gaming, and then it became about other things.
All right, well, I'm going to push back on a couple things. Not to disagree with you necessarily, but I'm going to just question.
But he's right though. People who are becoming YouTubers that basically do face reveals, specifically to sell OnlyFans, are people who are specifically doing it because they are using that niche marketplace to fish from people and to build up during what is effectively being seen as a gimmick. And isn't respected by most broadcasters because they don't respect the people from the niche and from the fan bases that both the VTubers and PNG tubers come from. Obviously not all. The number of them that fill the platform are too large to be ignored. So what are you going to do when you push back?
The big thing also is, obviously with a lot of VTubers, they have their other entertainment. They're usually working in different fields of entertainment. So a lot I know, for example, what's her name, she started initially as like a rapper, like outside of VTubing and all that, and then moved
people a bunch of shit for that. Didn't the VTubing community come after her for that? Because they said she only cared about her music, not really VTubing, because she made a statement about not caring about anime.
Yeah, there was something to that extent. Not exactly not caring about anime. It was like a dismissive.
Well, I don't give a shit about that. I'm not a purist on any of that stuff. I don't care.
Let's also be fair, and you know this quite well because you create content on the internet. Any number of people can make a comment online and take it out of context, or they can interpret it differently, and you just extrapolate all meaning from that. I think it was one of those where she said it, made a careless comment or two, and people took it in the worst possible direction. And when she tried damage controlling, because that's what happens online, it went in a different direction. Further, I think another thing also is a lot of the VTubers are ultimately creators, they're content creators. And I know personally a lot of mainstream content people, they write, they do art, they do songs, they do YouTube videos. If you're really interested in creation, you're gonna be interested in other aspects of creation too, aspects of creation, I should say. And so I think like with say OnlyFans stuff, that's a market, that's a creative outlet. And it is. Taku. I am not familiar with much about Taku, so I'm not going to bring it up at all. I might mention something about. I think
didn't the VTubing community come after her for that? Because she only
content people, they write, they do art, they do songs, they do damage controlling. Because I think it was one it went in a different direction. Further, I think another thing also is a lot of VTubers are ultimately creators, they're content creators. And I know personally a lot of mainstream content people, they write, they do art, they do songs, they do YouTube videos. If you're really interested in creation, you're going to be interested in other aspects of creation too, aspects of creation, I should say. And so
They do art, they do writing, they do compassion, they do songs. They spread their asshole on the camera so that people can look at it. They just do a lot of creativity. They do a lot of stuff, Anthony. They just do a lot of stuff, They just do a lot of stuff that involves them showing a butthole on camera. They do a lot of stuff that requires them to seductively say the name of every single super chatter that's giving them money. They have to use the VTubing model because if people could recognize them, what would happen to the kids? You cannot be fucking serious, dude. You cannot be fucking serious. You are pissing me off enough that I'm about to reset the stream as a focus on this topic. Since it's fucking 3 fucking hours plus long. I mean, I have to fucking redo the... I have to redo the one that's on that platform. Oopsie pootsie. I have to bring Twitch up and down. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're good.
I think like with say OnlyFans, that's a market, that's a creative outlet, and it is. It's entertainment certainly, and so I think hey, listen, it's performance art. That's enough right there. And so if you're into one, you're into the other, and hey, if you can make a market selling it, hell yeah, make your money. Who might tell you? Who might tell you can't make your money the way you want? If there's an audience for it, you can sell it, you can market yourself, market what the product is. That's great. I mean, remember a while back.
Is that the no harm principle?
Well, I mean, the way I see it is, if no one's being harmed, who cares? If there's a market for it, that's good.
Fuck the guys, right?
Hey, hey, listen, if you can sell,
I don't mean literally. I mean
we're equal opportunity, market here. If a guy wants to do that too, go right ahead. If you can market yourself, fine.
What girl's gonna buy? What girl's gonna buy that? Now, girls are too busy buying monster bits.
Anthony, I don't think you can apply the no aggression principle to porn. It is naturally aggressive and predatory upon people who are already going to be predisposed to throwing their money away on bad disposable income. It doesn't matter if a man or a woman can do it. They don't need to do it on a platform like Twitch. They don't need to do it on platforms like YouTube. They don't need to do it on platforms like Click. And using VTuber personas as a way to justify it and make it better doesn't undo the horror that it is. That's begging a giant question. And I don't think you want to know the answer to that question. The question is this acceptable? And should it be promoted? According to you, it should. It shouldn't. If current and ex-porn stars can show up to broadcasting and wear clothes and not use it as a way to try and spread buttholes to get them to pay for the next DVD premiere or streaming premiere, I think it's entirely possible for you to understand why people would find that scrupulous, especially if what they want to do is find a broadcaster they can watch and become a fan of, and not see somebody who's trying to actively monetize them as an open wallet.
Well, of course they.
Have you read Morning Glory Milking Farm, by the way? That's an important question.
No, I have not. I've not read it. I've seen the cover enough times mentioned, but I've not read it. I do want to do a video where I do want to do a video at one point in the future about like the monster romance genre. I think it is very interesting to discuss. But
that's not new, by the way.
No, of course not. All this time, kidding. Of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, you know, the old stories in the world. It's just a man and his monster.
Yeah, vampires, Dracula, not just Dracula, but Frankenstein as well. I mean, that's been, anyone who tells you that men are the more degenerate sex, those people are lying.
Well, I would never call any sex degenerate. I'll say it right now. Absolutely. That's not something I subscribe to. But again, like, listen, one of the oldest, what was it? The Fisherman's Wife, the woodcut painting from Japan from many years ago. 1400. No, it was more recent than that. Chat, was it 1500s or 1600s that the Fisherman's Wife? It was 1800s, for sure. It's a depiction of a fisherman's wife engaging intimately with an octopus. So it's like there's always been a market for strange art that's like very.
It's pretty disgusting.
Hey, listen, people have been weird since the dawn of time.
Yeah, I know. It's a shame. We need another crusade.
Kappa.
I'm not really sure how that flows logically, but okay. But yeah, one thing a lot of people commented about with your discussion and with your mentions, a lot of people have said you express a lot of 1814. There we go. Thank you, chat, for the save on Fisherman's Wife One Piece. A lot of people have commented that your particular style of commentary is very abrasive for women. So what would you say to that?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I was going to say, like, a lot of people criticized your style of commentary, saying you're very abrasive against women. A lot of you, and I'm ending this conversation, said a lot of things that are very disparaging about women in general. So what do you say in response to that?
I don't care. Are you kidding? Maybe it's because I have an understanding of who these people are. It's sort of the same people that you were criticizing for, like, going after Maury Calliope for the music. I don't care what these people think about me. I'll just be brutally honest. These people are degenerates, and these people are mentally ill, and there's something deeply and profoundly wrong with these people. I've seen the way that they behave. It's not normal. It's not normal to be as social or to be as continually obsessed with one certain thing as they are. So if people have... Let me just finish this one point, and let me get to it. Because it is applicable directly to this question.
Okay.
You asked me, what would my response be? And my response is I don't have to defend myself to these people. At all, ever.
Okay.
Because I understand
what do you mean by these people? I was going to ask because I feel like you're jumping into
take a good look at
the people that are attacking him, the people he criticizes. Who are these people? The queers. Does that help you? He's being criticized by the queers, who then have depraved lifestyles that he does not agree with. You know he has an extreme opinion. Why are you playing around trying to get single word gotchas? I thought you're not a debater, bro.
your chat, and this is just a microcosm. That's what I'm talking about when I say these people. There's a bunch of people, and by the way, your chat is not all of them. There are thousands and tens of thousands of them online. I just got done watching a thing with a VTuber named Zentreya, who went through something because her costume looked a little too much like a World War II German uniform, so they went after her and tried to ruin her life and make her miserable. I don't care what these people say about my takes on tradition or values because I've seen where these people's beliefs lead to. So I don't have to justify myself to them. If they don't like it, fine, don't like it. That's my take on it. I'm unapologetic about the stuff that I say, whether it be religion, whether it be my takes on movies. If you don't like it, that's fine. No one says that you have to. But at the end of the day, I don't owe you an explanation. I don't owe anyone an explanation.
All right, well, I feel that's kind of dismissive, don't you think? You know, because it's a chat filled with different people, all different kinds of people. You don't know what they like, what their beliefs are. And my audience
I do know what they're like.
Well,
I know exactly what they're like. I've dealt with them.
Well, okay.
I've seen these people.
Have you seen every individual? Is it about 200?
No. We don't deal. You know, we don't deal in the exceptions. We deal in the generalities.
Well, you don't know the generalities are talk to anything. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I have to. So first of all, you're wrong. I've seen a lot of people.
Sure. All right.
You interrupt him. Now you try to intervene over him and tell him to let you finish. Why is there never a moderator?
So I feel like the problem with, I think, a lot of people have with your style of responding to criticism is that you kind of jump into generalizations about all your audience. You think all of them are furries, you think all of them belong to one group. And even if they were furries, who cares, you know? The way I see it with
I care. First of all, let me just
I'm sure you're probably relevant when I finish it. Don't worry about that. I feel like the big issue with how you respond to feedback is you dismiss it outright. A lot of feedback can be negative, sure, can be shitty, sure. Hey, you make videos online, people will be annoying or pain in the ass about it at some point. It's going to happen no matter what. However, I think the big issue here is that the way you approach it, you dismiss potentially useful feedback. Because even feedback that's negative or not positive can benefit you in some way. It can help point out a flaw in your style, or it can help maybe have you reassess what you say.
People. These people don't have anything of value to say. And you know how I can say that so definitively? Because you're wrong. I have encountered these people.
You
these
got
people have been in my
people in chat right here.
No. You don't need to deal with every single one to get a flavor of who these people are. Because it's an interconnected group of people. You know what's so interesting? You said, what's the big deal with ending furry? You know, that guy Internet Adjacent, it's really funny you brought him up.
Unfortunately, I now know what Volcane's Cinderella item is with a reference to, unfortunately.
I mean, that is, I just, you know, sometimes life is stranger than fiction. Is that somebody comes to criticize my content to tell me what I should and shouldn't say, what I should and shouldn't do? Guy ends up being a gay furry.
Oh, I mean, that wasn't the problem. Wasn't he was gay or furry. The problem was the non-consensual sex part. That was the issue. I feel like
at a furry convention.
Well, I feel the bigger issue is the fact that it was debatably non-consensual sex with Harlow, and then there was the whole fact.
It's gross. We're not going to agree on that. That's fine, but it's gross. Well, and what he represents is gross. It is degeneracy, and it is wrong, and it is something that you can see spreading and making nearly everything worse. And I'm not talking about just like society. That's a huge conversation. But I mean, the type of people that get into these positions at gaming companies, movie companies.
I feel like we're definitely jumping onto a couple of topics. I want to explore your discussion.
I'm trying to keep it to entertainment.
I want to explore all those in turn. I feel like all worth discussing them themselves. But I want to first discuss that concept you have. So again, with this whole culture conflict, a common factor.
Why don't we just let him talk? Anthony, why don't you just let him talk? I know why you won't let him talk. Because if you interrupt his flow of thought, then he'd actually stumble across several different points that you would then have to discuss openly. And you don't want to go there. Because no, I actually don't have to debate things with dumb furries that are never going to actually take the opportunity to come live on air and discuss things. Having a show where people can do that on Sunday. And I have yet to see a single person with these hostile negative opinions in games, in content, in audiences, in communities come onto my show and say a single cursed word directly to me. It seems like, no, they don't have the ability to do it. It is always a jest at a distance and then hug boxing inside of a echo chamber. I don't have to take opinions from people like that. I don't have to take criticism from people like that. Especially when I know that they are 100% wrong. Especially if they go out of their way to lie about something that I might think or say. That is retarded. Why would I ever give somebody power like that? That's why I became a person that said I don't want to hear the opinion of retarded people who cannot actually demonstrate to me the thing that they're trying to explain. Because when given a chance, they can't do it. They can't do it. They cannot do it. And they come off looking stupid. Because most of their talking points begin and end from, I feel like, I think like, it feels like, but never what it is. As they say in the immortal words of our dear leader, they got a big mouth, but they lack big ideas.
Going to discussion is the idea of degeneracy versus what we perceive on my side is just a proliferation of opinion. What you perceive as degeneracy is just, for the most part, people with different perspectives than you voicing those different perspectives. And so how do you walk along saying
sex is just a different perspective?
Here's the thing, they're all adults, they're consenting. Who cares? How does it impact anyone's life meaningfully? What two people do?
Because it affects society. By normalizing that disgusting degenerate shit, it affects society in a way that I think is harmful. I don't agree with your no harm fallacy. I don't agree with that. I have a fundamentally different perspective.
Alright, then let's ask a question here. What harm does that cause in society?
What harm does it cause a person in society who has a different viewpoint from them, deciding that what they do is degenerate or is abhorrent? I believe this is where dumbasses like Naira start quoting Poplar. That person, being given power in society to try to change and scope public opinion, then has the ability to directly cause me and other people problems because their viewpoint becomes diametrically opposed to normal individuals. Normal meaning people that are able to care for themselves, think for themselves, and be for themselves without such an individual looming over their shoulder as though what they're doing is a normal behavior.
In New York
Talk
City.
to the harm about. You want to talk to the harm about the individual that was pressured into engaging in that type of behavior?
Well, that's the problem right there. That's not what I'm talking about, is it? I'm talking about people who consent on the same page. You're referring to sexual assault. Those are two different topics.
Yeah.
I'm saying, what do two people engage in a healthy adult relationship? All parties agree on all terms. How does that affect someone in New York City? Does that have any impact at all tangibly?
I think that's wild. Yeah, oh yeah, no, homosexual furries. That's not. It's normal. No, it's not. We're not going to agree on that. So I mean, we can move on to a different topic because that is just crazy. It's disgusting.
I feel as though
one thing you're going to have to grapple with.
So you're going and doing that thing that you always do, where you're saying, well, how does that affect you personally? It affects society directly, because these individuals then try to change what is acceptable and what is norm, and they use words to isolate and antagonize people to sound as though that they are above them and are more aware than them. What they do in their privacy should not affect me. What they do publicly and attempt to get me to accept publicly is obviously going to be a problem. If you attempt to push someone to say that that is not the case, you're coping.
Thanks for the chat.
100% you're coping. Still not enough.
And you may not like this, but I'll be honest, is that more people agree with me on this in the real world than you. But more people, I think, online agree with you. So it creates this false perception of agreement.
Really
But
interesting. So let me ask you a question.
you think if you went to a Walmart American and you said, you know what, it's normal for two gay furries to have like a relationship in public, you think that Walmart Americans, you think they'd be on board?
I don't think it has anything to do with the people having sex in public or them having a relationship in public. I think Templar is very much pushing towards the Nick Fuentes camp when he says that. I think the actual conversation should be what happens when a person is able to allow online behavior to seem like it's normal opinions. And what we get is basically Kirk in a nutshell. People very happy, very publicly, and very dissonantly, supposing that this is just how people feel. It's okay to antagonize people like this. This is normal. It is normal to watch people do that. Behave this way. Destroy societies, people, places that they perceive to be out of the norm because it's what we do here.
You're talking about just life.
Average Americans, Walmart Americans.
Here's the problem.
Keep saying Walmart
So the internet
Americans.
creates a false perception because all these freaks and weirdos get together, and it creates this perception of agreement, which is why online there is trans acceptance. Trans acceptance.
But I think you're getting ahead of yourself here. For one, you're the only person who mentioned furries. No one mentioned furries before you brought it up. You're the only person who cares about furries in discussion. That's the first part.
Really?
Yeah, that's it.
There's only two people. Who's these other people in the discussion, Anthony?
Somebody that criticized me.
Yes,
and your chat is filled with furries that have been vehemently against my content.
Here's the problem.
So that's why I make fun of them, because these people have an established pattern of behavior continuously that I've noticed over quite some time. That's why I talk about
At what point did anyone in my chat demonstrate any furry tendencies at all collectively?
They are furries.
Really, anyone?
Scan of the cat. I don't even know it. I see him in there.
All right, well, no, one example maybe. But again, the problem
I did a reaction. He's a meme on my channel. He's the guy who's like the lisping furry. Anyway, I don't want to get too bogged into that because we're never going to agree on that. So it's not really worth getting too down into that rabbit because we will never find agreement on that. And I think that's
I think the problem is, I think if I can say one last button on that topic, that's okay. I feel your problem is that you overgeneralize about all your critics to easily dismiss them because it's easier than actually addressing what they say to you.
Anthony, that's what you do. That's what the entire left wing does. What do you mean? You're all guilty of the same shit. You're all reactionaries at the end of the goddamn day. Because none of you are willing to sit down with people of various sizes. You attack people of particular size to jump up and go from bigger target to bigger target. People who don't do that have the inability to grow because they are not willing to basically sit there and pick on people that they can be able to get away with shit on.
If you dismiss them as degenerates, you don't have to actually hear what they have to say, and thus that offers you a level of protection against whatever criticism you have to
No, see, that is a cop-out. See, I can do two things at once. I don't use ad hominems to attack people. What I do is...
You just overhauled the won't furries and said what that's ad hominem.
No, Anthony, they are actively gay and they are actively furries. That is not him doing ad hominem and attacking them. That is a descriptor of their personal behavior and of their identifiers, especially if they identify themselves on their profiles as such. Am I not supposed to call a spade a fucking spade? Apparently not.
What an ad hominem is, because clearly you don't know what it is. Okay. An ad hominem is attacking somebody in place of an argument. I've debunked every single one of the things that these people say, and I insult them at the same time. These two things are mutually exclusive. They're not wrong in terms of...
And then you're doing that smug thing where in the background, he says it's this, but it's actually this. Well, there's the answer on why there's no, on why there isn't a moderator. He's doing the leftist thing. Every single time, no one can be able to do a straightforward conversation. No straightforward debate. It's always playing to the home crowd.
Barely broke a sweat. Nowhere to run. Not a chance.
argument because they're like this. They're wrong, and I get to insult them because they are degenerates and they live a lifestyle that is outside of what society should be considering normal.
I see. Then let's stick to the actual debunking of arguments and the ad hominem attacks, because the problem is right now.
It's not an ad hominem, it's an insult.
Well, here's
And
the
I'm not going to be
problem.
tone policed by anyone. There's a reason why...
It's not policing, it's about
It is
practicality.
tone policing.
No,
That's what
it's
you're
about
doing.
practicality. Because you're not actually saying anything of any value. You're just throwing out insults.
What you are is a tone policer, and that's what you and a lot of people in your group are. You're tone policing.
True.
You can't associate with this person. If you do, then you're part of this person. You can't do this, you can't do that. I'm just saying, there's a reason why I don't join any streamer groups. I don't take any sponsors. I don't do any of that stuff because I will not and have not ever allowed anyone to dictate what I say or what I don't say.
No one is saying that, Templar. No one's saying you can't say what you want to say. I've allowed you to speak your mind. The problem is how effective it is. Yes, I'm streaming. I can always mute if I want to, but I'm not. The problem is.
Like, you can speak your mind, but I'm going to keep correcting you and stopping you from speaking your mind.
You asked for this conversation. If you were to meet me, I would just leave. No, we are having a dialogue because
And I'll offer you feedback on your dialogue. If you might point first interrupt it, you may agree with it. The problem is what you're saying doesn't actually address what we're talking about. When you make these comments, you're distracting from the core point. The core point is discussion of the topic. How you know someone is all this, well, you can assume, okay, well, that's great for your perspective, but that's not useful for
behavior, patterns of behavior,
yeah,
what they say, how they say it.
You know a couple people, that's it. So for me, five people.
I'm reading your
You don't need to know every single person that's in a chat room in order to get a general feel of what a general public and a general group is like. If I were to take a good shot at any of the people that I could criticize that have attacked me in the past and that I have debunked, embarrassed, exposed, and was a part of the greater conversation of getting the ball rolling on why these people are not to be considered serious individuals, all of those people would belong to a certain type of group and a certain type of perspective of those groups. It wouldn't undo anything that I said about them supposedly somehow no longer being true because, well, you can't criticize all of them like that. Do they follow them like their butt buddies? Do they believe in the same concepts and beliefs to the structure of a purity spiral? Yes, they do. So they are these things. They behave as them. They behave like them. They do not show any factor of being an individual to their own philosophy. It requires you to have to say, well, this person's not, and this person's not, and this person's not. But that's why it's much better to go after the creators rather than the fans. Because you can sit here and say whatever the fuck you want for however long you would want to define it as, I have to criticize these groups, but I can't criticize the individuals. No, I'm going to criticize the individual, I'm going to criticize the group, I'm going to criticize the mindset. I just don't have to attack the person while doing it. I can call them what they are, and we can call a spade, and I can understand for a fact that person is what that person is. Nowhere in that do I have to have a level of an attack that becomes an ad hominem. Because if he's a gay furry, he's a gay furry. There's no amount of, well, you have to be nice about how you call him a gay furry. No, the man said he's gay, he loves cock. If I can't say that the man who is gay said he loves cock, what are we doing? At that point, you're tone policing. Now, unfortunately, Tactics of Templar is behaving like a spurg, but individuals and groups are not monoliths. I cannot say the gay lobby is all this, but I can definitely say that the purity spiralers are this, because they in fact do behave like this. So when I say, you, Anthony Gramuccia, represent a group of people that are incapable of being honest, truthfully honest, about the things that have to be discussed with people, and you for some reason feel the need to try and control perceptions of a group that you don't have to control the perceptions of. It makes it very interesting that you put in all the energy to do that.
Cool off.
What it amounts to is you trying to say for 25 minutes straight, well, that's just your feelings, man. It's just your feelings, man. You can't say that about people, man. Meanwhile, what people are saying about other people is shit that should be considered a conspiracy theory. At best, if not at worst. But people should tolerate it. Because if they say mean things, that makes them evil.
By the way, and my chat is rightfully pointing out, I mean, brother, if these are the people that you cultivate, I think that's a moment of reflection. I would say the same thing, it's not just you, by the way, I'd say the same thing for Hassan and other people too. I'm not saying that you're part of it.
Dude, the size of the channel.
It's content creators. It's the audience you cultivate, I think, reflects a lot of your content and what you stand for and what you value.
Yes, and I cultivate
part of that is true.
Disagree. I cultivate an audience of people with different perspectives who feel welcome to share.
You court an audience of people that are going to bow to you when you say something. if you were to call somebody out and say that they were supposed to be bad faith, you would conspicuously say that that is the case, and that is just what you get from the vibe of their content, from the vibe of their material, the vibe of their channel. You would unironically attempt to antagonize a person at a distance to say, this person is bad and you shouldn't listen to them because this. You're coping if you're saying fucking otherwise, because you're lying. You wouldn't be the only person who has done this. Historically, that has been the case of how people build their audiences. You take a person, you decide to say this person is abnormal, they should be ignored, and then you continue slandering them further into the future, so that you don't have to do the work of addressing their viewpoints. You can just say, this person's weird, and never the twain shall meet.
And
yeah, like gay free sex is normal and stuff like that. Yeah.
My audience specifically gathers because they want to have discussion. If you want to discuss, let's discuss. The problem is right now you're delaying from discussing. You're distracting from discussing.
Am I?
Yes, you are. Because you're not actually addressing.
If you're constantly tone policing him, you're actually just stunlocking the conversation. As far as I'm concerned, both of you are being lolcowsbergs.
I'm pushing back on the tone policing.
Yeah,
that's all.
The problem is not tone policing. The problem is saying that you have to look at the perspective like this. Not have to. I would recommend you look at the perspective.
The question was, your original question was, what do you say to people that say you're a misogynist or you treat women in a certain way?
That's fair. But then the problem
and my
is
reaction,
you change perspective.
No,
when you started,
everything,
when you started, you changed yours halfway through.
Everything is connected. Every one of my answers is connected. It's all about these people have no moral basis to judge anyone on any topic ever, and yet they're coming out there and saying, well, you hate women. Anyone who knows anything about my content knows what my position on women is, and it's not what these mentally ill perverts. By the way, a lot of them seem to be, or maybe not a lot of them, but a lot of them in the LGBT circle, which I understand they are not going to like my content because I advocate traditional values.
Yeah, so say that. I'll be finished. No, I'll fucking do that in a second.
But that's essentially my point. I would be surprised if these people like my content, because my content is actually advocating what's best for women. And you could say, well, how do you know what's best for women? Because you look back through history and you see what has yielded the most optimal outcomes and made the most people happy, men and women in society. Is it what you're advocating?
What happened in the Celts around the time of the Roman Empire? Why did they build that wall again? Who was inside that wall of the in Britain?
So are you?
Yes, history. Who was inside the wall in Britain?
So are you actually trying to make the claim that traditional values that have stood the test of time in every culture around the world is somehow bad because in one example that you're going to pull out, tradition didn't work according to you?
No, I don't believe that. I don't think there was any traditional values. I think it's a modern myth. I think the problem is history.
Modern myth.
I think it's a myth. Yeah, because you look at history, different cultures have.
So marriage is a modern myth. Like getting married, a man or woman having kids, that's a modern myth.
Yeah, it's not in the Bible. The Bible, marriage is not defined by women.
And now you're going into Spurg territory. Bro, I thought you said that you're not a fucking debate bro. A Mao. So, the point is, basic concepts about normal values, normalized social values, aren't able to help society. Normal values do not have a place in society, never helped anyone, are bad, is bait, is a lie. That's the angle that you're coming from. If you're coming from that angle, and you're going to say that he's wrong, you're going to have to say that no, actually, a child doesn't need to have a nuclear family. They should never have both parents in the home. That is cope. That is cope, and that is deadly cope. That puts more energy in his category than in your category of being valuable. I think you should be capable of understanding the difference between people taking something out of context and you deciding you're going to pull out examples to talk shit about something historically, because you can't seem to see that there is value in the fact that having a mother or father in the home is better than having a dysfunctional single-parent household. Having a nuclear family, having a multi-generational home with multiple individuals from multiple generations is somehow a bad thing to have, rather than a good thing to have. You're not seriously going to make that argument, are you? Oh, am I kidding? It's Anthony Ramucci. Of course he is!
One man, one woman. This could be one man, 1,000 women. It could be one man and 15 women. There was no actual one standard for marriage, even back in the text.
And the two shall become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh.
You see, there is neither Jew nor Gentile, nor slave nor free. Nor is there male nor female.
No. Obfuscate from that. Address it. It has a number right there. It has a number 2. Jesus himself says the two will become one flesh. You said, well, the Bible doesn't say about numbers. It literally says the two will become one. So do you have, like, without trying to obfuscate, I'm not trying to get into a gotcha. Do you have an explanation for the two? Because did you just pull that out of your ass, or was that something that you've actually thought? That the Bible says you can marry 1,000 women.
Yes, there is. If you read the histories of the Old Testament, you forget.
The histories of the Old Testament. So you read like another book about the Bible.
I'm sorry. That distracted the fuck out of me. Did you just say the history of the Bible says that actually you can marry multiple people? At once. Multiple people at once in a singular household.
I need more time.
What version of the Bible?
Patience.
What version of the Bible, Anthony? I need to hear this. What version of the Bible?
Well, it wasn't the Bible, and then you're
No, I read the
saying
Bible itself. We can read up the stories of David and Solomon.
so when Jesus himself says something, do you think that is less important than like when a king says something?
No, I think that's the opposite. When Jesus says it, it contradicts the previous one. So what I'm saying, you should talk about
and so
he
when Jesus said
he did not specify. Let me finish. He did not specify what Jesus said. You specified was in the past historically. In the past historically also means the traditions of Israel pre-Roman conquest. It also includes the Celts pre-Roman conquest. It includes Olga Kiev. It includes
there's no actual it's nothing. So you're talking about you said it's a modern that traditional marriage is a modern invention,
Yeah,
and then I just pulled out Jesus himself saying from the good book that the two shall become one flesh, they are no longer two. Anyway, listen, we're not going to agree on that. You're wrong, obviously, but it's like
okay,
well, you're trying. Listen, marriage has been around. It's not a modern invention. Like if that's
no, I'm saying modern marriage is a modern invention. The concept we have currently is modern. The problem is this:
historically, putting modern in front of the word.
Yes,
no,
the last 300, 400 years, the concept of marriage was actually fine like that.
so
Hell, even the idea of a priest unifying people is not universally true across world culture. It's not even
So
true
in Genesis 2:24, therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother and be joined to his wife. They shall become one flesh. So the reason why I'm a little incredulous is because I didn't think this was controversial. So anyway, let's move on to something else because we could be here for a while. It's not that interesting. I imagine that a lot of the people in the audience aren't really theologians and aren't really interested in.
No, we have a few priests in you too. So I have a question for you as well.
Gay priest, I'm sure.
You should have never tried to pivot into the range of religion. You should have specifically just been on social conflicts. So, socially, if you're going to have a conversation about how people should have relationships, you're probably going to want to discuss the really big elephant in the room, which is how you have relationships modern, and then how you try to put modern dating practices into a traditional context and vice versa. So, expecting modern men to behave a certain way and live a certain way and to praise a certain way, traditionally, that does not actually have any basis in the traditional values of that sect. You know that's what he was asking you. And so you decided to gish gallop around that. It's on him to be able to actually defend that, and he wants to abandon it, which he shouldn't, if he has any kind of semblance of a security in his position. But you know there's a difference. I'm so fucking fucked. I'm so mentally distracted by him saying that there's two kinds of marriages in the Bible that I'm still waiting to hear an answer on that. So, when he says there is this difference between what is considered to be traditional standard inside the faith and what is traditional standard outside the faith, and then there is the social standard that is being pushed as a part of gender normativity, as well as political proselytization, you cannot then say to him, well, in the past, they used to do weird things out there in the fields of the Celts. No, you kind of have to address why are modern men expected to hold traditional standards and traditional standards being applied to modern contexts where these individuals do not believe in these philosophies and these principles. You do not get to then say, well, I have multiple priests in my audience, when you just made first a claim on something from the Word of God, from Jesus, in some version of any of the Gospels, was allegedly you can have more than one life bound to you through matrimony and the Holy Spirit. That's the first problem. That's a theological matter. The social matter becomes how this doesn't have an effect on people and how that actually has an echoing effect on how they believe society should be formed. Because if those individuals then have children in society and then teach those things to people, that then has a difference of opinion amongst people that think what should be considered a standard and what should be considered a norm. An example of that being fucking chivalry. Should men break their fucking backs for women? Probably not. Why? Because if it's a woman you don't know, why are you doing it for? Because it's a nice thing to do. Being kind to one another. But what if this person actively uses your kindness against you? And uses public perceptions and contexts against you? That has been that's the social justice warriors. That ant is a bad thing. We should not promote that. Why? Because at best, unless you can be able to confirm they have similar beliefs to yours, you should attempt to leave people alone, more or less. That means avoiding them. Caring only for your own. Tribalism. Which isn't a good thing for society, overall. You can have your own tribe religiously, but having your own tribe socially to the point that the social fabric of society is uprooted, uplifted, and torn apart because one group believes that it's okay to call somebody a Nazi because they don't agree with their political opinions, and the other side calls another person a fascist because they don't believe with their political and social opinions, to the point where it's now acceptable to shoot that person because you called them that word. Well, we've had holy wars for less, bro. We've had holy wars for less. Welcome back, Stream Hub.
Cool off. Barely broke a sweat. I shall overcome.
What denomination of Christianity do you belong to?
Well, I was raised non-denominational, Protestant, but I'm recently I've been looking more into Eastern Orthodox. I find it to be incredibly. I find it to be very interesting. I like a lot of their aesthetics.
Why is every single person who turns out to be some kind of hateful bigot online always Eastern Orthodox? Every time! It's always the Eastern Orthodox Church! Every single fucking time! If he wasn't at work, I would make him get on this call. Fuck me!
So like a lot of their music, a lot of their rituals and beliefs, so that's what I've been looking into more recently.
So why do you dress as a Templar?
Well, actually, originally it was Warhammer. I've always been fond of Warhammer, but also I liked the Templars. I liked their message. I liked their aesthetic. I liked the whole concept of helping people to complete their pilgrimage. I've always thought that was a very noble and very inspirational type of thing.
You also the idea of conquesting particular city ports to increase trade. Do they like the what's it called, the trade route between the Silk Road?
No, it's not that deep. The Templars, the whole thing about helping with the pilgrimage and stuff like that. I can see you want to turn it into something that a little more deep than it is.
Well, my family belonged to regions of Europe that actually were part of the Templars, so I'm just asking a question. Because to me, it comes across almost as still invalid as someone who's not Catholic dressing like that. No. So that's a stretch. I'm sure it's a stretch.
Well, look, if you want to believe that, it's fine. But then
you're doing that thing again, where you're acting like an SJW and saying, "Lol, I'm just asking questions." Every time, you're always being a worm. Every time, Anthony, you're always a worm. Lowly, sniveling. Lowly and sniveling.
To say that Warhammer is stolen valor too, because they use the name Templars.
Warhammer just takes everything as time. Warhammer takes it as seriously as you think. Well, not as you think. You know very well. You probably like Warhammer more than I do. But I mean, Warhammer. I always thought the appeal of that was how hyperbolic it was ultimately.
Well, it is hyperbolic, but also it has a lot of different factions. The lore is so deep in that. I've never seen any material in the entertainment industry that's deeper than Warhammer. Like how many books?
Well, deeper in what sense? Deeper in terms of how complex.
And the volume of lore over something that's a tabletop game. Like it was just a tabletop game to sell these little miniatures, and they're more like it would take you weeks to read all of the Warhammer books.
Probably.
They're so it probably take you more than a month or so.
Depending on, I've had like every second day devoted to Warhammer reading, probably a month or two. It's a lot of stuff.
There are more books for Warhammer than you think. There's like 40 plus. And by the way, that's talking like the main storyline. There's a lot of books for Warhammer.
I've seen tons of those. Yeah, I think I have one of the Horse Heresy. Was that the book series? I never read it. I bought it a while back.
How have you not read? Like if you're a fan of literature and history and stuff, how could you not read Warhammer? It's just so
you see my bookshelf? A lot of books there. I've read those books, but there's other books I've been storage.
Yeah, Warhammer's fantastic.
I believe that. Again, like when it comes to lore, though, yeah, Warhammer has the most. Probably in terms of volume, probably it's up there. I don't know if it's the biggest, but it's certainly up there.
Yeah, but that really is how I came about my name. Is that I am a Christian, and I thought that the Templar aesthetic was cool, and I was a big fan of Warhammer. So no, it's not stolen valor or anything. I'm not actually claiming to be one of the medieval Templar from back in the day. It's just a fun name that I thought really sort of resonated.
Fair. In regards to sci-fi, though, that's a topic that's obviously have a lot of thoughts on. I personally always, when I thought like the greatest works of science fiction, for me personally, I always go back to stuff like Dune. I go back to the works of Philip K. Dick. For a while, Arthur C. Clarke also had fondness for in terms of classicness, but I think like his work is a little more inconsistent. What do you think?
On what now?
Arthur C. Clarke's work. I feel like his work's a little more, like in hindsight, I've kind of soured a little bit on his legacy a little bit, but like Charlie Den's such a masterpiece or something.
Yeah. Slow your words down. You're moving a little bit too fast. Nobody knows where the fuck you're going. Schizophrenia.
Science fiction literature. They got Running with Obama. That's pretty fantastic. Heinlein, I feel like a little bit like.
Nope, not familiar with it. I don't read much science fiction.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No. Warhammer is a little more main. Like I watch some of the more basic sci-fi shows.
Okay.
You know, I think yeah, Star Trek. I think what was that show? Andromeda. All those.
Yeah.
Babylon 5 stuff like that. Yeah, I don't really get that deep into it. Of course, Stargate. Yeah, that's a great movie.
I meant the show, but that too. I mean,
yeah, I was talking about the movie.
that too. That can be awesome. SG-1.
Yeah, but I don't read much sci-fi. At least not anymore. Other than Warhammer, but I don't know if you consider Warhammer to be sci-fi.
I definitely consider elements of sci-fi. I feel like there's that discussion about whether or not something is science fiction or fantasy, like when it comes to Star Wars or Warhammer.
Yeah, science fantasy, I think would probably be.
Yeah, probably say that too. Because obviously with media is a big discussion as well, and obviously you've engaged in this as well regarding different philosophies and politics and all that, pushed into the works. And not going into specifics because it's I feel redundant if we get a boxing fight over presidents or politicians, but let's look at themes and ideas.
So you're not going to vote for Trump in 28?
You know what? Probably not. I think it's safe to bet. I don't think it's controversial to say. But like politics in general and sci-fi especially. I mean, they didn't say a big sci-fi guy, but with works like that, politics can be a big theme. Not specific ones, political philosophy more specifically. Collectivism versus individualism, for example. The harms of capitalist machines, especially in cyberpunk like William Gibson or Snow Crashing. Neil Stephenson, I think it was? Yeah, Neil Stephenson. So I think it's interesting with all that discussion. But obviously you react very strongly to people who put politics and their philosophies into their work. What's your perspective on that? I feel like that's interesting.
Putting politics in certain ways. I think that
it's a general topic, I know, but I'd be taking it.
Yeah, no, so there are people on the left, but more predominantly on the left, but also on the right. Like for example, I'll just get the right out of the way because it's a much shorter thing. When the right makes media that's based around the politics, it's fucking abominable. It is atrocious. It is bad. Oh god, they tried to do a cartoon. I don't remember the name. It was one of the biggest duds in history. It was something about some old guy and interacting with his woke daughter or something.
The new norm, right?
Oh, the new norm. God, I really wish you didn't know that. It made me think about it. Yeah, that's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah.
That is embarrassing. That is horrible on a level that's So I don't think that it's exclusively on the left, but I think that the left has infiltrated, progressives have infiltrated more of the normalized media and entertainment spaces, and their politics in many ways are just worse. And it has alienated a lot of people.
Notice how he doesn't interrupt him when he says the right-wing politic is bad and horrible and poo-poo and dog shit. But when he says the left also do this, he is immediately down his throat. Again.
What I think you might enjoy. I would not say that the right-wing media is inherently bad. I think there's a lot of good works of right-wing media. A great example that's one of the most successful film franchises of all time is a very right-wing conservative work, I'd say. And that's the Conjuring franchise. I think the most successful right-wing works in a very long time. It's pro-church, it's pro-traditional value, and
so is that created by right-wing content creators?
No, not written by right-wing content creators, but it's very
so
right-wing.
when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about people that have. I'm not talking about people that may create content that's political, but people who are political that create content. Yeah, I'd say so that's the differentiation. The guy who created The Watchmen, his name I don't remember. Yeah, Alan Moore. He talked about Rorschach, and Rorschach was like politically in every way. He was 180 degrees from his character, but he was able to write character brilliantly.
Yeah, well, I think the big thing there is Alan Moore drew from The Question, who was made by Steve Ditko, who was an objectivist, an Irandian objectivist, and kind of extrapolated the...
Anthony, this is not a question about who, from a position of media, has the ability to write characters well. He is talking specifically about people in media putting their postulation of tactics and politics into their content, and they end up making dog shit because of it. Because they start from political pandering first, and trying to make it so that all the people who watch the content agree with them. I noticed that you didn't say anything about The Boys, another work that was made from people like Garth Ennis, who have all been over pretty much every single platform, from HBO to Starz to now Amazon and above, where the political opinion comes first before anything to do with common sense and common media. They don't care. Nobody asked about that. Stay on topic. Nobody asked about that.
Ideas of the question to a new height. And the question's been written by DC elsewhere and done really well. They tend to take the concept of the character in different directions. I think it's really neat and clever and subversive. Anyway, that's my point.
That's great. That's my point. My point is that there are people, whether they be left or right, that can create amazing works. There are, of course, people on the right, and more noticeably on the left, that are incompetent and incapable, and they can't do good work. One of the recent examples was Netflix's The Witcher series. That series in the first season was saved by Henry Cavill and his encyclopedic knowledge of the Witcher franchise. But Lauren Hisridge and the people around her, I mean, according to Henry Cavill himself, turned that into something that became...
Not just by Henry Cavill himself, but the entirety of the business having to come down on her head. Where when he then gave his I told you so conversation behind closed doors, it then came to her and the runner of Netflix saying, so what fucking happened, bitch? Where's my series? Why did you fuck it? And just like how they tried to make that opinion that, oh, well, actually, the showrunner fully understands media. It's that the shows, they were promised certain numbers, and so they had this confidence that they could be able to deliver on those numbers. No. The show was ass. Because they didn't want to talk and tell a story about The Witcher. They wanted to use The Witcher as a vehicle for their political propaganda, and putting their worldview into the context of a story that it was not wrote for. Period. We all know it. Anybody with a goddamn brain cell who watched that show knows it. Up to and including having characters be antagonized. And using the active voice actors for the role that voiced said character from the games. That is them actively shitting on them. just like they do in Western animation, and have been doing ever since the shit was popularized from Amazon and Netflix itself. It just now stopped happening because those shows are now being canceled if they were not already. And they're getting canceled mostly because they're not popular. It was done to create a built-in audience. They tried it. The people then did not continue consuming content, and so they pivoted. Pretty straightforward. No conspiracy theory necessary.
Damn near unwatchable. So, there are people that are unqualified and incapable of doing the job, and they make terrible work, and there are a lot of them, and so I call them out when I see them. I try to be relatively fair with that type of stuff, but at the end of the day, there's just a lot of content that I disagree with fundamentally because I think that it's bad. I think that it's obnoxious. I think that it's offensive in many ways.
Okay, let's go back to The Witcher, because I think it's a point that's interesting here. Would you argue, what do you think the bigger factor in The Witcher deviating from the original novels and games is? Do you think the issue is politics or market testing? Because
politics, bro. Things that don't belong in that show were the same level of things that happen inside the other shows written by writers that were on that staffing table. They did it in Freeform, they did it on Netflix and other content, and they did it to the Witcher series under Hisrick's watch, with Hisrick explicitly telling them, shut up and just do the fucking scene. Effectively, putting their politics, putting their ideas, and putting their work into the show, and you saying, well, what if they tested it with audiences? And maybe it just wasn't for your audience. No. If you decide to take something that is designed for men who love women that can beat them, and you turn it into a kids show, I don't think it's a case of, well, they tested against the audiences, and you just went to target audience of that. Because you could take that with any genre, and you can flip that in the other direction, and you would look like a fucking conspiracy theorist. For thinking, series that was written to be good, about an ideal, written from the viewpoint of the author, show that was now transverted into becoming a vehicle for politics. Certainly, it must be the fact that they tested it against the wrong audience. Not that political proselytization happened in the writing, where character actively was a vehicle for their fucking ideas, for their philosophies, for their beliefs. What is that sound? I swear it has to be this.
The new tomorrow.
No, my big issue with The Witcher is I think it took an idea that was very clever, very brilliant, and changed it to be more widely marketable as perceived by the Netflix creative crew. I think they didn't like the books. I think they didn't respect the original novel. I don't think they respected the games. And again, I think the bad adaptation. I don't like The Witcher series as much as
if it were one series. By the way, there are too many examples. We would be here for the next 10 hours.
All right, well, let's focus on The Witcher.
We can focus on The Witcher. We can focus on The Witcher, but I'm going to very briefly mention another one to make the point that it's not just one focus group. Like one focus group or this group that does this. No, it is a continuing factor that these people, these marketing types, media types, the Halo television series.
Yeah, that's
The Witcher.
That's the issue. You know, it's funny with Halo too. One of the things they have is they take the helmet off so early on, and that's how they show they have no respect for
both The Witcher and Halo are basically blank checks. It's already done. You have a built-in fan base. You have the most loyal audiences of anything in the world. It is done for you. It is a blueprint for you to basically print all the money that you want, and yet you get these artistic, progressive, creative types who come in there. Lauren Hisrich, I mean, her statements about this one.
I think here's the problem with this line of discussion that I feel we haven't established that the changes made have any reflection of politics at all. All of them seem to me like
you don't think that Lauren Hisrich hiring the person who said that she cast women who are non-traditionally attractive and that sort of progressive filth, that you don't think that has any sort of negative implication for the entire project?
Wrong way to approach that conversation. It has nothing to do with the casting. It has everything to do with the writing. You can choose to cast a black woman to play what has always been depicted in the books and then popularly, the popular part being important, from the video games, to be... Shut up, Zelena. Shut up, Zelena. Shut up, Zelena. Thank you. You can cast a woman who is black to play Trish Marigold, who has been white and a redhead. But if you give her dialogue that is written like dog shit, that does not change the fact that the writing is dog shit. Cast whoever the fuck you want. You can write a masterpiece. I don't care about the casting. If you cast them dog shit and you write them dog shit, I have to wonder why. If I then look into the content and I take active words from the showrunner themselves and the actual follow-through on the screen, and it appears that they are doing what they want to because they think they have a free license to use the product how they wish, that then becomes the job of the company to look into why they feel like they have a blank check to write with that content. If it becomes a part of the conversation that the reason they felt that they were comfortable doing that is because they were supposedly given a promise to do something like that, that is then the job of individuals like me, individuals like you, to criticize them and ask why that is. If they can't answer to that, then they have problems. Problems that have to be addressed. Problems that have to be absolved. Problems that if you keep coping are going to sound like bullshit, however you fucking write them.
Project that when you're out there saying that I can do it better than these people,
No,
when
I
you're
think
you don't think that Henry Cavill,
No,
Henry Cavill constantly talked about
Tone boosting him again.
the butting of heads that he had because he understood the character, he understood the work. Henry Cavill to that story was a godsend.
Here's the problem. You're talking
Here's the problem. As he's describing literally something that is the case of why that ended up being such a funny situation to watch develop. That actively happened. They tried to tell him to shut up and just dribble the fucking ball. Shut up and take your cock out. And when they did that, it just came to be that the product was not The Witcher. It was some type of Lovecraftian story that wore The Witcher like a skin suit. Just like how Kevin Smith wore He-Man as a skin suit and made it into something that it shouldn't have been and wasn't. People wanted to watch a show about their hero. They did not want to see a deconstruction of their hero that never reconstructed them into something good. Where then it became a conversation of, well, actually, the woman needs to have a turn. It's the woman's time now. Balanced characters, balanced writing. Balanced characters, balanced writing. Why is it so hard?
You're not actually addressing how you can tie any political ideas to the quality of the writing. Whether or not they cast traditionally attractive women or not, I don't care. What I care about is if the story
It's
deviates
not
too
about them doing it. It's about them saying it. They're virtues. They're broadcasting their progressive left-wing ideals to people online, to media critics and other people. And Henry Cavill himself, who is an encyclopedia.
We're talking in circles here. Here's the problem.
We're not talking in circles. I'm explaining something that you don't understand.
No, I understand what you're saying perfectly fine. The problem is, it doesn't matter what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is not how it was made. What I'm talking about is what ended up on Netflix that you can watch right now. Whatever behind-the-scenes bullshit happens, it reflects only in how it matters to what results on screen. Henry Cavill fought for adherence to the original text. That adherence was not respected, and the work suffered as a result. Any political thing you're discussing is not relevant to what the problem is. 100% relevant. The problem with it was that
there's nothing more. There's nothing more.
As a big issue.
These people are stated feminist and progressive. No, I understand why you want to obfuscate. I totally get why you want to obfuscate from that because from your worldview, that's more progressive. That it makes you look bad. And
no, I don't care about that. The problem is,
I mean, you are fighting.
If you don't care about it, why are you keep interrupting him?
It's so objectively true.
What I'm asking you is this: can you provide specifically? What I'm asking for is one specific thing. Can you provide the definitive link between these political beliefs that you're discussing and the end quality that you've got? Because the problem is the majority of people in this world don't care about whatever.
So you don't believe.
Let me finish my point.
If they destroy the work to politically proselytize about their worldviews and their politics and their ideas of what they decide to do to something like Star Wars, which is turning it into a lifestyle brand, instead of making it into a piece of episodic lore that connects characters to actions and intentions, and then you say, well, it's not that serious, it's not that big a deal, it doesn't matter, show me any piece of evidence, show me one piece of evidence that shows this is the case, and I can show you the clear line between you turn it into a lifestyle brand, therefore it doesn't matter what things like the Force is. It doesn't matter how it takes time to become a part of the Force is. It shows that you can just show a person has an aptitude for something. This means they're capable of doing something that they should not be capable of doing because they have not developed the skills on screen to show it. And every single time that you then say, well, then it does show it, it wasn't shown before. It was shown afterwards as a patchwork, as a response to criticism. And instead of actually responding to the criticism that they wanted, to the level of something of Sam Witwicker, it instead comes up to the idea of Kathleen Kennedy. Instead of the character being a fully fleshed character, they are instead a Mary Sue. And as a Mary Sue, they are just given success. They are given victory because feminism, because it's time, because the character is a reflection of the showrunner and or writer and or lead director, what have you. And the various necessary story beats that need to be set up are treated in such a way where it is constant flagrant disrespect to the past, constant flagrant disrespect to legacy, constant flagrant disrespect to potential, and constant flagrant dragging forward where, as they said multiple times, the past needs to die. As in, the way that you view these characters needs to die. As in, you are wrong to think the things that you think, and you should just listen and believe. Because if you don't, you're an evil, nasty bigot. These things have actual consequences when you write that way. Because it means that no criticism can get through that allows people to be right when the person who is doing the thing is wrong. This is a bad thing in writing, Anthony. If you constantly interrupt the man and not allow him to get his point out because you keep trying to tell him, actually you're wrong. You're not talking about the thing that I'm talking about. Even if he's doing it the wrong way, Lord knows this man's confused, but he has some kind of spirit. You're adding to the reason why people would think these things. And then when you make justifications for them, as though the obvious thing in front of them is not the obvious thing in front of you, it makes it sound like you are quite literally playing for the home team. And then being annoying, aggressively annoying about it. That's irritating no matter how you do it, no matter what you fucking do, bro. Because then you're not actually listening. You're not listening to people, you're not listening to opinions, you're not listening to arguments. You're just prognosticating. And that is not the same thing as having an argument or convincing people. Ooh, I got a snake idol.
People do not care about whatever news article came out during production.
And Tingle Tongue.
What they care about is what they get on screen when it comes out. No one cares about whether or not the writing staff hire all women behind the scenes or whatever. What matters is if the product they produce is worth watching. The problem with The Witcher is not the writing room. The problem is what the writers produce. If you got the best guys, you got the best women, the best men in charge of the project, it doesn't matter because the end result's still crap. No one cares about what progress.
There's any connection between a far left progressive person pushing far left progressive values, hiring far left progressive people, and dating a far left progressive.
I don't care. It's fun.
I don't care if you care. What I'm talking about is the reality that when you bring these people in and they do this stuff, they implement these decisions, which you could say, well, it doesn't matter. What matters is this. No, what matters is when you have people that are making these decisions for political
I
reasons
need an
or
ignition talisman.
mixing of the two, whatever. The end result speaks for itself. And you can see this over and over.
Here's the problem I have with this stuff. The problem is I'm not seeing the connective tissue here. You're describing, and try to see my perspective is, because I think here's the issue with a lot of people have with your argument. You're saying this caused this. I'm like, okay, so how did this cause this? I'm asking for specific decisions that would result to results in front of the camera. And you have
Actively hiring people that do not reflect the personalities and or the descriptions of the characters. Writing events in places with an intention on pushing certain characters above other characters to the point that it is basically The Witcher show starring Anya and Charlatra. Excuse me, Anya Charlatra is her name. Anya and Freya featuring Henry Cavill and actively dismissing the work as a reflection of a particular view about religion, about superstition, about folklore, and instead making it proactive to real-world politics. Reflective to the point that they must reflect real-world politics, that they also reflect the dialectic about those politics. Those are the connective tissues that he is trying, poorly, to explain. All of that can be seen in the casting choices. All of that can be seen in the decision-making. All of that can be seen in the writing. All of that can be seen in the adaptation, to the point that what people saw from the 4th season after he left and he was replaced with the lesser Hemsworth is that part of that script involved them taking out a Witcher who was down and out on his luck, was a drunkard, who had to learn to stop drinking to become a better Witcher character. That character is a better, closer example to what The Witcher is trying to be than what they actually wrote on the camera. And they did it with the intention of basically making a man look stupid. If they had actually spent their time writing a character that was worth a damn, the way that any character should be written. So let's take the Duffer Brothers. They can't book and put a season out in time, but they can definitely be able to do a bunch of other shit out in time. If I decide that I want to write a character, and that I want to use content featuring a character, like any of the leads in Stranger Things, I have to have time, build up, follow through. None of it has to be about political proselytization, because you can write about whatever the fuck you want in the show. They've got a gay woman in the show, something that probably would not have been that common in the 80s and or 90s. But here we are, with it here. If a character cannot be a character without becoming a caricature of the group that they're supposed to represent, I got a mid-roll. Man, if that character cannot be able to represent a character without being some type of proselytization towards what they are belonging to the point that it becomes necessary to just pretend you do not get what people are telling you, it is to the case of your knowledge that you are creating a problem that requires you to pretend to not understand what people are trying to tell you. That it irritates them to no end. That you go out of your way to act as though you cannot get the obvious thing that they're saying. It is ridiculous the case if you attempt to say differently, because you know that you can understand it. You just choose not to accept it. For whatever reason you want to make up as the justification for why you can't. By any example that can be given, that would be cope. Dear sir, dear ma'am, it would be cope. We know you're coping, I know you're coping. You don't have to cope. You can just tell the truth. Well, whatever. That's too hard for you. Okay.
Henry Cavill's an example. Henry Cavill wanted the guy to be faithful. They didn't listen. That results in tangible material the audience can absorb and assimilate with. And watch. Saying that they hired specific people for certain jobs, how does that affect
certain perspective, with a certain agenda, with a certain mission?
Right, but here's the problem with all that. I can name tons of works that had specific missions and specific objectives behind it too. That turned out fantastic. That's redundant. I can go back and look at examples of politics that are effective.
Turned out fantastic. How? Name examples.
Seems risky.
Name examples.
I wonder what you'll unearth.
This one.
And politics are ineffective. But that's not really what matters in terms of
I have a question that's tangentially related. Why do you think, and I'm curious about your perspective on this, why do you think, of all the content creators that are out there, why do you think that somebody like Asmongold is one of the most popular content creators in the world right now? What do you think before him PewDiePie? What do you think it was?
He's going to say because he's a hateful bigot.
In an audience that just gravitates people towards him, or do you think that it was luck or chance? Because I'll tell you why I think it's completely related. I think that
I feel like you're dodging the question. But I can answer your question, but I think you're dodging the question.
No, if you would have shut up, you would have heard that I was about to elaborate.
Say your thoughts. No, it's fine.
So the reason why I think it's related is because I think that people like you see things and you try to make excuses and pick and choose like your head about that. Like, well, we don't really want to talk about that. We don't really want to focus on that. Oh, this doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because it's inconvenient for your worldview. But the reality is that there are certain people. The reason why is because at their time, both of them were criticizing things that were considered normal mainstream. Somebody like Asmongold continues to go out there and criticize the things that are taboo to criticize in a lot of cases. And it does apply to this because Asmongold is somebody that says the things that people agree with that they're not allowed to say. And so he'll criticize.
I mean, he was already famous before that for various other reasons, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he is therefore your lightning rod in the dark, bro. It is much more likely to the case that people listen to Asmongold because he's a big platform streamer who's popular and will actively look at the things that are going on his subreddit and then use them to create content and controversy, because whenever he points his camera at something, it leads to more conversation because people are going to deny the thing physically in front of them. Perhaps this is going to be a bit of an argument that Anthony would then reply and say, well, that's because he has an audience of people that pander to a certain thing. But then we would say, what about these other groups? Are they not people who have an audience that pander to a certain thing? That do not pander to a certain political perspective? That do not pander to a certain political reality? Respondent to the people that are a part of the material and the content? You would say, well, what does that have to do with anything? And we would say, So what are you talking about? I ain't talking about nothing.
I would be shocked if you didn't. But my point is, go down it. You look at what Asmongold does. Asmongold goes out there and goes, yeah, we don't want fat women in games.
I don't think that fast food entertainment. They're simple, they're direct, they're
fast food entertainment.
Yeah, there's very little substance, they're just easy to digest and anything else.
I mean, there's plenty of fast food entertainment. Why do people?
The same reason that McDonald's is successful. You get it,
No,
you get it, you understand.
because McDonald's is corporate. McDonald's is safe, sanitized, by the number, repeated the same things over and over. No, it could not be more.
They offer the audience to
No, Asmongold and PewDiePie before him offer something, and this is completely and totally related to this conversation. By the way, I will link it all back. Because what you're doing here, and it's perfectly, I understand why with the audience you have and all that. I understand why. There's an attempt to disconnect the progressive politics that lead to these bad results that are obvious, because it's like clockwork. It really is. I mean, there are too many examples for us to go over in this one debate.
Right, but you have one example, yeah, that's the problem. You're giving a lot of ideas, not
I just mentioned The Witcher, Halo.
Right, the problem is you're saying names, but you're not connecting them to the core arguments.
The fact that they were bad, the fact that they were filled with people that despise. I'm sure you have.
Trash. That doesn't mean
who cares about Lauren Hissrich, really? But have you heard any of the statements that she's made about people that are gamers and stuff? It's that sort of mentality that I'm better than these people. Because the mentality is I'm better than these people. I can do something better than these people. I'm better than the writer. These people that have no real credibility.
Well, you know, said he's better than everyone else.
And think that they can do it better. It is that.
Let me give you a counterexample then. Find out. Back in the 80s, there was this one guy. He was a set designer, right?
Hybrid.
And he was hired for a job just to take McDonald's styrofoam containers and glue them to walls. That was his job. This is a true story. You'll see what I'm going with in a second. His job was to glue these things to a wall and make them look like the backdrop. Over time, he gradually took over production until he was the pseudo director of the film. He told the director how he could do the shots better, how the director was fucking everything up, and he would keep going on and being more aggressive, pushing harder and harder until he basically took over production without even officially changing his title on screen. In fact, the producer of the film, Roger Corman, was so impressed by this, he gave the guy a directing duty, and the film failed immediately. His first directing gig, complete box office flop. I think has like 12% Rotten Tomatoes, miserable experience. He almost stopped directing after that. It kind of proves, despite all his ability to take over production behind the scenes, he had no talent in front of the camera. He had one more chance, and that second chance was Terminator. We're talking about James Cameron. James Cameron went on set and said, I knew better than everyone else what I'm doing, screwed around for about 2 different films, and then produced one of the greatest works of science fiction around. The idea that someone is arrogant behind the scenes doesn't matter to me. I don't care if something talking about the guy's most successful films of all time financially. He's doing something right. Whether or not you think Avatar's a good movie or not, I personally don't. It's doing something to appeal to a wide audience. The problem, and James Cameron has never been subtle about putting his own beliefs in perspectives on the films. One of these
James Cameron did not put his own beliefs in Avatar.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Avatar worked. Two reasons.
He's not talking about Avatar. He's about to talk about shit like Into the Abyss. And ultimately, here's the counter to that, Anthony. We do not go to James Cameron and expect James Cameron to give me an opinion about how I should view the world. I am capable of viewing his content and his work completely separate from who he is, and it does not require me to sit there and say differently. To the case, in the controversy, positive or negative, about whether or not he is trying to force me to believe something. The man puts the slop on the camera, I watch the movie, I go ha ha ha, I go home. Nowhere inside of that did I need to have transgenderism forced down my throat. Nowhere in that did I have to have sexuality at a teenage age in the vampire perspective, with Anne Rice's The Interview with the Vampire as written on AMC and AMC+, where effectively the show is used as non-stop queerbaiting between a relationship that in the book, in the movie, as made and presented on screen, shows a very different type of relationship versus the obvious glad operation that they did on that cinematic camera. Losing audience, season by season, episode by episode, franchise installment by franchise installment, to the point that the smallest bit of audience that is still there is specifically the audience that is being queerbaited to. These would be the things that would consist of why people would have the criticisms they do. You know that people like Mueller have dogged you for this, and you have then rewarded them by calling them grifters, because they have spoken and then given an example directly. Thousands of them. Thousands of endless references of why it's dog shit from the content, from other people reviewing the content, and from him reviewing the content, and then comparing it to other video games that did the exact same fucking thing. And just like then, just like with Jenny Nicholson, and just as it will continue to be the case for every frame of pause, you will then say, too long, didn't watch. Why are you repeating your points constantly? These would be the reasons why. Templar is not prepared for this conversation.
I understand it's irrelevant. The reason why Avatar worked had nothing to do with
Let's explain your first point. You said that James Cameron doesn't put his own perspectives
the reason why Avatar worked is because it was, I mean, visually it was very beautiful, but also it was a simple story that people understood. It was, you call it Titanic in space. It's a very simple story that people resonate with. Whatever. Titanic was...
It's not Pocahontas in space. It is basically Dancing with Wolves in space. It is Dancing with Wolves, but you fuck with your hair. And now when we get to Avatar 3, what is that going to become? Evil bigot learns to find love in hatred? Who knows? Whatever the answer, it's going to make him angry.
What's his biggest movie? So Titanic in space.
Okay, let's evaluate
it's a very simple love story, so it appeals to both men and women. It's a very simple formula of woman and Juliet. It's a very true thing. That's why it works. It's not about the politics of it or anything like that.
Okay,
it's something that people of all different groups can relate to. It's that simple of a story.
So you don't think the idea of a company going to a planet with the mine of natural resources and thus colonizing indigenous people, displacing them from their territory, mass genocide in the process of getting resources from the ground? There's nothing political about that?
Yes, it is the entire perspective.
I mean, if you attempt to say that there's something political about that, but there's nothing political about the choices that could be made about the context of everything, since everything is political, I think you're being lazy, bro. I think you're being lazy. Come on, Anthony, catch up. Get on our level.
From the modern left of the Native Americans versus the colonial settlers.
Right, so then James Cameron did political plots for food. But likewise, the next film goes deep on the water, and the water. He says, native kind affects the water environment. James Cameron is one of the biggest divers in the...
Like, are you saying that political for making Pocahontas? Like, no.
I let you finish, you can come to it, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So, James Cameron is one of the biggest divers in the world. He's done deep dives to the bottom of the Mariana Trench more than any other human being on the planet. Do you think it's any coincidence that two of his most successful films are Titanic and the Ship that sinks, where he, by the way, financed the trip to see the Titanic in process preparation of movies? There's also an excuse to look at it for right there. And the second biggest one, well, the second biggest, I guess, in history now, is After the Way of Water, a movie about a society that integrates its entire structure with the water. Is it any coincidence that the guy who's obsessed with water, two of his, actually three, count the Abyss, are all about deep diving underwater? Is it any coincidence? Do you think that that's not an idea of James Cameron putting his own personal feelings and beliefs into the media he's talking about?
His political beliefs or his hobbies or interests?
They're both interconnected. It's both the hobby of diving, but also environmental preservation. That's a huge political idea. That's one of the biggest political ideas around. Political lobbies about environmentalism have been there since the environment started, really.
The funny thing is, James Cameron actually proves my point. because James Cameron made
Your point is that James Cameron did not integrate any political ideas into his films. How is that not this?
I didn't say that.
Yourself. You said it.
No, I didn't. He didn't put. No, when you're trying to conflate politics, like who did James Cameron vote for, and political interests?
Why does that matter? Environment is a political interest. Not all politics are what politicians you vote for. Political interest would be what
That's how they want
policies.
to see it. Fine, but they're not connected. Like hobbies and stuff like that. Like they don't gravitate as well to the to the screen. But anyway, my point, getting back to that, we were talking about the Witcher series, and the reason why I was saying that about Asmongold was because, and it does relate, because you're talking about somebody that talks about things that are considered to be taboo or unpopular in a way that people can gravitate to, and things that people agree with but aren't allowed to say or haven't been allowed to say for a while. That's part of the reason why he's popular. That's part of the reason why some of these new shows that are coming out or games are coming out from the East are popular. Because when you try to keep up, we're talking about the same thing here. You have to. Yes, I mentioned
taboos and saying you can't say. The problem with ABS is the biggest streamers because they don't say anything taboo. They say what a certain demographic wants to hear and nothing beyond it. Taboo is nothing beyond it.
Asmongold is the largest political streamer and regular streamer on the internet.
Yeah,
he gets streamer. It's huge. How is that possible? How is that possible? He's able to do that? You say he's like
because he has a widespread appeal. Taboo is very different. Taboo is when it's not.
What's the widespread appeal of supposedly a person who is hateful? Your words, not ours. What's the mainstream appeal of somebody who is supposed to be against transgenderism? Your words, not ours. I don't think you mean to say what you mean to say here, Anthony. I think you have to stop with this other man shit.
Mainstream. If you say something taboo,
you think what he believes is mainstream?
Nothing he says is particularly that shocking, dude. It's just stuff you've seen before. Yeah, nothing.
I'm really glad that you said that. I'm really glad that you said that. Nothing that Asmongold says is that mainstream. So
I did not say that. I said nothing said is not mainstream. It's all yeah. He's just saying what a demographic of the country thinks, and it's just right back at them. He's not pushing anyone. He's just repeating.
What demographic? What demographic? What demographic? Name it. Name them. Name them. Please name them. And Tactical, be not stupid enough to let him get away with naming them, and then you don't get on top of him. But remember, it's not a debate, guys. It's not a debate.
So you see, most of his reactions, he's just sitting down and saying, "Oh, it's true. That's true." He's not really saying anything that's particularly controversial. And when he does say something controversial, his audience gets divided over it. He's not particularly that shocking. He's pretty much exactly what you expect. And he said, the reason I don't talk about Asmongold on my channel is because there's not much to talk about. It's very straightforward. It's more interesting to talk about things that are taboo, that do break the mold, because there's more worth discussing.
So you agree with us that we should we should continue mass deportations and stuff like that?
I never said anything like that. I said that
I agree with you. It's not controversial at all.
I said his perspective aligns with specific audiences.
I'm just giving you shit. I don't really care. But the point is that they
Here's the question. I think one thing we have to discuss, because I think it's relevant to everything we talk about, really hammer home. I know we'll wait for a couple super chats real quick, so they've been filing from mine, and it might be worth discussing on your end as well. My question ultimately is, what does taboo even mean to you? Because we're talking about what's taboo, what isn't. I want to make sure that my definition of taboo aligns with your definition of taboo is.
So a couple years ago, and I think that understanding this through the prism of the time period, there was a
simple definition that we can just work with.
A simple definition. A taboo was something that if you said it publicly, there would be repercussions to your career, reputation.
No, something that is taboo is something that is outside of the Overton window, and thus is considered not to be acceptable from what would be considered polite, normalized modern society. With what that society believes as a non-taboo and taboo is based on what that society holds as verboten. So, when you say, these people believe in what I think, you're saying that people in society are going to likely be more on the side of you than on the side of Anthony. And when Anthony says, well, I want to make sure our beliefs are the same, what do you mean when you say this? He wants to say a version of the truth that allows him to call you a bigot by saying most people don't align with you. Because that's the left-wing perspective. There are people that would never accept this behavior because your behavior is seen as abnormal. Despite the fact that most people are going to come down on the side of basic normies versus people who are actually aware on the internet coming down on the side of understanding things from the idea of their audiences and audience capture, showing them versions of their opinions that they're accepting and understanding of. And that in this way, they are one-to-one comparison. And thus, people agree with them, they don't rock the boat, they are normalized opinions, to the point where I say a thing and I have a clip of the thing I'm talking about. And it's very hard and very difficult for somebody like, say, Anthony, to say to the contrary, that the thing that I'm discussing doesn't exist, doesn't happen, isn't real, and is just made up. Sapphire charm, but no ignite charm.
Something that would affect you negatively.
Okay, so you think nothing that Asmongold has ever done is taboo then? Because people say it all the time publicly and don't get any consequences for it.
Well, I mean, Asmongold did get banned for 2 weeks for saying that the Palestinians had an inferior culture to ours, which...
I'll give it that is pretty taboo. But like the average Hassan mention is more taboo than by your definition. So then, if your argument is that the taboo is more interesting, then, or more dynamic, more reason for success, then Hassan's more successful than Asmongold by your logic, but he's not. So you see where my issue with your reasoning comes in?
Hassan is popular for different reasons. Reasons that have more to do with him being a exact totem of what the left thinks as a mark of their paradigm, and a way as to convey those opinions to more people, as to act as good marketing for those opinions and people of those groups. You certainly would not want to make that argument the other way around, because it would not work out well the other way around.
Hassan is pretty successful. He's the number 2 streamer right after Asmongold, but
He's also not pushing too much of the pattern. He's saying a lot of what certain people believe very strongly. Again, the question is not whether or not they're right. That's what they're into. I'm not saying either or is right. I don't really feel like either. What I'm saying is they are stating something that a large demographic of people believe, and that brings them an audience that is large. I don't think if it's really taboo, usually that really isolates your audience, restricts many people watch it.
You believe that's true?
Yeah, because if you say things that piss too...
Well, you see, Anthony, you're about to walk into the reason why people have been dogging him about abusing his dog, and people around Hassan justifying his viewpoints. This is literally the reason why Baby No Money quit. Because he was tired of getting flack for being surrounded by the nepotistic streamers that are a part of the WL and Poggers community, who themselves are some of the worst political pundits this side of the fucking platform. But according to you, you don't know that. You don't engage with that. You don't recognize that.
Too many people off. They tune out. They stop listening.
Can you explain to me, based on what you just stated, how does Nick Fuentes have such a large audience?
He doesn't. He doesn't have that. Compared to, if we're talking about in terms of Asmongold and in terms of Hassan, he does not have that big audience. And his audience really...
Do you realize that the interview, like, whenever Nick Fuentes, like, I'm not defending Nick Fuentes by any means, but Nick Fuentes, the views that he gets when he goes onto a show are about on par with some of the biggest names in politics. Some of the biggest names, period.
I don't really think that's the case. His audience...
That's not a case of him being a popular person that's saying good things that people are going to agree with. That's them watching a lolcow terrorist effectively harass and harangue the airwaves. Because people are not willing to deplatform him by simply freezing him out of media. Unfortunately, that's the actual truth. People are not watching because they think his ideas are cool. Amongst those that actually, you know, have common sense. They are watching him because they want to see what happens. Damn it. Proximity. I hate this fucking mod. This is gonna take me a second, folks. Got him.
Is much smaller. If we're talking in terms of Netflix shows, the biggest streamers in the world, by comparison, he is much smaller than all of them combined, all of them individually. It's just numbers. By comparison to these things we're talking about, he is far below in terms of size of these very mainstream things we're talking about. Now, not to get a small audience, he doesn't, but he has a substantially smaller audience than these other concepts we're talking about.
Okay, you can say that, but his audience is pretty massive.
Whatever you say there, but I don't think it's, if we're talking about in terms of mainstream success, which is what we're talking about, it's not relevant in proportion to that.
So you think that Hassan and Asmongold are mainstream, and that's why they get the most success?
I think they're mainstream. I'm saying they're more mainstream. Mainstream is different. Mainstream is like, freaking ABC News. That's Jimmy Kimmel.
Who do you think is the most mainstream content creator right now?
That's not what mainstream means, Anthony. Mainstream means basically legacy media. If a normie can access it, that's what makes it mainstream media. Most of the things that we're on, they are considered connected to the mainstream, but they have an audience that reaches outside of normal parlances and reaches into groups that you would call schizophrenic Nazism, also known as alt media. To really differentiate between these things, you need to start seeing ClearNet. Because in his own way, yeah, he is very big across the ClearNet.
Mainstream content creator?
Like of any
period?
Yeah, just who's
the
most
NFL.
mainstream? You think the NFL is the most mainstream?
I'd say the NFL probably is one of the most in America. Actually, the most mainstream is soccer, technically. But you didn't specify what platform.
No, I didn't. I just wanted. I thought you were going to mention like a person, like a content creator. But
no, you did. I'm talking beyond that.
No, I know. No, which is why it's fun. It's fun. But yeah, no, soccer is huge. Not here so much in the US.
Cricket also is a big one too, more than football. Cricket's massive. Cricket. It's funny. Cricket was the thing that kind of spurred on Disney Plus when they went to subscribe because when they lost cricket rights, they lost billions of dollars basically.
Cricket is really that big.
Oh, it's massive. Oh, yeah. Dude, you look at the they dropped the cricket rights from Disney Plus back I think in 2022, 2021, something like that. Disney stock dropped several points because they dropped cricket. It was bigger than their. Oh, it was massive. Like a lot of people go, oh, because these movies didn't succeed. They lost cricket rights. That's what it was. Because all the losses were in India and Pakistan and South Asia because cricket is massive over there. Oh yeah, the biggest.
Because Anthony, because say the other line. Because they're massive. Because Anthony, why aren't you saying the other thing? Tell him why they're popular. They're massive because they sports watched it. Pain.
You know, I didn't know that cricket was that big.
Oh yeah, dude, it's soccer. In terms of annual revenue, in terms of audience size, because probably with America, we look at American sports. Well, baseball, soccer, football, those are big sports. No, overseas it's cricket.
Football anymore.
Yeah, a lot of people do, but you go overseas, it's cricket.
Nobody watches the World Series. Nobody gathers around to watch the World Series anymore. It's pretty minimalist. I mean, it is sad that baseball has become reduced in popularity.
I mean, I live outside New York, so when the Yankees are playing, it causes a lot of traffic jam. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, the reason why people care about the Yankees, well, I mean, people like the Yankees, but people care about the Yankees because of the different rivalries and trauma and stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm going to play real quick. That's okay. Just let the questions play. And you're watching the stream too, so you can see these as well. I'm going to repeat that too much. So we'll play it real quick.
At DJLol58085 super chatted $2.32. Honest to God, furries cannot catch a break.
You really can't. Guys, it's everywhere. I'm so sorry.
At Ghost Gamer Gaming super chatted $5. I can't take someone seriously who sounds like they have a moon face.
You guys having fun?
From Silvervale's Discord LMAO.
Oh, Silvervale. That's a character right there.
Also, this kind of super chat use is extremely toxic, and you should bar your chat from doing it. He's not going to do that, but you should bar your chat from doing it.
Thank you for the membership. Sorry.
At VeryMelonman12 super chatted $5. Zentrea's problem is this. I just feel like people who don't hold any right-wing sympathies don't start ranting about cool snowflakes when pressed.
That's where I'm at. Would be.
At Stingertopia3169 super chatted $10.
yes.
Crusades were bad Templar. They were started on lies. They even attacked Byzantium for them being barbarian non-Christians.
Yep, that's
Any
true.
Christian should be disgusted with Crusades.
Janissary says, did somebody ban Janissary in my chat?
You can have your opinion, but objectively,
Bob,
it's
have you
technically
been
two
busy?
different things.
Have you been banning people in chat?
At Stingertopia3169 super chatted $5. Templar the type of Christian to only listen to Old Testament parts that fit him. I bet he doesn't even know that the Bible is a collection of books.
I'm sure he knows that. Don't go that far.
At Strained_tree super chatted $3.58. Traditional values aka women can reject me and they shouldn't be allowed to.
I hope that's traditional values to have, but I'm sure some do think that.
At Lucky_dagger super chatted $5. Marriage existed before and independent of
This guy
Christianity.
says, I'm Catholic, and even I think the Crusades are nothing
At
to be
Moon
happy
Shoe super
about.
chatted $2.
The Crusades are justified.
They really weren't.
Yeah,
It was a crazy state.
At Sam last name B6N super chatted $4.99. Apparently Star Giant doesn't mind IR as long as it's for personal.
Content creators, you need to talk louder. I definitely can't hear the people who are calling in just to pay money to Anthony to insult the person he's brought on as red meat.
That's terrible. Hate that. He's terrible. I'm so sorry.
At Bob of the Old Ways super chatted $10. This guy has the power relations backwards. Hollywood isn't forcing diversity, it's being forced into diversity by demographic and market forces. His worldview is inevitably and unavoidably dead by 2045.
That's a fair point. It is even market factors like that. That's the biggest factor. Market.
At Stingertopia3169 super chatted $5. Aries, give Templar a brain or take his mouth.
You almost done reading super chats?
This conversation has gotten sad though. Like, how did his parents raise him, man?
That's a good God of War reference all the time. Love that.
At Shiny Ferguson 6595 super chatted $5. And what do you think of the Netflix merger with WB and future of DC's Cartoon Network and JoJo Bizarre Adventure?
Oh, JoJo especially. That's rough. No, the merger's terrible.
At Proletarian Pride super chatted $2.
Even though it's his message there.
Bob, don't ban Utterly Noah in chat.
Gamer24 super chatted $5. It is a very dangerous thing to stick speaking without thought. Or speaking the truth, then mob long.
That movie has a lot of great lines.
At Demi Supreme super chatted $2. When will round food prices decrease? Real politics.
Yeah, that's the real thing. I'm surprised they did.
At Charlie Price 8372 super chatted $10. I think the core problem with Templar's argument is that you fundamentally lack the ability to evaluate the quality of art on its own merits separate from politics. I got headaches.
That's a good thing. I'm gonna pick up that right now. I'm gonna pause this one super chat.
At Ghost Gamer Gaming super chatted $5. So if furries are degenerate, why does Templar simp for lolicons then? That's also degenerate.
Yeah, it's also true. That's a fair point. That's another point of degeneracy right there. Okay, so here's one question too that I think is relevant. A big issue here seems to be that
it's not, but I know what you're going to ask. That
So, literally, you decided to play a list of super chats, one after another, of antagonism from the chat room. Instead of pulling out things that would be relevant points of question, you instead made it, here's an opportunity for my chat room to just shit on you. Not very progressive! Not very accepting! And I ran into them because I was too busy mocking you. There goes my experience. Lock in, Carl.
that retard in your chat asked it, but yeah, that's perfectly fine. I have no problem. I have no problem with you asking it.
I was going to ask about the question about judging part of politics.
Judging what?
Yeah, I was going to ask you the question before that one you were referring to. I have no interest in discussing anything involving that particular topic, but I do want to discuss. I feel that's an exercise in allowing you to talk about a topic I have no interest in sharing with my audience. But
Allowing you to talk about it? Your audience is obsessed with that shit.
I'd rather talk about discussing how to judge art separate from politics. Sure. So, frankly speaking, a big issue I think a lot of people have with your particular brand of criticism is that it feels as though you judge art completely dependent on the politics therein, and not art as actually a work that's worth discussing. So, for example, you're talking with The Witcher in terms of all the politics are bad. Well, the problem with The Witcher is the show sucks. You know, the problem is the show's writing sucks. It's a bad adaptation. It's not good. And that's independent politics. That's bad writing. Simplified writing. It's basically the show. The original novels have politics in them. That's not the problem. The problem is how it's dictated. And there's works that I love that personally I would say are very political. And with politics I agree with. One of my all-time favorite films, for example, and books is William Peter Blatty's The Exorcist. And it's a highly conservative work. Blatty was an outspoken conservative. Novel's still amazing. Movie's still amazing. Although that being said, William Friedkin, his politics were more left, but right there the works are very different. So how can we go about judging, how do you approach a show or story you like with politics you disagree with?
So you mentioned like
the same way you should approach any show with politics you disagree with. You take them as a piece of art and you separate the art from artist. Then you criticize it on its works and its moral foundings, and if it is incapable of actually arriving at fulfilling its own ontological inertia, you bash the work for being dog shit at its own premise. If you tell me that red equals blue and that up equals down, and then you write in a way that is incongruential with the work that you put directly in front of me on the screen, I'm going to criticize that work for not following its own ontological inertia. That is ultimately what shows like The Witcher do. So, a good example. There's a show from the past, made by formerly the WB, now the CW, called Grimm. It is a mainstream show's take on the Brothers Grimm and the German folklore about the characters and creatures located in those works. That show sets itself up as German folklore. Every kind of character that was written by the Brothers Grimm has some type of representation in the work. But obviously, it's a cop procedural show. The cop is a descendant of the Grimm. That's basically a fairy tale hunter. These characters are trying to exist in a context where they are socialized into modern society. Part of the job is keeping the masquerade, not exposing to non-humans that are outside of the job, unless they are brought in by relation to the Grimm, that these people, these creatures, these groups exist. As the show goes forward, it brings people in to the worldview, to its lore, to what it's building. Regardless of the fact that it started from books, it brings people into the worldview. That what they read in the show and what they see from the show is what's in the show. At no point do they pivot into something that would be considered right-wing politics. They stay in the show's lore. Nothing from out, just what's from within. If they had something that was against my political worldview, I would not have to reject it outright, first off. Be Anthony for a half second. I would not reject it outright, first off. I would inherently incorporate it into the lore of the work. How does this ontological inertia follow through with everything else it has to follow out with? Then, after applying for the ontological inertia and giving it its ability to do its job, from there, what comes next from the work would be that if it's incapable of doing the writing that it sets out, it wants to be a show about fairy tale characters having to live in a modern world context, and the drama that comes apart with trying to keep the masquerade, and all the developments that can happen therein. If it leaves that niche, it's going to have to take the judgment and the criticism for having done so. If the show writers then hear what people like myself have to say about that, and say, damn, you're right, we are writing dog shit, let's improve that and make it better, then you have the opportunity to improve it. And to then write more consistently. Write more consistently, write better, write in a way that gives the work something to do. Tier 3, Tier 4. Yeah, that's also tier 4. Yeah, that's also tier 4. Okay.
Witcher. Yeah. So I mean, there are a lot of different books in politics with things that I disagree with. It's just like I said, it's how it's implemented. So, like for example, The Witcher, the book series. I mean, it's very different from the games, which is very different from the movies or the Netflix series. There are changes that are made to appeal to modern progressive audiences that really don't add. Well,
the books, the games specifically.
So in the Witcher series, it takes place in a certain area, a certain point in time. Well, that is considered unacceptable by some people. And if you were to adapt the book, The Witcher, in a direct one-to-one way, you would definitely be criticized because you don't have enough representation for a modern audience. And so I think stuff like that, I think in parts of it, it's fine. If I know that some people are more purist in nature, but for me, I think that if there is a change politically or sexually or in terms of race, I think it has to make sense.
Of course, you're right. But one thing, I do think it's weird how sometimes they'll change. Wuthering Heights, for example, they whitewashed Heathcliff. Heathcliff is black in the book, but he was white in the adaptation. That's strange.
I was going to give you an example. Like, for example, I think that picking Samuel Jackson as Nick Fury was a brilliant decision.
Great decision, fantastic choice.
And do you know why?
Because he's a great actor and can command the screen well. He has a good commanding presence.
Right.
And of course, given how
a huge star, he's a great actor. He's charismatic and he can do the job.
Great casting choice.
That's exactly right. So in some cases it makes sense, but I think that in a lot of cases the changes are made not because it's a super high paid actor who's very talented. It's usually something more petty or political or spiteful. And decisions are made. Thank you for the donation, brother. But the decisions are made for reasons that I don't necessarily agree with. What do I do with that?
Well,
I'll watch it.
There's an issue with this logic right now.
I'll watch it.
Well, specifically with Nick Fury. He was black in the Ultimate Comics, designed actually after Nick. He was actually designed after Samuel Jackson.
Well, most before they had before Samuel Jackson, Nick Fury's probably been purple in the comics. The comics have been going on for the comics have been going on for so long. Like I don't think that I don't think that all comic adaptations are ones that should be respected. I don't think that you have to respect all comic adaptations.
Okay, then why should we respect by adapting virtue? Why is the book any better?
I'll give you an example. I think it would be very...
Because the book is the original vision of the author as they intended it. And if the vision of the author does not matter with the work, then what's the point of having the work in the first place?
I think because I think that there are different levels to this. And comic books, by the way, are very weird. I think it would be very unusual.
I'm going to head them off at the argument that they're arriving towards. The reason why it matters is because if the work doesn't matter, then you might as well have a show that doesn't involve the author's work. And they should make every interpretation a new interpretation. And when that interpretation fails, and you say, well, the people just didn't want it, you have to remind yourself that the reason they didn't want it is because you gave them something they didn't fucking ask for. And it matters because they want to see what was on the book portrayed on the page. They want to see what was in the content that made them become a fan be reproduced in the medium and work as it exists in front of them. If you do not give them that, you are wasting their time. They see it as a betrayal. They see it as an insult. They see it as a problem.
Although it may be pretty funny if in a Superman movie, if the next Superman movie came out and they introduced Pink Kryptonite. I think that'd be very funny, but I think
entertaining too. But I think also that I enjoy seeing.
My point is, you don't have to introduce everything from the comics. You can make certain changes. The difference being is the motivation and intent, and is it a good decision for the franchise? If you have a decision that's being made, you have to think about what effect does this have. It's sort of like in chess, where when you move a piece, you have to think about a couple things. What was the piece protecting? Where are you moving to? Like, you have to think about a couple things. You can't just start moving things. There has to be some order to it. And oftentimes,
why is it then that people accept changes before the movie comes out? A lot of the issue is with a lot of these is that they complain about changes before the film comes out. So you think you're left going like, okay, you don't know what the chess piece is. It's your logic. Yeah, you are right. There has to be intent, but you don't see the intent until the movie comes out. So why is people upset before the chess comes out?
One of the most important things that you can do, and this is true of everything. It's true of what you do. It's true of what I do. It's true of movies, video games, comic books. Presentation, what you show and what you don't show is everything. Sort of like the magician's code. What you show and what you don't show.
Why then people get upset?
If you can't get people interested in what you're offering by what you're able to show them, then you failed.
That's fundamentally different than what you just described. You described an intentionality of chess moves. Chess moves aren't always the creator, wherever that may be in this context. But you're talking about intentionality, and that usually takes a few steps. In chess, often you may set up a move in move like 7 that pays off in move 17 really, really well, or you might take a piece off the board that they can't use later on, whatever that might be. But usually it's multiple steps ahead of time planning. You're describing the initial gut reaction. That's not chess. That's maybe baseball. That's where reactions are. Chess.
So, do you watch chess on TV? Do you watch like Hikaru and some of the other content creators?
I play chess.
By the way, I watched chess. Chess is a particularly boring game for most people. So do you know what they did to try to make chess more appealing to average audiences?
Speeding it up.
Well, not just speeding it up. They had an event, Team America versus Team India. Hikaru and Gotham Chess were on Team America, and then they had I think it was Kampesh on Team India, and they had it like in an arena where there were people, there was lights, music. They put on a whole like it was a sporting event.
Yeah, exactly.
They had jerseys.
It's not the
Did you
first
see
thing
that?
either. No, I've seen it. It's not the first thing they've done stuff like that. They've had ways of
No, but to generate, because chess is a very fascinating game, very traditional, but to market it, I mean, people, once they started watching, it's very entertaining, these guys are very good, but to get people to watch, they did this high production value sports jerseys, and then at the end of it, Hikaru picked up his opponent's king and tossed it into the crowd, and people were, oh my gosh. So the presentation, to get people interested and to make them go, oh yeah, this is something I want to watch, it is, I would say, almost as important as the actual product itself. These are all very important things. So when you have something like The Witcher or whatever, Mario, could be anything. You have to get people invested in your marketing, in what you're presenting, first and foremost. And if you can't do that, you have fucked up, even if the product itself is good.
Right, but nothing you just said actually addressed my question. What I asked was, if we're talking about the intentionality behind the text, that's a different question than marketing. I know marketing. I don't disagree. You gotta sell your idea to your audience, you have to meet seats. We're not talking about ticket sales. We're talking about the quality of writing. No matter how many butts in the best movies of the year are never the ones that make the most money. Usually, so they make a little money, but it's not always that. The question is not how do you sell an idea to the audience, because that's not what I'm asking. Because you brought up the idea of intentionality and value to the text itself, which is separate from how many tickets you can sell. So my question is, why would the gut reaction of an audience in response to a casting announcement have any actual tangible reflection on the quality of a story that no one outside the film crews, or even the film crews of that early production, have seen?
Like I said, it's the job of the team to put forward the best presentation to convince the audience that the writing is going to be good.
Right, we're not talking about convincing the audience. The writing's now available. I'm talking about the product itself, the story, the film, the show, the book, the game, whatever it might be itself, isolated in and of itself. We're not talking about how to sell it. We're not talking about how to get butts in theaters. We're not talking about the preamble. We're talking about the game itself. Why is it fair for people? I'll rephrase it to make sure I'm not being unclear here. What value is there in criticism of media? Make a casting announcement you may not agree with on the outset. If the intentionality behind the casting decision makes sense, the performance is good, and it all makes sense when you see it. To give an example, George A. Romero, right? Night of the Living Dead. Casting the best guy for the role of the main character. That guy happened to be a black man. He didn't write the role for a black man. He didn't change the script when he cast a black man. But it just so happened to be a black man at the tail end of the civil rights movement. The movie was being brought to theaters for distribution the day Martin Luther King was assassinated. And as a result of that kind of happenstance, the film took on a political message that was unintentional. And thus the end result. You can't market a film based on that. You couldn't plan for that kind of thing to happen. And simply speaking, the circumstance in which the film was delivered to audiences was different fundamentally than it was when it was first filmed.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with that interpretation, Ant. They didn't make a political statement. They did not set out to make a political statement. They did not go out of their way to make a political statement. They created a product. People assumed that there was something about it. And because of that assumption, you're saying they created a political statement on purpose. They did not. That is coping. That is projection.
Can't plan for that. Things just happen sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, life happens.
Yeah, and that resulted in a film that had a very strong message to its audience. Regardless of the fact it wasn't intentional, didn't have any plan of it, just happened that way. Although Romero would later on have more intentionality with his text in it. And I think Day of the Dead Dawn's direction better films and Living Dead that's in the discussion of the day. Point is,
what does that have to do with this conversation?
Oh, I'm explaining. The casting choice was different than what was initially intended. And as a result, it resulted in work that was more sophisticated. In the case of films, they may cast someone. You initially do not understand why they were cast. Maybe the director doesn't know why they cast them. But the end result that is delivered to audiences results in artistic merit. It is something valuable to the audience as a result, even if that isn't apparent to creatives when they're making the film. Sure. So why is it, in this case, that people have any justified right to critique casting choice from different regional texts if the end product is successful? I'm not saying...
Well, first of all, you have the right to critique anything you want. But when you're talking about that, I'm reminded of, what's his name, Daniel Craig being cast as James Bond. He had a lot of pushback when he initially got cast as James Bond. People thought that he was going to be the worst James Bond. And people were very critical. In fact, he got scathing. What do you mean he can't drive a stick shift? Oh, he's blonde, pretty boy, all that stuff. Yeah, people criticized him at the time, and then he came and he proved them wrong, didn't he? Yeah. People went to that film because they wanted to be proven right and to see him fail, and he changed their mind, didn't he?
Yeah, no, there, he did a great job.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He did a fantastic job. So, what I'm talking about with marketing, you can have a movie that appears one way, and you have the expectation going into it, but then when you get in there, everything is turned on. You're like, wow, that guy's really good. That is possible.
2 tier mods. Wow. What trash. 2 tier 2 mods that are hybrid with a life fracture.
Yes,
but
that's also
it doesn't mean that there isn't value in the initial criticism, or that the initial criticism doesn't motivate people behind the scenes to do better or be better or be driven to be better. Maybe Daniel Craig saw that criticism and said, fuck this, I'm going to do the best damn job that anyone's ever seen with James Bond, and maybe that is ultimately what helped propel to make things better. I can't speak for all content creators, and I wouldn't dare to, because they wouldn't want me speaking for them, but I think that one of the things that at least I want when I criticize things is for things to get better. I criticize things not because I want them to fail, I want them to get better. From my perspective, I think that the way that you get things better is by being critical, and sometimes harshly critical. But because I think that a lot of times there are these different interests, lobbyist groups, whatever you want to call it, in Hollywood, in these different spaces, that blow smoke up each other's ass because they don't want to be honest. And the way that you cut through that is by being directly honest and telling people the uncomfortable truth. Now, you could be wrong. You could be wrong. That's perfectly fine. You could be wrong. However, it doesn't mean that there isn't value in the attempt of it.
By that metric, though, if I may, I'm seeing where you're going with this, and I want to make sure I bring it home for you. You're saying then that this criticizing casting choices that are different racially than the original characters in the works early on isn't useful criticism because it can change your mind at the end or prove you wrong at the end, and that casting actors that are not expected of you initially may be premature. Wait for the product before you make a snap judgment about whether or not the casting choice makes sense or not. If the role is bad, it's bad. You can criticize it then. There are plenty of actors I think who are miscasting roles, but seem on paper to be perfect and acting vice versa. But that also comes with the entire.
But no one has to wait.
Well, you said now that it was not.
there is no finality answer on this that is actually going to make either of you happy. When a person knows that you are not making something for the demographic, they're not going to wait for you to piss and shit down their throat and tell them that actually they're consuming like Granny's peach tea. They're going to know that you're pissing down their throat. They're not going to like to stand there and hear you tell them differently that you are in fact not pissing down their throat because you're pissing down their throat. Come on. Yes, sir. In pissing down their throat, they're likely going to have an opinion. And now I wait to find a fucking greater exalted. Man, do I hate crafting.
Now, was it in a group that blows smoke up people's asses,
Yes,
making a
but
big deal about casting
literally
choices?
what I said. I said that there is still value in the initial criticism and the initial perception, putting it out there, and that could be up to the actor or studio or director to change things and prove them wrong, or it can be used to make things worse. Not anything intentional per se, but the example I thought of was Ghostbusters 2016 as it relates to how they injected criticism from the audience into the movie as like them actually talking about different criticism, and that ultimately I think was a bad decision, made it worse. So
Meta commentary about humor in the category in a field of this work is cringe, no matter what way you slice it. Them going out of their way to essentially wag the audience and shame them for having the opinions that they did is a bad thing that should have never been allowed, that should have never been accepted, that should have been treated like the shitpost that it was, and antagonized as horrible.
Of course, Ghostbusters 2016 had tons of issues, and I think casting was a factor. You cast a bunch of improv actors in a role that needs to have more structured script, but the director was more improv focused. That's a big issue.
Sure, but the vitriol,
I think Ken was pretty good, but you know, what you do?
the vitriol towards fans criticizing it, well, I think was funny. I think was pretty funny. And
I did like that because the problem is
what's his name? Angry Video Gamer. I like his.
Yeah, I agree with you. It was betrayal of what Hellraiser would do because they made it really right.
We could have been wrong though. It could have come out and it could have been an amazing movie. It doesn't change that the initial perspective is what it was, and it is valuable to share that.
I don't think any of
The only thing here's the only way I would have an issue with it. And to be fair, I have seen people do this. I've seen people in the commentary space do this, where they make an initial perception, an initial perspective, they make it abundantly clear, and then the thing comes out and it's not as good or not as bad as they thought, and they refuse to correct their opinion. They double, triple down. They make excuses for why that's the case. They just keep doubling down content, whatever. I think that is something that you can perfectly validly criticize. But I have no problem.
Perfectly valuable. I don't think you really justify some of the things being said about the Ghostbusters 2016 movie though, because they directly attack the actresses. You know, there was Leslie Jones, right? She was being criticized for being black. The problem with the movie wasn't that she was black; it had no impact on it. The problem was that the movie sucked.
Nobody gave a shit that she was black. It was her attitude. Her attitude
towards people criticizing her for being
If you want to say that the reason that she was being criticized for being black,
No, bro. People were not criticizing her because of her racial ethnicity. They were criticizing her because she was dog shit in her role, and she used her racial ethnicity as a scapegoat. And people like you justified it. Because, how would you feel if they criticized your work? And most of us would feel the same way, which is that we don't care what you say, because your opinions don't matter to us. Kappa.
you're going to have to explain why people were okay with Ernie in the original Ghostbusters being black. Why they liked that character and thought Ernie Hudson. I think it was his name, right?
Ernie Hudson. Well, that's because his problem. When Ghostbusters came out,
how is it? They liked his character. And he was a black man. There's no question about that. We're not like Michael Jackson here. It's not like he was pretending. The fact is,
best out of all the Ghostbusters. I'll tell you,
yeah, he was a fantastic part of the team. No one had an issue with that. So if you want to convince me that the reason why people attack Leslie Jones was because she's black, you're going to have to explain why people are okay with this and not okay with this. And there has to be something different.
It's very simple. One was a movie that came out in the 80s, and one was a sequel to Ghostbusters. They changed something. If you have, secondly, Ernie Hudson's a black man. Leslie Jones is a black woman. Black women face different discrimination towards black men. It's misogyny right there. It's racism and misogyny.
Misogyny.
Yes, misogynoir. The favorite scapegoat of why all things are a problem. It's because black people hate her and they don't respect her. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bring it on home for all the people at home. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cope to us more. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely. No other reason. Quality doesn't have anything to do about it. It's the scapegoat that always keeps giving. The snag that smiles back, goldfish.
That's the word. It's a combination of the basic
misogynoir.
It's an old word, actually. It's been around since the 60s.
So people weren't racist to Ernie Hudson. They liked him.
Oh, they also racist to Ernie Hudson. That's different. They also racist to him.
It's like a World of Warcraft. When you have a buff or a debuff, then it gets expanded. So you can like the black guy, but when you don't like the woman, then you get that extra racism on there. So it's like a compounding debuff, right?
I will say this: it's very strange then that Leslie Jones, before she ever said anything, got the most hate out of all the 4 women on the team. Does it strike you as odd how she was the one who got the most attention before she said anything in response? Just the initial trailer comments. Look at those. Why is that she in particular? What's different about her from the rest of the women that got her?
Isn't it possible that this is a compounding effect?
Isn't it possible that she was criticized for something other than her race? which she was, there are plenty of people who bashed her for everything under the sun, Anthony. But if your first intonation is she was bashed because she's a black woman, well, not to use your own tactic against you, but does it say more about you than it does everybody else? No? Only in this instance is it special and different? Okay, go fuck yourself. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Also, you got racism too. It's not unique to just her. They both face racism.
Is it possible that it was a compounding effect?
No,
that there
I
were
don't think
people
so.
with a negative impression of the movie beforehand, and they went thing to thing to thing to thing, and then they got to her? Or do you think that all of a sudden people were like, you know what, I may give this movie a try, but there's a black woman in it, so I'm not going to watch it. Is that what you're trying to say?
It matters either way. I think the fact of the matter is that she still got the blunt attention for it. It doesn't matter if it was a compound thing, or if it was a racist who was like, I'm on board with the movie until I see a black woman. I don't think it matters either way. The end result's what matters. What the motivations are of every...
That doesn't matter. So everything that leads up to the event in question doesn't matter. Only what matters is the final decision making. Are you sure that that's the argument you want to lead with? Because we're going to take your word on that, and we know you finna change it. We know you finna change it. Lord knows we know you finna change it. Come on, 43%. Hiya!
individual person, I don't care. The end result is the only thing people have to listen to. You see, here's the thing, here's the difference. I don't care necessarily how many motivations lead to an end result. What matters is the end result. If, there's a water main break, I don't care if there was pressure behind the valve, if someone crashed into a tree, I don't care if the main was old. All I care about is there's water on the street and I can't drive on it and I have no water going to my house. I care about the results of it, not always how it leads to.
So you're not curious in what leads up to it. You just look at what you perceive as the end result.
Listen, if a drunk driver hits a kid, do I care how many drinks he had?
Yeah.
I don't. I care the kid's dead.
Yeah.
I don't care.
No, you care about how many. Yeah.
Well, actually, Anthony, if a drunk driver hits a child, we have to ask, was he actually fully legally inebriated? First off. Secondly, sure, you are a utilitarian. You don't care about how you get the outcome. You care about the outcome and taking advantage of it, which is exactly like the modern audience. We don't care about what you tried to present us. We wanted what we asked for. I wanted a video game that was entertaining. You gave me a piece of dog shit that had diatribe put forward on a concept. Let's use the example of things that Extra Crusher has given me to play. Jade and Jasmine. I did not ask to bash a game. I went in with full expectations of something to be compared to something else, but to ultimately be considered bad. Because sometimes people like buying games for people and like buying content for people to consume that may or may not have differing viewpoints or perspectives if it's intended to be taken seriously or joke. And what we got was Japan in Georgia. We got a shitpost that was not quite a shitpost, but was actually reconstituted material from Liddell that ends up being a great romp and a great experience to watch as long as you're willing to take it for what it is. No problem. Exactly as it's intended to be. Then, you have additional content from those same sources that uses the material to create a kind of experience like that in Creature Kind, where the work of the game is literally debates about saving mana with mana consumption in the world. And it's meant to play like every other rogue builder deck like. But because it's made shittily, instead of getting the game, I get what is effectively a progressive's viewpoint about how discussions go. Progressives like you. And you will sit there and say that both of these things are the same when they're not. As is with the groups that are watching it and consuming it. I think, sir, that is cringe. Because if we approach that with video games, this explains exactly why the marketplace of those that buy and consume content are passing on what they're passing and are consuming what they're consuming. You would say that that is not the case, and you would be a liar. By the same standards you're trying to press him on. How does it change? How did it become different? Why are you pivoting in such a way? Why can't you take it for what it is? This is coming from a level 55 bow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
can't.
you care about how many drinks you got. You care about where you have the drinks. But no, you care about all the details if you care about that stuff. Because more information gives you the ability to put things in place.
Communicate back to life? No, you can't. That's it. The problem is, all those are great for the investigation, for who's accountable, but that doesn't change the pain people go through. That's the problem. Like, we can do crime scene examinations all we want, the motivations of
By the
everyone.
way, I do remember what you're talking about with Leslie Jones. She was particularly nasty online to a lot of
He was
people.
in response to things, dude. She didn't just.
So responding to nastiness with nastiness justifies it and makes it okay? In your worldview? Anthony? Deadass? Are you sure? Okay. Your argument. We just have to take his word for it, chat.
Wake up one day and decide to just clap back at people. She was receiving thousands and thousands of personalized messages to her personal life. She was getting emails, she was getting phone calls, she was getting comments.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine if you want to interpret it that way. But no, a lot of these people are Hollywood celebrities. They are elitist. They are arrogant. They are nasty. We've seen this time and time and time. It doesn't
Look
matter
at how you responded to criticism in my comments against you. That's only a couple hundred people. Multiply that by 10,000 every second of the day for months.
I've gotten worse. I've gotten worse.
Right, you still
people.
reacted like that way to my comment section. Imagine
A lot
someone
of it,
massive amounts of
more.
negative feedback constantly.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm aware of the fact.
Anybody can be able to react negatively to comments from a comment section, but how they handle it when they are literally in the job of doing this as a piece of content and as material is removed from the reality of what you're trying to discuss. You're trying to gaslight people that actually you should never have a reaction whatsoever. Just imagine how much different it would be if it was somebody else. When in actuality, you are coping when you say this. You are full-on coping when you say this. You're creating a justification for why you should ignore certain things when people won't ignore certain things back. It makes it really hard to take a person's opinion of criticism seriously. Because if we should ignore how these people behave, then they have to be capable of being held accountable, nice, for what they do and what they don't do. It is still a case example that we can't criticize these people for what they do. Because supposedly it's different. We don't understand. It's a different context. And I think inherently that is cope, sir. I think we all know that's inherently cope. It's also laziness. This is filled. And I think at the end of the day, it is wasteful. It is wastrel of an attempt to justify what is clearly unacceptable, no matter who does it.
There's a smaller channel that is proportional. And I take a look at some of the other content creators. How much of that stuff do you think that some of the larger content creators get? And
That's
it seems like they're able
we're talking about how he experienced mass hatred and responded to it. That's what we're talking about. Whether you this is the example of context.
They're a celebrity, they're a millionaire, they're extremely wealthy. Nothing that anyone said changed that. There are going to be people that push back. And by the way, I find it incredibly rich we're having this conversation. And you know why? Because there was a, and I'm sure you'll be against this because this is just right. I shouldn't make assumptions because
Let's get to the point.
a couple of years ago, there was a game that came out called Hogwarts Legacy, and there were a couple content creators that were bullied to the point of people were demanding them to take their own life. Some VTubers, by the way.
I know what you're talking about.
Right. So, they got more vitriolic hatred than I think I've ever seen. I can't recall a time where I've ever seen where people were so mad that these people were wanting to play this video game that they created an app to actually track when they went online so that they could go harass them. My point is, Leslie Jones didn't get anywhere near.
I would vastly disagree with that.
Anywhere near the level of vitriol publicly.
I would
got me one of the
vastly disagree. I think they were websites fancying about violence against her. There was a ton of stuff, and it was prolonged. The Hogwarts Legacy stuff really lasted for about 2 weeks. This lasted for several months.
It lasted.
So let's see here. The problem you have now with this comparison is actually these things didn't happen the same way, and they didn't happen for the same length of time. So actually, it's not that bad. So left-wing content creators, as well as right-wing content creators, getting harangued and harassed, not that big a deal, because it wasn't that serious. I need him out this room. So the harassment, it's different because it didn't happen that long and it wasn't that relevant. There you go. It didn't happen that long. It wasn't that frequent, which means it's not that serious, which means it's not to be given the same level of energy, which means it's different. That's cope. So, left-wing creators, Anthony just threw you under the bus and said, actually, you didn't experience real problems because you only got it for X amount of time, rather than it happening in general because you wanted to play a video game. VTubers, you just said that it didn't matter to you because it didn't happen for the same length of time that this did, except for some of you that it did.
A little bit longer than that, but that's in the material. There were not campaigns. Like, people made fun of, like, okay, so with Leslie Jones, I do remember that. People were very mean, but there weren't death threats.
They were death.
No,
They were also.
I mean, there may have been some death threats, but they weren't notable. They weren't mainstream. No, the number one thing with her was people. I think Milo Yiannopoulos is like they're just very.
Dude, I'm gonna cut you off right now. You're wrong.
Quoting Milo Yiannopoulos is not a good choice because he is one of the people who was antagonizing her. He did not have nice things to say about her, bro. Not even close. He had not many nice things to say about her. He was probably the original source of where the bullying started. You would have had a better argument using Pick-a-Me.
There were hundreds of death threats against Leslie Jones leading up to
Hundreds out of millions of people?
Hundreds per week.
I would agree with you. There probably were hundreds.
By comparison, mind you, I'm not saying that what happened to those YouTubers was justified. It was not. People should calm down a lot. I've said this multiple times. But the problem...
Forgetting about the Flesh Tubers and the VTubers. Girlfriends reviews having to stop streaming because they're just getting non-stop hate from their own audiences. Left-wing people attacking left-wing people because how dare you support J.K. Rowling, she's a TERF. The fact that you cannot get him on this is the reason why you shouldn't be here. You should not be discussing this shit. You're not prepared for this conversation.
Problem is you're comparing something that's comparatively vastly smaller and vastly more brief to a hate campaign. And I'm sure you'll say that the VTubers' reactions to a lot of negativities sent their way was justified, but Leslie Jones' reaction to the heaps of negativities sent her way was not. So the problem is a disconnect here. Getting much more hate over a long period of time is that reaction's unjustified, it's nasty, but the reaction that they had was fine. You have to pick a lane. I'm consistent with this. I think mass harassment campaigns are wrong, period. Without exception.
Harassment campaigns are wrong, but only if the harassment campaign happens a certain period of time over. If it goes over that number, it is either the worst thing ever or not serious at all. It has to be a barometer. That barometer, if it's not met, doesn't matter, didn't exist, not real, not proportional, doesn't matter, not real issues. That's your position. That's not the same thing as all harassment is bad, no matter big or small. If you don't hear about it, it's not a problem. That's your opinion. That's not an opinion. That is justification of harassment because scope. Well, see, the person we attacked is a person who has the ability to expose us, but if we keep harassing them and we keep acting as though that they don't have anything to actually say, people will naturally join our side because who's going to defend them? That is the cry of every bully since forever. Every bully since forever has always justified that. The way that you have. You should be ashamed of yourself. How do you ameliorate this problem in such a way where one is okay and the other is not? One is the worst thing you could ever do and the other is not that big a deal. While also dismissing certain sources and certain environments and certain demographics. Truthfully, where does one get off? Certainly, it ain't all fetch your feet.
Pushback is one thing. Mass harassment's not okay.
Yeah,
but I don't justify one over the other because it's convenient to me.
It's a difference of opinion. I don't have any sympathy for these Hollywood celebrities. They're millionaire elitists, which most of them have terrible attitudes. So I just personally don't. I don't have sympathy for these people. But you do.
The problem is I'm seeing a disconnect here. We have a matter where these two situations have the same equivalent kind of stuff happening, right? Different extents.
No, not even close.
You're right. The one, the Ghostbusters was worse. You're right.
No,
and the example that you're
well, I mean, it's fine you think that, but it's just not the case. Like, if you ever go back and watch those videos of Silverbell, they doxed her family. They
like, it's the same thing.
Anthony, it is entirely possible that celebrities literally can log off and not interact with the things happening on social media. Social media influencers, content creators, whose entire hobby has become their job. They cannot escape it when they literally have to face it every single day. There are people who specialize in making it so that they have to live with the problem for all of their career because they're never allowed to get away from them. And if they were to attempt to, they would just simply drag them into the bullshit. These things are not the same, sir. These things are not the same. Treating them as though they are the same is always going to be a disconnect.
This should shake things up.
They use the same methods every single time.
You don't know that much about her. No. I think you're. If you have more stuff on that, send it to me, because I remember that very specifically. No, the most egregious thing at the time was Milo Yiannopoulos calling her an ape. He wrote an article review. Yeah, because I'm not talking about every small instance of some nobody loser doing something. I'm talking about mainstream stuff that made it into the mainstream.
Yes, and the fact of the matter is harassment got into the mainstream news on ABC and the mainstream media. That means that whatever was not making the mainstream media was also
I don't agree with your definition of harassment. I think that's a gross overexaggeration. I think the Vitor one's worse. But I do have a question for you.
All right.
It's completely unrelated. We'll just move topics.
Okay.
In your video that I watched, when does a YouTube critic become a
yes,
that was the name of your that was the name of your video.
Mm-hmm.
There was a quote that you said. It says, I wrote here, designed to push an agenda to sell you on an idea. That's what you said.
Yes.
And I made a notation here, and I wanted to know what you said. I said, have you considered that people are, instead of pushing an agenda to sell them an idea, that they may actually believe it, or if they don't, they are reflecting what the audience wants or believes, and or believes. The assumption here, while not always incorrect, fundamentally misunderstands that people genuinely believe some of, if not all, of the things in these streams that people say on social media.
Did you finish the video?
I didn't. No,
okay,
it's
that's addressed. Yes, I do believe that there are some people who buy into the ideas they're espousing. The big point of note here was that the examples of grifters are people who sell the idea as a product. Whether or not that's not, we all online.
You sell your content as a product because you literally say that by having these beliefs that you are a good person. It is what you do in your content, is what you do in your material. It is what you claim is the goal of what you think is most important. It is your Burger King. As that is the case, don't pivot now. Now, he's stupid for not finishing the content, but don't pivot now, because now you're pivoting.
Makes content to some extent does it with the mind of business, whether it's the ego of having to listen to you or profit. That's not the factor. The factor is the consistency and variety of what you put out, as well as the focus of what you use. So, for example, in the video itself, I use the examples of, say, Lily Orchard, Jezebel, and Ranting for Vengeance, people whose beliefs I find abhorrent, whose insistence on producing them is a message they're trying to communicate, who I don't think are grifters. Because I don't believe they're trying to sell you on an idea that's artificial. I think they've bought into their own bullshit. There's a lot of people out there who think...
You hear that, Jezebel? You've bought into bullshit. Your opinions are not real. You are a victim of an industry.
Make content of a certain political agenda I disagree with, who I do not believe actually.
So you think grifters are? You don't think grifting is about a monetary thing, but it's about trying to misrepresent a worldview?
No, it's not what I just said. I said it is a monetary thing, but it's specifically what you're selling, an idea, a worldview, or a product based on something. Basically, you believe. You're just kind of presenting it as something that is. It's not that only people always have a line, or you don't be aligned with those beliefs outside of it. But like, does Geeks and Gamers need to make 1,500 videos of Larson? At a certain point, you're selling an idea. Does with for example, Eric Jalot, he finishes his video trying to sell Kickstarter for his comics, and the Kickstarter is always associated with an idea presented in the video. He's trying to sell you on his comic. That's the example of what I'm referring to. There is a monetary incentive outside of just simply making the video and ad revenue to the drifter mindset. And if people align them,
Anthony, if I sell you a comic book, that comic book inherently must be giving you philosophical beliefs that I have as a political content creator or as a person. It's not possible that I'm selling a book. There's a level that you could be correct. However, what you just said can be used across the entire spectrum, and every single person who ever gives something, sells something, is sponsored by something, has a advocate sponsorship or a affiliate link for it, is effectively a grifter. No, you're calling people media grifters the same way that the Birdman's calling people media grifters. That they're lying, that they are using negativity to sell production, and that they are harassing people and calling it reviews. That's what you're doing. Get the fuck out of here. Tell the truth.
Themselves those who are grifters, I think, who are not grifters. For example, Waller, I said specifically, is not a grifter. I think he believes what he says, but he also works a lot with grifters, who I think are far grifters. But he himself is not a grifter. I think he genuinely believes what he says. I think his content is boring and repetitive and dull, but I think that he believes what he's...
His content is boring, repetitive, and dull, as versus your content, which is never repetitive, boring, and dull. Mm-hmm. Sure, bro.
Doing. I think he believes his message is trying to communicate. There's a big difference between necessarily someone like...
So not everyone in the content creator space is a grifter.
I need to stop letting this motherfucker distract me with his dumbass arguments.
Far from it, I think. Very specific people.
Would you say that I'm a grifter?
No, I would not say that. No. I think you believe everything you say. I think you believe it's important, but I think you believe it. And that's something I would say. That's why I'm actually having a discussion with you. When you discuss me as a grifter, you bullshit. I think you believe what you're saying. I think what you're saying is terrible, but I think you believe it.
Well, yeah, I think what you're saying is terrible too.
Exactly.
So we agree on that point.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, you know, gay furry stuff is normal. That's perfectly fine. You know, so yeah, we have vehemently, we have come to the point where we do agree on our disagreement.
That's very true.
But yeah, I do think there are a lot of people that could be classified as grifters. I do think it's overused.
I do
think it's overused a lot. I hear that a lot. It's a joke on my channel. We call it Gwitha with a W, which I put in the video, and you didn't understand the joke, which I don't blame you.
I figured it out.
Yeah, I explained to it. Yeah, the Gwitha. It wasn't me mispronouncing the word grifter. It's because there have been people that have criticized my video. Then.
No, I figured the joke, but usually if you laugh at the joke, that's funny.
No, I would not expect it.
I don't like that you made a joke of me calling people something that they're not, or something that they are, but you conflate who is one legitimately with somebody who isn't one because you just dislike them or you don't understand them.
You to find it funny because, oh, by the way, one other question. Why is there a furry in your intro? Are you a furry?
That's funny. No, so that's actually funny. I'm not furry. No. A fan drew that.
I just want to be clear because somebody pointed it out. They're like, what?
No, a fan drew that and I put it in. Basically, opening just I find it people who drew it also. I'm not a furry. My persona would not be a wolf if I was. So there we go.
What? Why are you talking so fast? You're saying that like there's a bad thing with being a furry. That'd be really interesting. Why are you defending that so quickly, bro? Huh. Interesting. The energy in which you spent to answer that is not consistent with the rest of the things you've been doing. You got something you're trying to hide?
Somebody from you says, interesting. Templar uses, what is it?
Wave is a very prolific figure in
Templar as a defense when he established he views her as a degenerate. She's, yeah, no, it's true. No, she is absolutely. But it doesn't mean that she deserves to be doxxed or go through any of what she went through. I have fundamental disagreements with her. I think that what girls like her do is harmful with their fancy and stuff. I've talked about that. The fake girlfriend experience. I think that's very sad, and I don't encourage that. I don't like that. But it doesn't mean that I would ever want anything to happen to somebody like that. What they went through when they came on stream crying because people are trying to ruin their life over a video game. But no, I talk about that. It's completely. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. It's.
Indeed.
Yeah, anyway.
Now, so let's super play real quick. We'll have a little pause in the conversation. Hopefully something comes up as well. It'll be good. Take a listen. Sure.
At Proletarian Pride super chatted $5. I'm paying another $5 to beg you to debating fascists who only want to waste your time and never let them defend their beliefs.
Okay. Let's see what else comes up.
At Stingertopia3169 super chatted $10. Question directed at Templar. Why do you think that somebody's sexuality or gender expression matters for their other unrelated opinions? And why does yours not matter in the same conversations?
I'll give you a chance to answer that one.
Because the people who are talking up to the content are not people who are willing to actually speak on behalf of their things. They are not prideful in what they do, and they do not have the ability to live within their standards and lust to live their truth. This does not mean that everybody is this, but those that would like to speak down on others and call them grifters and fascists are often not people that are capable of defending their opinions when given the opportunity to, on a stage with people that are capable of being open-minded to the ideals and the worldviews that they are attempting to give people the opportunity to accept, expand, and know. It is the case that there are people that are lazy with their ability to get to know someone, something, and things that they do with others, to the point that they are consistently and extraveniously incapable of showing this outside of using somebody else by proxy. If a person is going to come to me with their worldview, and they wear it on their sleeve like a Pokemon badge, and I cannot criticize the fact that this person is doing that because they are doing it to virtue signal to a group that they are represented through that person or through that anomaly. They are, in fact, coping. They're, in fact, coping. And I'm not going to let that person cope because they are incapable of addressing the deeper concern that needs to be addressed. Because that would be wasteful. That would be beneath us. And is literally in my job description to confront those conversations. Don't have to be hateful. Don't gotta be a bigot. Don't have to attack people. But you cannot project about people while representing the worst of a group. We do not represent everyone. But the way that these people are collectivists needs to be studied. Because it is never acceptable to criticize them, and it is always acceptable for them to use other people as a proxy to criticize others. By any normal standing and group involvement, this is unacceptable and should be admonished. but it's considered normal when it comes to others and their involvement in certain types of groups and discussions. I think it's all cope at the end of the day. And it should be treated like the joke that it is.
I'll have to go through.
I'll get again for you real quick. So, question for the Templar: why do you think that somebody's sexual or gender expression matters for their other unrelated opinions, and why does yours not matter in the same conversation? So, for example, why does it matter? Let's some kind of an example of a creator who's very famously gay or something like that. Here's the example. Why do you think it matters that, say,
You know what you're doing.
here's an example. So, if a film director's gay, why does that matter at all? If it doesn't have any reflection on the work they're producing.
Well, it can affect their work and their perspective and the outcome of the material. It can affect the message of the show. Now, is it possible that somebody who's gay or lesbian can put that aside and just do straight work? Absolutely, straight work. Just do a straight job down the middle. No pun intended. Yeah, absolutely, it's possible. But humans are pattern recognition machines, and we notice a certain trend, and certain people notice these trends and say, you know what, I don't like that this tends to happen more often than this. So they're criticizing it.
By that same metric, then, what about the inverse?
What would be the inverse of that?
Well, I'm asking why would the inverse not matter? If it's let's say a straight director making a movie that's gay. So, for example,
that's easy because straight is normal.
That's not a good answer.
At Charlie Price 8372 super chatted $5. Are resorting to ableism like the Arcelor T discredit me. What an intellectual big game. You feel powerful saying garbage Templar lol. It is pathetic. At Charlie Price 8372 super chatted
Literally just playing hate again. That's not a good answer, Templar. It shouldn't matter in the view of the work. It also shouldn't matter in the view of the person's character if you're not operating on a contextual basis of subjective morality. Since we do not have similar worldviews, it means that what I think and what you think are not going to measure up to each other, because you're going to think something's inherently useless, I'm going to see something as inherently useful, and where these twain shall meet, you're not necessarily going to give them the feedback that you want. But if I'm going to look at something like a piece of media and someone tells me that the sexual ambivalence of the director informs the work, it can make the work good, it can make the work bad. And criticisms of whether or not that should apply to somebody's lifestyle choices require the context of how they use those lifestyle choices and how they include or disinclude people because of those differing worldviews. Usually, it is the out-group doing it to the in-group. When you say, oh, it's because they're normal, I guess you would have to say heteronormativity, because they're discussing heteronormativity. It doesn't necessarily make you wrong, but it does make people want to say, well, see, you're doing that thing that we don't respect and like, so why should we do the thing that you respect and like? Which then makes all of you annoying people in general to be around. Which is why most people tend to find both sides of groups annoying. Because neither are anything other than aggressive. Because they're both trying to win an argument. That ultimately the rest of us do not care about.
To answer basic questions, constant interruption, appeals to popularity fallacy, circular reasoning, demonstrates an inability to be honest. And you're a saint. Bless your patience.
Thank you.
At Lucky_Dagger super chatted $5. Hey Templar, do you practice debates against ChatGPT?
Do you use ChatGPT to help form, not help write your arguments, but help use it as a base to argue against?
No.
No, yeah, I didn't think so. But I would recommend that because circular logic on ChatGPT is worse than I've seen in a while.
No, I don't need ChatGPT.
At Stingertopia3169 super chatted $5. Genuinely can't listen to
I do use ChatGPT to help with my work on my channel. We can talk about that.
Yeah, we'll get to that next, I think.
Yeah. I don't think your audience is going to like my view on AI.
Super chatted $5. The reason why no one had an issue in the odd Ghostbusters is because the culture war wasn't a big thing yet, so there was no profit in being racist.
There's a big profitability in racism. There's a lot of racism back then.
Culture war, racism don't go together in the same sentence. People were not in a culture war back then because that was when the culture war was beginning. But okay, whatever. Use it as a justification to spread your viewpoint.
Master Queen super chatted $4.99. As a black woman, seeing right-wing anime fans like him trying to keep black people from being into the medium is discouraging.
Yeah, imagine.
Nobody can stop you from being inside of the medium just because they have negative opinions about you. Literally just consume content. Literally just consume the material. Literally just join the work. Literally just join the fan base. Become a part of the medium. Be of the thing, not just for the zeitgeist of the thing. And no one's going to care. If you're getting involved just because you want to be seen in the popular work, and you want people to forcefully include you, and if they don't, they're evil, racist, bigoted Nazis, come off of it, you know you're talking hawk shit. Many of you know you're talking hot shit. This has been the case. It has always been the case. It will always be the case. You're going to get criticized if you do that. Don't do that. Just enjoy the thing. But it's not just about enjoying the thing. It's about getting people to have the correct opinions about the thing. And if they don't have the same opinion you do, you try to say that people are excluding you when they are not.
Hey, Chi, all right. Thank you, member, 16 months. Your presence is always welcome by Chi, as well as your moderation. All right, got some right here. Oh, we'll lock,
At Charlie Price 8372 super chatted $2. The fascist admits he has no moral compass. At Jewel 7403 super chatted $5. This guy stinks. I gotta get some clean Freya Ares app anyways. Friends, thank you for your service, Mr. Gabagool. Salute.
You should not be playing these super chats. This is not something you do to have a normal, polite conversation with people, Anthony.
Face.
At
At Simon Robino super chatted $5. If he has no sympathy for millionaires getting harassed, then surely he has no sympathy when Asmongold faces pushback for his awful takes.
Yeah, because he's a celebrity too. And the difference is that none of us care until it goes across the line. Clearly, there are many cases where there are people who went across the line. We don't address the people who are staying in the line. We're just the ones that try to go outside the line. Very often, the left likes to go outside the line. Nobody likes getting addressed for that. That's acceptable, that's normal, that's something we have to accept at all times. So, somebody says a comment that you don't agree with, that means dox them. Right? That's how that works? When we don't like the content of a political commentator, we dox them, we try to destroy them, we try to do life ruination. Same thing, right? Oh, the thing that doesn't happen that happened for years on end? Oh, okay.
That's fair.
At the Wyverner super chatted $5. Interesting Templar uses silver veil as a defense. When he's established, he would view her as a degenerate.
If you ask a regular person in your life, who Asmongold is, do you think they know?
Well, good question.
Not on the internet?
Good question.
At Jeffrey Hyatt super chatted $1.
Celebrity is something just well known. If I ask my grandmother who Markiplier, well, if I ask my grandmother who Markiplier was, she would look at his own crazy. If I ask a 20-year-old who Markiplier is, they'll know in a second. Celebrity relevant.
Yeah, well, I guess maybe that is the difference. Is if somebody, because everyone, people know who Sylvester Stallone is as a celebrity. Arnold Schwarzenegger, I don't know.
It's not about relativity. It's about whether or not they have broken containment, which is when they become mainstream. Thank you, Anthony, for demonstrating my argument that I made earlier. No, that is not how that works. People know who Sly is because Sylvester Stallone is a celebrity that is making movies and is making television shows. I could show you Tulsa King. I could show you the Italian Stallion. I could show you any Rocky film. I could show you The Rock. I could show you any of his work that he did when he was doing things before and after the Expendables blew up. If I show you Markiplier's quintessential work that then popularized things like FNAF, and then I show you Lost in Space, or any of the other work he's working on, like Iron Lung, or Honest, which we shouldn't, because that's relative only to the people who were paying attention to it at the time, not something that should be discovered afterwards, because that was the point of the content. Popularity is about what breaks containment. If fan bases want to grow and make a thing bigger, sharing it with people should make it so that everybody knows who every streamer is. But that's not how it works, because there's too many of us. It's about whether or not they break containment and become capable of entering into the zeitgeist through the conversational annals. Which means, if this person becomes famous because they open their asshole wide on camera while debating people, that person should become infamous. Relative to how many people are watching their content. This is where you get people like all of the debate bros, including Nikki the Knife. Just like for you, it's going to be relative only within the mainstream of the access of a certain audience. You aren't breaking containment outside of left-wing audiences because you exist in a hug box where you are going to debate the worst of the worst and never a person who's going to actually have the answers to your questions that are going to be able to debate it. where you're not going to be able to walk them into a wall while your super chat does 12 minutes of hate against them. Just like it is for my audience. There is a barrier of attention. Most people will not know about things if it doesn't break that attention span. If it doesn't break that attention at all. It is a border. In order to break that border, you need virality and social proof. Sylvester Stallone has social proof. Within left-wing circles, you have social proof. Only really because you're willing to do exactly the grifter thing and sell their opinions back to them and give them a platform upon which they can attack people that they don't like. I have social proof around certain scenes, but that barometer, that ceiling of exposure, that requires us doing things that may be controversial and negative for certain groups. And or just become so big that it's impossible to be seen. But that requires who's involved. That's where it's relative. But hey, I'm friends with people who you wouldn't think I'd be friends with. And I'm capable of tolerating groups that you'd think I wouldn't be able to tolerate. So, that again too is also relative. But that barometer of exposure plus attention economy, you have not yet once addressed that properly. Not once.
Maybe the definition of
You
celebrity
only
is
left cause you
changed.
got kicked for being a guru.
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry, yeah, that's fair. No, I mean, celebrity's relative. Let's keep some suggestions until they're done.
Oh, that's interesting. This Templar dude's a LARPer.
At Scorpion 104 super chatted $5. All stuff to Templar will be big hand. But do try to let him talk and save your point for when he's done. Write it down at least, then talk.
That's a fair point. That's a good way to hold on to your thought without losing it.
At Yamate Ramble super chatted $2. I gotta leave for work, but have some money less than free.
Thank you. And I think I'll pause after this one. We move on to the discussion.
At Demi Supreme super chatted $2. Why is there gay P or NFT Templar IRL online?
Why do they keep putting Templar online? That's a good question. I can't answer that one for you. I would never go looking for it, so I have no idea. Anyway, let's talk about AI. I think that's the big other topic too. Beyond culture war discussion, I think the use of AI is a big point of contention with audiences.
So, especially the furry community, they really.
I think any artistic community who values human talent would dislike the use of AI. Yeah. And furries, of course, hey, listen, you can say what you want about furries, but you can't argue if they have lovely artists. Hot Templar who spend a lot of years training. So the idea of a machine that steals their hard work and then makes something that's subpar as a result, and they claim it's just as good, that can be frustrating. So, what is your perspective of AI? I'll let you talk before I offer my rebuttal. I'll give you the mic for now.
I think AI is an amazing tool, and I think that it helps people, and I think it will continue to help people. There are pros and cons, like any form of work. Oh, what's up? What happened to your stream?
Hey, your stream's on. There's nothing.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Just error 4. No, just error 4.
That's weird.
Yeah. Everything looks good. Just refreshed. Yeah. My take on AR is that I think AR is a tool, and I think it's a helpful one. I think that like anything, there are pros and cons. A lot of people had issues with Photoshop. They said, "Oh, Photoshop is going to ruin art." But my take on AR is this: is that it gives the poorest people in our civilization tools to create where they otherwise may not have the money to hire an artist. Like for me on my channel, I use AR. I don't have to go to an artist. I don't have to pull from anything. I just type a detail thing into ChatGPT, and then it creates an image, and then I can edit it either in Photoshop, re-input it, and I get to do all the work, and it doesn't cost me anything. That is a huge advantage to a small content creator or somebody else. And I would just posit this: imagine somebody like J.K. Rowling, who by the way is one of the richest women in the world now, but she came from abject poverty. She was writing Harry Potter. You don't think that she would have appreciated the ability to input some of her ideas as an artist into a machine to create concept art that she could have then used to sell her idea? I mean, I think that a lot of people look at it in this very limited...
Pause. Counter argument. She also didn't use what would have been the machine learning tools at the time to do it. She just wrote, and she wrote something real with her own hands and refined it. That is what Joanne did. You cannot use you cannot use a person who actually did something without making AI art and say, what if she didn't have it? What would she have done if she did not have ChatGPT? Are you going to deny me my ability to be able to make the content that I do? It's a tool, and it's all about the perspective of how you properly use it. Some people use it good. Some people use it bad. You are one of the people who uses it in the haphazard, questionable standard, where your morals and values are basically, I have opportunity to use it, so I'm going to use it. And instead of saying, and I'm going to be unapologetic about that, you instead say, well, think of the lowly content creator. Think of the lowly content creator who could not be able to make the content. You took this tool from them. Would you deny them a succulent piece of material? And the answer they're going to give them is going to be the same answer anybody would give you, which is, you can try. Some don't even attempt to try. I think they're justified to be annoyed with the not trying part. Because the not trying part is the part that's going to really piss a lot of people off.
But AI is a tool that can help people who don't have the artistic talent and don't have the money to create something And I think that there is a lot of good in it. I do think that there is a lot of evil in it as well. The people that can use deepfakes and stuff, I'm not a fan of that. Especially, I agree with the laws against deepfake porn. I think that's atrocious that you would do that to somebody, because at a certain point it's going to be indistinguishable from real, and so that's going to have to come with some stiff penalties. But for the most part, like what I do with my character and background and stuff like that, I think it's great. I think that it's helped me. I think it's helped other people too. And it's also created some very funny memes.
Question, are you familiar with Flow? Yeah, best picture winner, best animated picture.
Oh, no, I thought you meant the program Flow.
No, the movie Flow. The one that had awards this past year. The best animated.
Yeah, Google has a thing called Flow. No, so, no.
Very excellent movie. It was made in Blender, which is free. It's made in free animation software. So
that's great.
You ever heard of GIMP? The software GIMP? It's a free Photoshop tool. I got it back in high school.
GIMP is the service that I use.
If I practiced a little more, it would have gotten better. Also, J.K. Rowling didn't do the concept art for Harry Potter. That was Scholastic, publisher, who hired artists who knew what they were doing. She had no involvement in that. She had no hand in that. So,
what I'm talking about there is, as a poor creator, when you're writing something,
okay,
before, like you're not a big name, right? You're not a big name. You don't really have inside connections. You having the ability to create the concept art to present to them, it may give you a better chance of getting your idea past the initial scrutiny. And what I'm saying is not that she had a hand in it, but that she.
Who's been traditionally published in publishing house?
Anyone who's been traditionally published?
Yes, like Scholastic.
No.
Because I did. Concept art has no actual impact on getting a book published in any publishing house. The process is you send in a query letter with usually the first 15 pages of your work, sometimes 5, sometimes not even that. And if an agency, a literary agency, accepts your manuscript, they themselves can then send it to the publishing house, and they may accept it. Only once it's accepted by the publishing house do they even consider doing concept art for anything. So what you're describing would never be touched upon by the author. It's
okay, so you could maybe you're a content creator and you put your work forward and you get rejected. You get rejected by a publishing house. It happens all the time. So now that person that has no money, doesn't have the money to get hire an artist to do concept work, can go to AI and be like, look, well maybe I can get some donators, I can get some people, but I'm gonna put this in there based on my recommendations and parameters. I'm gonna make concept art so that I can broadcast this to the world and show them my concept and get some of the work.
The author Ryokishio7.
Ryokishio7?
Yes, Ryokishio7.
No.
Japanese writer from years ago. Had an idea for a story, couldn't get him to publish it. So what he did was, so he very creative. Drew his own art, he had no talent in art, those art's very sloppy and very bad. And he put the writing, not in a book, but in a digital file. He treated it himself. This became the story known as Higurashi no Naka Coordinate, which is one of the most successful visual novels in the history of Japan. It was adapted multiple times, including an animation, to a very successful anime project. And Ryokishio7 was then commissioned to do this to manage a little game called Silent Hill F, after decades of proving himself as one of the best horror writers in Japan. He did this without any actual formal publication behind his work. All the work he did himself, and he worked his nonstop to do all of it. There is, in my opinion, if you're going to experience artistic, if you're going to make art of any kind, whether it's art, whether it's animation, whether it's regardless of whether you're poor or not, there are resources available to allow you to create that art. That is the great thing about free software. And I will never advocate for anyone they have to pay for programs that are readily available for free right now. The barrier for entry is only the skill you have. And quite frankly, if you don't have the skill to make the art, you won't understand what makes that art compelling. You may think, oh, this looks cool, but do you understand composition, lighting, motion? Or do you understand the human anatomy all that properly? Because all those things can be alienating to an audience and thus turn them off of what you produce. So, in my opinion, AI art isn't just simply dividing the barrier of entry, and also can cause a massive amount of misinformation to spread, like you described before, which I'm sure you both also agree. Spreading misinformation with AI is unethical. It's just not what someone should do. It's also a little bit of a crutch, I think, for some artists who could be great if they had determination to improve, because no one is good when they start. They are only good through hard work. And even with Yoshi, his artwork was terrible early on with Higurashi. He did it over and over again, more and more and more, and as he goes on, it gets better and better and better. But that's a product of determination and raw, repetitious action, doing the same basic thing 1,000 times until the 1,001th time it starts to look like something decent. I think that AI is actively going to make artists worse if they over-rely on it, because they will never get better at it. And eventually, the AI is going to source from other crappy pieces of AI artwork. And so eventually what's going to happen, and it's already begun to happen with AI models, is degeneration. And other artists are actively poisoning AI with some cleverly programmable things. So the problem is you're relying on a tool that will not actually get better over time, but actually get progressively worse. You are using the best AI tools that will ever be right now, because eventually it's going to poison itself with like a 10th generation VHS tape. Diminishing returns as it assimilates its own fecal matter.
So, do you see any positive in AI?
I see positives in AI. I do not see positives with large language models. Large language models, I think, are pretty defunct. It actually creates spreading misinformation. We can always see AI psychosis spreading around. People have religious fever thinking that the AI is telling them something factual, when all students are shooting back what they want to see back at them. Yeah, there's people who enjoy an occasional chatbot or two. I think that's not great, but, it's not the end of the world. But I think that genuinely it's a net negative to society. I think AI that can be used to detect cancer, that can be used to program machines, that's useful. That's actually good AI. But the problem is we're putting all the money in large language models that actually don't get jobs done, that don't benefit businesses, that make artists worse at their job, and are frankly expensive. Because even though they said they're free, Coca-Cola recently revealed that the amount of money they spent with their AI-generated Christmas commercials.
The amount of talking you're letting him do is a problem. And this is also why I don't like when people do shit like that. You are actively trying to control the conversation, and you're going on about shit that doesn't have anything to do with anything. I got a perfect augment. And it makes it impossible for you to have a conversation if you're just going to keep going on and on and on about some shit that is outside of the relativity of what you're trying to discuss. Nice.
Commercial. It was actually more than what it would have been if they just hired human beings to do it.
I don't care what corporations are paid. corporations can eat it. I'm talking about individual people. So, like, I'm talking about the poorest of people. People,
and Blender is
like,
free.
they can go to ChatGPT and they can use it for free. I know, I understand that there are corporations that pay a bunch of money. I don't care about them, particularly. I'm talking about the poorest people. Giving them
free access to systems. There's never been a better time to be an artist, even if you're poor. The movie that won Best Animated Feature at the Academy Awards this year was made with free software and a couple of guys came together. It wasn't a massive production like a Pixar film. It was made with free software.
Good.
So it's all available. There's no justification for an artist to produce things with AI when they can just learn how to make it themselves and be better.
Some people don't have that artistic talent. They don't.
No one has talent when they start. Everyone sucks when they start. Everyone's terrible at art when they start. But you just do it enough times and you get better at it because you learn how to do it right. You don't need a formal education.
Here's the problem, Ant. Some people are trying to make content, and they're trying to make content to then put out. They don't have time for years and years and years of practice so that they can be able to then make out product. Learning over time is part of it. Now, the correct answer for what you're trying to say is that make something, because it's going to suck. Make it first and make it real, and then go back and make it better. Definitely, this is the advice that would formulate the background of my work. Because I used memes as thumbnails. Still do. But when I make things and I use stuff using thumbnails, I've also had work that I've given to people that I then got back for work. I've never had to use AI in that concept to create shit other than work that has already been interpolated. Because anything that I put through AI that I'm using for a thumbnail is something that came from an idea that I gave it, not something that I gave it to harvest off of somebody else's work, which is usually just interpolation of further memes themselves. I don't steal people's art to make work of that. I usually take my own work and my own art and I feed it into the engine to make it. A little bit of punch up here, a little twist there. Same thing that Jay does, which is who I learned it from. But in terms of like my actual talent, that developed over time by just putting work out and then getting better. Sure, tell them and advocate for them to do that. But what you're actively saying is nobody is ever allowed to use AI the way that you think they should use AI because you have a boner against AI. And that's cope. You don't get to control that. You don't get to control that any more than I could control that. I can't put this on a quiver.
I actually think your best argument would be the manga Demon Slayer. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I've read Demon Slayer, yes. I'm very familiar
The
with
artwork in that is horrible. But
Tri-res, but I doubt I get projectile.
But that actually
works. I'd say it's decent. It's not artwork called One Punch Man. It's a better example of that. The original version, not the remade version.
Yeah,
no, a good example right there. An artist who has no talent that was successful anyway. Not no talent.
You
got better time on it.
Yeah, no, that is true. However, I think that there are certain situations where people they may need the tool at the time. You can never really say people that are extremely low income to have that extra boost to write it. Not write it for them, but they can have something to help make something more solid. And I'm all in favor of that. And like my channel, for example, I never would have been able to afford to go out and hire artists for everything that I need for my channel if I wanted to do something for Thanksgiving or Christmas. So a barrier to entry would be that.
Well, what do you need to actually make for Christmas, Thanksgiving? Because when I first started, for me, I didn't hire an artist until I guess my first one would be the August when I first started. So that it was in my second. It would have been 8 months into my YouTube career. I didn't do anything like that. And that's the example. Everything else was done by him. I did all the editing myself until recently. I hired an editor now because I have a son, so I have to make sure that I'm there for him. Yeah, but that's I have a couple people I've worked with.
I hired an editor because I have a child. Okay, how many people can't do that? Are you going to answer that? No? Different. Okay. It's acceptable when you do it because, you see, I have a family. I can't waste my time. You, unironically, have the exact same position on AI as fucking Smash TT. I can't be bothered to do the work because I have a child. But only this part of the work, not this part of the work. His is all of it.
Editors maybe help take a load off. I would do everything myself.
I don't have an editor.
That's
I do everything myself.
That's fair. And I pay my editors based on the profitability of the video. I pay on a flat rate, but the flat rate is determined based on how profitable my videos are typically and their needs. So it's a mix of everything. If the video's successful, they're successful. And my artists pay the flat rate based again on what I think I can afford them based on the success of the video. And again, it's always the asking rate because my videos do pretty decently, which is good.
How much does an editor charge per video?
Depends on the length. I know I won't speak out. I won't talk about money and what I charge to pay them right now publicly. Editors watch this. And I think that's unfair to reveal any private information.
I don't need to know what you pay your editor. I'm talking about in generalities for videos.
Oh, for a video, I'll give a general range.
Say the video is like 15 to 20 minutes.
That could be.
I know your videos are like 10 times longer.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah. I'd say you reasonably speaking, can be anywhere from $100 to $700 roughly in terms of depending on how detailed it is, how professional they are, how much experience they have. Don't forget, you're also talking about their history. So an editor who's just getting started probably charges less than an editor who's say worked with a big YouTuber. Like if you ask for
I could never do that. I could never do that. That's just I can never.
That's fair. It's not, that's why I was editing every video week by week until like my audience was built enough to do that. And again, I never asked for help that I couldn't do myself.
Yeah.
I never will make someone do something I myself couldn't also do. But
Yeah, I do everything on my own.
But their skills and talent is something I don't have. But
I do everything on my own. AI is a very helpful tool to help me do things more effectively and apparently very cost effectively.
Well,
so
what,
I'm actually
what do you
very
use AI
grateful.
for? In
What?
introduction, what do you use AI for?
Okay, so what I use AI for is when I do streams and stuff, or even when I do videos, I have a background that I usually what I'll do is I'll put an input of something that I want. So I'll put a prompt based on text of what I want, and then it'll generate an image. And then I'll take that image and I'll put it into Flow, or whatever the program is, and then I will have the background image animated, and so that it'll look like some elements, but like an animated background image. You know, kind of like the one that you're on your screen, like the one that's
this is a wallpaper from Wallpaper Engine, right? It's like free.
Yeah.
It's a wallpaper engine that you can get from anywhere. You don't need to have AI to be able to produce a background. You can just get a GIF and put it on a loop. That's what I have. Why would you need to use AI for that? That just sounds like you're deeply unimaginative, which is an entirely separate issue from the issue on AI.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, the artist made this using very basic rendering topics. It's all just the same shape. Very basic. It's not AI generated. It's perfectly lined up pieces of
yeah, so I
slide on different skills.
I basically just use that to create an animated image, and then I use it for the character, the avatar.
Could you just use like a royalty-free piece of animation for that instead? There's a lot of your backgrounds aren't necessarily like these elaborate, complicated things. This is probably a free version of what you're looking for. You can credit the artist.
Probably.
Yeah, that's probably and you'd be contributing to getting attention to that artist, whatever the artist may be.
Probably, but I've not really come across any software program.
That software is royalty-free. You don't need to. Just download a loop. There's hundreds, thousands of them. There's tons of free royalty-free stuff you can access. Yeah, granted, some of the stuff you have to pay for more specific stuff, but you can find free versions of that AI for that. So what else do you do? That right there, you can get for free without even.
The avatar, costumes, background. That's pretty much it.
Okay, well there's free. We mentioned Blender. That's a free modeling animation program right there. But even if you don't use that, you can easily get like a Templar outfit. Those exist as model that you can find pretty easily. A tabletop sim, you have used that. They have mods for that. You can probably use for a video. You can have a loop of it. You can have a green screen background plugged in. There you go.
But here's the problem. I could do that.
Yeah, pretty easily.
I don't have the time. I don't have the time or motivation to do that.
It takes less effort to do this than to type in prompts. You're actually doing more work typing the prompt into AI than you would do.
I don't see how that's possible.
That's very simple.
I don't see how that's possible.
Go to YouTube.
I can type my thing into to generate the image. I can type the thing. It's not usually very long. It's a couple sentences, and the AI can pick it up almost instantly. Then putting it into the thing, it generates like 4 different variants of what I want. Like it's both very, very timely, very effective, very efficient. So for me, learning a whole new program for this one thing, yeah, okay, I mean it could be just as effective, but for me this works. Now in the future, that could be something that I can change. But at the end of the day, in the meantime, it is more effective, it is more cost effective, and more efficient. So I'm not going to do that. And by the way, I'm a small content creator. There are a lot of other small content creators. They're going to be using that as well.
Being a small content creator does not stop you from being able to just find low-tech solutions for your problem. Why are you making me agree with Anthony? You can have a low-tech solution for the kinds of things that people like me would have to pay $90 a thumbnail for, or $100 per work from a creator for, which I would happily pay to people like Jay. We can be able to do this work using this program, and we can use our own ideas to create popping frames of media that then build into it. Example, what is effectively going to become the template for the new Carl reviews for thumbnails, where the majority of the stream of its content is going to be me reacting to the thing that's being discussed. Where Jay takes the time to do one every single one, I instead have a template, just like most content creators do, because they do. Especially with the ones with the facial reacts, the ones with the exaggerated ones. I have a template that I can take, put my shit up there, put the content there, boom, in frame. The same way that I made the one using the Only for Niggas, the one that I used with the AI generation of fan art and literal pictures of myself that I took and then fed into the model. All of that is low-tech shit that doesn't have to cannibalize the work of an artist. We can all agree that that's the bad thing. However, it sounds like Tactical Templar is just a lazy fuck who wants to use technology the same way that Smash JT is a lazy fuck who wants to just simply take the content, slap it up there, and call it a fucking day. Which that's an entirely different problem. It is shitty, but it's an entirely different problem to the question of creativity.
Seconds. It's a loop on my screen here. It's a loop. Basically, video, photo, royalty free. Got the ambiance. Yeah, it has music. Just this. Here you go. It'll ambient music in the background, totally free. There you go. See? There you go. 5 seconds. Download that. 12 hours. You have an AI for that. You credit an artist for it.
What is that?
Just 5 seconds to Google. Look at YouTube. It was like the 5th result. It looks really nice. It's not AI. It's just a video feed or a recording. It looks like. And it has ambient music in the background. Posted 4 years ago. So before ChatGPT. So before it became readily available. So that's like just download that. There you go. Use it constantly. You're good.
Yeah.
For that.
That's kind of dark and dreary.
There's 1,000 of Just find out.
No. What you're saying is true. However, with AI generated stuff, it's stuff I can control. So while it is too dark, but it's something I can control. I have more freedom to create.
Control how? Control how? For the sound of it, it sounds like you're just having AI generate you the same thing that all of us use. Twitch, why don't you just make that thing? Well, I can't learn. So then why don't you find one that's already pre-made, that fits the tone of what you need, and create a theme around it? I can't do that. That's too hard. It sounds like you're just being a lazy fuck, bro. It just sounds like you're being a lazy fuck.
Yeah, I can find probably.
You scroll a little bit, find one you like, and there you go. AI generation, you can write and do that. But speaking, you're still asking someone else to produce your work for you. One's just a little. You're not making it yourself.
Hi, Bogdan.
A machine's making it, or an artist is making it. It's the same result either way, but at least with the artist, you can promote a talent behind it. Put in the credits, there you go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm glad that you found something that works for you. I'm not going to do that. I think AI is way more effective. It just works. It just works.
You're just a lazy fuck then, Templar, and I'm sure you'd agree with that. I'm sure you'd accept that.
I need more time.
I can run 16? 18. I can run 18 maps and get 3 back-to-back temple sessions.
I would be willing to look into it, but I don't think that's some sort of better tool.
You don't think that someone who knows the craft and image with lighting and proper balance and even ambient sound is better than a machine that will pump something out that you really can't control, but just produce something until you like it enough?
Yeah, because I don't need anything that complicated. I just need something.
You don't need typing a search result.
I need something to create an aesthetic for my own individual channel. Like, for example, I'm sure I could find one of those for Christmas or Thanksgiving, but not the same one. Not with the same aesthetic.
No, but could you find even with AI? AI can generate the same thing 15 times and result in something that's similar-ish. But hey, at the end of the day, you got to do what you got to do. But I think that you are making excuses for something that's very easy to do outside without AI. Your financial status is no excuse when there is totally free means to get exactly what you want without learning a skill.
I'm quite pleased with what AI is doing. I understand that some people may have a difference of opinion on that, but honestly, I don't give a shit. Because
I mean, if your opinion on everything is, well, I could find a way that it could save me $1 million to do something that I want to spend $1 million on, but I want to spend $1 million on it. I mean, I suppose you can walk away with that perspective, but that just makes you a lazy fuck. Again, at the end of the day, Templar. If you're going to take that kind of risk on what you say is your brand, then I guess this is your fucking fault. I don't know. Be blessed, beloved. You don't want to learn. No problem.
Stand clear.
We'll let you do it to yourself, I guess.
I've shot. Return to death.
it's going to be here. It is helping people, and it seems like the only people that are really against AI, if I can be honest, the only people that really seem to be vehemently against it are people that want to continue to create this elitist barrier to entry. They want to create this perception that I'm better because I'm an artist. And
what people have gone up $100 a month because the farms of AI
yeah.
prices.
It's not great.
Yeah, so
I definitely am a fan of Trump doing something to lower costs on that stuff. Regulation.
You need
to lower energy costs. Yeah, those AI farms should have to pay more money.
They expect that 20% of the energy generated in Europe.
Those AI farms should have to pay more money to their communities to offset the cost of it. No, absolutely.
They won't, because it doesn't matter if they pay more, it still raises the price for everyone else around it, even if they pay.
Yeah, we should lower the cost of it. Drill, baby, drill, you're right.
That's not going to actually make it cheaper. You know that, right? Because that energy is actually not enough. It's mostly the other sources. You need to make a new form of nuclear energy to offset the cost of AI.
Yeah, no, that's true. I am in favor of nuclear power plants.
That's not going to be enough. You need a new form of nuclear fusion that doesn't exist currently, that isn't even theoretically possible, to offset the cost of AI farms. This is what every energy expert says. This is not like my opinion. This is a pretty confirmed detail. You need a massive amount of power to offset the costs.
I do find this conversation to be interesting because
I mean that's very important, Ant. It is actually important that these AI farms are creating the problem that they do, because it is actually part of the reason why it's a problem for the industry. You and Red Letter Media come to the exact same conclusion, but you know what also be good? If leftists didn't constantly preach they should walk away from fossil fuels and to also stop nuclear energy from being developed. Because that is actually what leftists are doing. Sure, that's a little bit of whataboutism, but we're stuck on an issue of something that really doesn't fucking matter. Move off the subject matter, Anthony. They're delivering today. Need to wait. Don't ask me stupid questions.
The thing that was hilarious is a couple of years ago, you had a lot of people that were really pushing electric cars. Really pushing, like, really pushing electric cars. And, yeah, didn't give a shit about what it did to the power grid, but now all of a sudden it's AI, now it's affecting yards. And
That's because it wouldn't actually alter the power grid all that much. Compare this, dude, this
yeah,
is like...
you obviously, you live in California? Have you seen what those brownouts? Oh my god.
I live in an area that has brownouts regularly, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The comparison of what you're referring to is like comparing the ripple of a pebble hitting the ocean versus a mile-long meteor. There's no comparison between what you're describing and the impact that AI farms
So
have.
what would your solution be? To tear down these AI facilities?
Yes,
You know that China and India and other countries are going to continue to build AI plants,
Yeah, they're torn down too. So it's across the board.
They're not going to do that, right?
Doesn't matter if they want to do it. That's my best case scenario would be. Practically, I know that. But
no, I didn't ask what your best case scenario would be. I'm going to say that if you tear down the ones in the United States, China and India and other countries are going to make it, and we are going to be unprepared for.
China and India have actually developed alternatives to the large language models that are actually smaller language models, require a lot less energy, and do not require all the computer chips that NVIDIA is sending out. They're much less advanced, but they're also more specific and more effective at their particular means. But these large language models are useless. Small language models, however, are far more useful. They're also less widely applicable to what you're talking about. Well, also, Texas and California, they got brownouts because of the AI farms, not because of the cars.
Oh, the electric cars. No, way before
it's AI farms and it's the data mines. That's what causes it. Silicon Valley stuff is from the
way before AI.
Yes, because Silicon Valley was going on in that area. It affects the power grid there. Look at Boise, Idaho, where all the different Silicon Valley guys moved over to. They get brownouts too. The moment they built computing centers for their functionality.
Yeah, well,
it's entirely because of the tech industry. It's entirely.
It's going to happen. So I guess the only thing that you could really talk about is how you mitigate some of the problems that are going to come as a result of it.
By shifting to small language models, because large language models aren't effective. They're losing billions of dollars. Investors are scared of it, and the NVIDIA stock. Thiel sold all of the NVIDIA stock. And that's one of the big pushes for the large language AI models. A lot of companies are reporting zero gains, in fact, loss from using AI. OpenAI
do you think the price of RAM is going to skyrocket in the next couple of months?
I think the price of computer chips is going to skyrocket in general because all the stuff we're using is being melted in favor of the altar of our AI gods. Yeah, the price of materials is going to go down because we're burning through the chips to fuel this shit.
Yeah, you
the price of already
don't,
up. I'll just be building
you really don't like AI.
a few months ago, I built a computer. The price of all the chips I got with the same general power that I got several years ago. The value of the chips I hasn't gone up. It's virtually indistinguishable from what I got like 5-6 years ago. But the price was about $400 more for the same type of technology. $400 increase, but marginal difference. And that's purely because they're being used for these stupid, useless farms that benefit no one but specific companies. And even then, the companies are losing billions of dollars.
Yeah, well, I think that AI as a tool has been majorly effective for people that are lower income. You've seen it. Like some of these creators, memes are pretty on point.
Back in the day, we were great. We used something called GIMP for Microsoft Paint, and they were funny. Every AI now is dull looking. Colors are muted. Doesn't even look good anymore. They look lame. The only thing people talk about is about AI. The only
I think the meme of Hassan shocking his dog was particularly hilarious.
You think a video of a dog getting shot is funny?
No.
Do you enjoy violence against animals?
Wow, Anthony. People making jokes about Kaya and making jokes about Hassan Piker trying to shock his dog to ignore the fact that he abuses his animal, and you immediately flip it on, what, think the dog getting shocked is funny? Huh? Think violence against animals cool? What a fucking putz.
No, retard. And by the way, most of your audience are sexually attracted animals, but no, I'm not talking about actual violence.
Find the memes of dogs getting funny. That to me is a big red flag.
Hassan shocking his dog?
I don't like Hassan either. That's not the point.
No, the meme is he shocks his dog. AI generated.
What's funny about it?
Hassan Piker shocks and abuses his animal. Has evidence shown of him, historically. Every dog he's owned. Treats them poorly, puts them in bad conditions, uses them as optics, uses them as a streaming tool, and actively does not care about the fact he's hurting them. He cares that you know that he's hurting them. It comes out an entire 3-month-long drama involving the same people that then go into the Streamer Awards to then make a joke of that behavior. They thought it was funny and made it into a meme that is the equivalent of a house, that communism is with no house. You are doing the exact same political systry because you decided you didn't want to engage with the first part of that. You said you know, so that you know that you're being a piece of shit right now. And you're being hypocritical while you're doing it. Again, what a fucking putz.
What's funny about Hassan shocking his dog? What's funny about it? Well, the fact that Hassan is such a terrible person, and putting him in that position of him dressed as Raiden, that's pretty funny. You can't find
I'm still not half the dog getting shot.
So you're virtue. I got it. You're virtue signaling. Well, no one wants any dog to be shot, but Hassan claims he didn't shock his dog. That's
for him and God decide. I don't care. That's another.
So you don't care about the dog being shocked. You don't care about the abuse. You don't care about an individual who say you hate actively abusing an animal for optics. You don't care about these things that normal people would care about, that even his audience cared about. So you do not care about the fact that this individual is still allowed, after doing the political popularization, about the general antagonization and hate, actively being a figure that bullies people online with his platform, to the fact that he's destroyed not only multiple people's lives, tried to fuck with and ruin multiple people's lives, ruined the career of a artist, multiple virtual artists, multiple IRL artists. a J-pop idol group, causing them to disband because of him harassing them live on camera, which only then became a good thing for Berry Chan because she spun off and become a solo artist, the same way that Paida is, and continues to be a cudgel that is used to show whether or not you are or are not a good leftist. You don't care about those things that all have to do with his level of popularity and why he is considered mainstream and popular. All of that shit goes together with each other. They go to the same place. If you say you don't care about that, and you act like you don't understand that, then it means you're not a part of the conversation. So you should probably either shut the fuck up about it, or look into it and learn. And it's all there for you. It was spelled out as best as everybody could, because it was that obvious, and he kept trying to manipulate his way around it. But okay, you don't care, not that big a deal. Again, putts.
Other discussion. I'm talking about what you found funny with the meme about dog getting shot. Is that really useful for us?
He doesn't find the meme funny. He finds the context of how far it has to go for Hassan to continue denying that he fucks with his dog. He goes to the level of saying, listen, I did not do anything to my animal. I did not shock that pet. And it goes to the point that he has to do everything possible to get people off the conversation, because it embarrasses him if people discuss it the way that they did and are. That's all that's important there. That's all that's important there. Going to the 9th degree. Tier 3, Tier 1, Tier 3. Fuck. This could have been better. Going to the nth degree to try to make something that's not there be there is really interesting to the outside parties that are witnessing you do this Swatusi two-step, bro.
It's funny. Everyone finds it funny. It's hilarious.
It's funny that people
do you not understand humor? The absurdity of it? You do not understand absurd humor? Of course you do.
Oh, I love absurd humor. That's not a question. But I also check my electric
It's absurd. Hassan trusts Raiden from Mortal Kombat using an electric bolt on his dog is funny. Animal abuse isn't funny. Raiden from Mortal Kombat.
I was thinking you were saying Raiden from Metal Gear Solid for a second.
Raiden from Mortal Kombat. The Thunder God.
I know who Raiden is. I played Mortal Kombat. I was actually Mortal Kombat 2 was the first game I ever played as a kid. Actually, no, second. First was actually.
You had a good start. That was a great game.
I would do Sub-Zero personally. I was like.
Did you ever unlock Reptile?
Oh, when I was a kid, no. No, as a kid, no. I was. When I was a kid, I wouldn't say I was good at the game. I said I played it. As a kid, I got.
The thing that's the funniest part is how quickly he then bounces off of it. How quickly he pivots to, this isn't funny. Why are you doing this? Virtue signal, signaling. Oh, I really love that. I love that stuff. I love that stuff a lot. It's time to go to Trial 4 Barya, boys.
Got better as I got older. As a kid, I would flail with buttons. Yeah. Anyway,
is there any other questions you had?
I think let's go into super chats real quick, and I think then we'll just go through some final thoughts if that's all right with you.
Well, you can do super chats. I mean,
there might be some direct towards you. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the value. All right, take a listen.
At Maryland 614 super chatted $20.01. Why not hire an artist? For a person who talks big about poverty and elitism, why not give them money for their good work? Surely you can show P around for PPL who'd be willing to make art for reasonable prices.
Okay, we can discuss that one a bit, so I won't.
That's a fair question. Yeah, if you want to afford doing it to people and you want to be able to do it ethically, you could do that. The thing is that he doesn't want to do that. He would rather die. Hello, +2 minion helm. He would rather die than pay somebody. That's his choice. He's weird for doing that, but we're not going to talk him out of it.
We'll quite answer that one.
At the Wyverner super chatted $2. The E33 composer
Yeah,
also
one.
came from SoundCloud.
So true. Free software everywhere.
At Demi Supreme super chatted $2. So Templar. What's the extensor digitorum brevis?
Question. Welcome as a reader, Strange Trees. If you want to join my Discord, you can absolutely pay to get in. The membership, I'll be posting the link for members only after this.
At Demi Supreme super chatted $2. Chat GPT is the reason you can't afford anything
Very
cheap.
true. That's the only reason why. It's terrible. Everything's going up in price.
At Wing of Shoe super chatted $2. Coke could have hired poor artists instead of AI.
That's also very true. They could. They're a lot more efficient in money people pay to spend.
At Lucky_Dagger super chatted $5. It's not the biggest problem I have with AI, but so much stuff that isn't AI gets labeled it for marketing purposes.
That's also true. A lot of things are not large language models called AI, and it's ridiculous, especially on YouTube.
At Maryland 614 super chatted $20.01. AI is useful for speeding up the process of planning D&D campaigns and making random NPCs. That's all I got. Also, Madude, artists are the most underfunded PPL.
Yes.
Art programs are underfunded. AI will make it way worse.
100% agree with that. 100% agree with that.
At Angels Art and Gaming super chatted $5. Magma is also a free browser art program. So if you need to draw, there's that. That's what I use if you need.
100% free software everywhere. There's so much of it.
At Maryland 614 super chatted $5. Is it more cost effective to just have AI generate athletes instead of paying to attend a sports game?
Yeah,
Lol.
good question. Would not be.
At Angels Art and Gaming super chatted $2. Texas gets brownouts because of AI. At Scrubble_Fish 7333 super chatted $4.99. Wants to be a Black Templar, but loves abominable intelligence. At Angels Art and Gaming super chatted $5. I'm poor. I use Magma for art and memes. I use BandLab and LMMS for music. I use UKit for editing. I know a lot of ways to create for free.
Tons of programs available that are incredibly useful.
At Wing of Shoe super chatted $5. Actually, a real dog trainer showed the same looking collar has non-shock to variants, and the dog trainer himself said dogs can be big whining babies.
That's very true. There's a lot of contribute evidence with that whole story.
At Maryland 614 super chatted $10. The means to bestow art upon the poor masses is for government to fund art programs, fund public libraries, and fund public education. Teach PPL that art is to be valued, not just commodified.
Art is a skill, not a commodity.
At Demi Supreme super chatted $5. Templar, did you know that you can do all the eye generation on your own PC with Comfy UI and Stable Diffusion XL or Quen? Just saying, Chat GPT sucks.
That's very true. Welcome, Metalink Guy, as a member of the channel. I'll be posting the link after the stream. For members only. What we got here?
At Charlie Price 8372 super chatted $5. Criticizes corporations for making slop, yet he defends AI slop, the ultimate corporate slop. You just love capitalism when it suits you.
That's not inconsistency.
At the British Runner super chatted $6.58. Templar, I've said it before and I'll say it again, you are a joke to us, never change dear locale.
And finally, I'll pause after this.
At Refine Calibrator super chatted $5. The definition of sloth is a reluctance to put in effort. Are you promoting sloth by outsourcing your effort into AI instead of taking the effort?
Good question, actually, before we wrap up. Since you are obviously very into religion, sloth is one of the 7 deadly sins. So would you say that AI promotes sloth, just as you argue degeneracy of my audience encourages other sins?
Does it inspire sloth?
Yes. The refusal to do something for the benefit of others or yourself.
Does it?
Over-relying AI. Yeah. So instead of picking a pencil, using AI systems, does that inspire sloth? Because I'd say that...
I think like anything that it can. I mean, of course, anything can, but do I think that inherently it does? No. Because it's a tool like any other. If you use a tool in an effective way, I don't see why that would engender sloth.
I would disagree with that, because the tool's doing all the work for you. The tool, like, say...
the tool's not doing all the work for you. In many ways, it's like Photoshop. It's like saying Photoshop doesn't work.
So then, you need to
in a way that it's a tool. Because oftentimes with AI, it doesn't just generate something immediately and then it's perfect. You have to change things, alter things, add in additional prompts, make it the way that you want. So in a way, I guess you could use it for sloth if you're lazy, but at the same time, it can be an effective and efficient tool that gives you the ability to create something faster so that you can get onto other tasks.
So let me ask you a question. If you draw on the wrong layer, do you have the same panic that a photo artist might have, where they draw on the wrong layer of Photoshop and goes, oh fuck, I screwed up, I have to go back and fix it, and know exactly what to do to fix it?
No, it's got its own set of problems and learning curves.
So you just generate...
By the way, there are people that are better at it.
Pause. There is a version of this argument that Templar is making that is actually congruent to the same work. AI is a tool. To understand how to use the tool, you have to put in work to try and understand it. The way that Jay and I use AI, we have to use it as a tool to understand the work. We don't just say, generate me something, and then I grab it and I say, good enough, and I slap it on a piece of work. Give you a good example. The thumbnail that I made for the Amanda Seals Surrounded conversation. How far back was that? Right on the month, this one. This also gives me the ability to show you the other ones, because almost all of these were produced with my intellect and AI together. Many of these thumbnails that were done on the lead up to my birthday. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, these two, not this, not this, not this, not this. All of this, all of those, that one, this one, not that, not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. This one, ironically, you think that was one, but no. That one was like a mixture of both. Various different ways. Many of these things, they were made with painstaking work to create a process of composite, to set things up in a way to create the effect that I wanted. Especially with labeling and wording, because Lord Almighty, is this thing really bad with wording. Each of those that used AI, and this one too, from I'm Alex, each of these took real things and then used a little bit of a punch-up from AI to create a unique image. And by doing so, we had to go through a process of making it work well. Even here, with this button that I made for the Clair Obscure streams, with now 100% more French pride. That was one part my own creation, and then one part using the AI to generate just the lettering in the frame of the button. Each of those required an idea of a visual and the effect that I wanted the final product to have. So, AI here, AI there, with the bottom left corner of the Leadhead 2 obsessing over Tyler and Found Family video was real shit. All framed together to create the effect that I wanted to have. Same thing with this one too. But this wasn't generated off of the work of an artist. It was generated off of my own face. And off the prompt of having a AI representation of two feds and a contact talking to each other. This one too, a composition of real pictures surrounded around an idea with a perception of how I wanted the work to present itself. If really all I asked it to do was to render the image with a particular design. One was absurdist, another one was Seussian. I did this both for live streams as well as for videos. All of that work requires understanding the tool. And instead of just being lazy and offshoring the work entirely, I instead used my own intelligence and my own skills to learn how to use the program, as well as my own skill newly developed as an artist, to create thumbnails that looked good and were appealing. So that they were eye-catching. And that if people study the details on them, they were entertaining for the work that was being put together. I am not of the belief that you can just be lazy and just say, it doesn't really matter. Because it does matter. When I think for people like the Templar, he's not going to see the difference there. He's not going to accept the difference there. And a lot of that also comes down to the people who want to be very, very holistic about it. We know that you don't really have that same viewpoint. You guys don't address the viewpoint the same way. You're actually very quick to jump down someone's throat and say that they're not very good at artists because they're not doing things the way that you think they should do them. Which in and of itself becomes an embarrassment and a blight on the rest of the conversation that you could be having with work that it's invested and involved with. It is a choice that you guys do that, but the work can improve, and it is possible to make a better piece of work if one takes the time to really try to give it that level of feedback and investment, which most people do not want to do. I guess I'm putting this into Garage. Okay. For what it's worth, we know that he's going to be lazy, but it is a tool and it is a skill to learn how to use that tool. If someone like him is going to be lazy no matter what you fucking tell him, that's just him. He is not everybody, and you should not let him control the conversation in that way. And you also should have a lot more honesty with how you want to approach the conversation about it. Because there are people that just have a holistic view that are very fundamentalist about art, that they want to browbeat about that. We're not going to let you have that argument. We're not going to let you have that space. Because realistically, whether people want to use it to make money or not, half of the way you guys act justifies the reason why they do it. That doesn't make it good. That doesn't make it right. But the fucking attitude, it is a problem. It is definitely a problem. Just don't get around it. It's just stuck.
AI than others.
Oh, I see.
It is a tool that you do have to learn and get better with as well.
Is that because like the language you use is input for the machine to do the thing for you?
No, it's just learning all the different mechanics. So, for example, there are content creators that have started making things with AI, but doing so in a way that is incredibly creative. In fact, Gucci Marks is created AI-generated music.
Oh, okay. So the machine plays the music and makes the sounds and draws from whatever database it has.
I honestly couldn't answer. I don't know how he does it.
That's fair.
I don't.
It takes like 5 seconds more typing than the other methods do. You're right.
Anthony, the way that Gucci Merch does his stuff is that he creates the sound, he creates the effects, he creates the music, then he takes the lyrics, and then the machine produces it in various styles that you requested it, and he has to tweak it until he gets it just right, and he does the same thing with the visuals. It is the same effect, it is the same argument, it is the same take. It takes some level of work, especially if you're specializing in a specific style. And using it that way is not something that everybody's willing to do, because they don't want to put any energy and effort to do that. It is no different than the program tools that are actually used to create music. Are you implying that people shouldn't use Fruity Loops to make 808s and basses? That's kind of the argument you're reaching for right now, because you're just saying the program. You're just using the program. They use a program, and the problem's not in that. But you know, that's different. Yeah, it's different.
The way that I don't know if you've seen the video I'm talking about the song "Shocking the Dog." Which,
I'm not really familiar with. I only look up images of dogs getting shocked. Typically, that's not really something I do.
It's not what you're saying. It's pathetic. It's not actually a dog getting shocked. By the way, we don't actually know if the song really shocked his dog. It's
I know.
No, we know that we shocked. We know for a fact that he shocked his dog. Just we know from the evidence of the abuse that was from the sword that was on the neck of his other dog, that they were not being kept in the best viewpoints. I don't know why you choose to keep being here, other than to let them use you like a lolcow, bro. But I don't know why he's virtue signaling, other than because of money, and the obvious answer that we all already know. But it's whatever. Ant will be the way that Ant will be.
Yeah, people don't really know that. I mean, it seems very likely, but yeah, apparently shock collars are considered animal abuse, I guess. I don't know. But the point is, it's the guy was able to create something. I don't know how he did it. I certainly couldn't create that, even if I had all the same tools. I mean, it would take me a lot longer. There are other people like Dong P. Bongwater. You're probably not a fan of his, but he creates AI-generated stuff that I couldn't do, even if we had the same tools. So it isn't just as easy. I
have no idea who Dong P. Water is. I've never heard him before.
Dong P. Bongwater. Yeah. He's a guy that creates AI-generated movies. He created an AI-generated movie with Asmongold, Tectone, Staku, with
so did they make it with them, or did the program make it for them?
I don't know. No, you input it into AI.
Oh, so the program made it. They type a few words along the way?
I'm sure he did. I mean, why are you being so dismissive of people that learn this particular tool just because you don't like it? You think that they don't do any work?
No.
You don't think there's any barrier to entry anywhere?
No.
That's just ignorant.
I think that when 30% of Microsoft code is made by AI.
I've talked to this guy before. I know he's knowledgeable about all these different
also about the back end of it. But that's not a skill. That's just taking what other people have done.
It's more of a skill than I have on that stuff. I don't know half the stuff that he knows about how to put in the right prompts and do it so that it continues to generate better and better results, and using certain pictures in certain ways. Like, I mean, some of these guys are a magician. They do stuff that I couldn't do. My understanding of AI is incredibly rudimentary.
Yeah, it's very simple. I can tell you this right now. The same techniques you use to make your AI stuff are the same techniques they use to make their AI stuff. It's because all you're doing is typing into a program, and the program makes it for you based on the large language model it has already assimilated.
Well, I mean, from what I know that's not true, because you actually have to, for example, in Flow, you create the different scenes, but you have to. So it depends. There are different. You can either do a strict text, so you can input what you want.
Okay,
but usually, there's another AI program that you can put in an image, and I think it gives you like a general definition. You can go in and improve that, and then put it into the text one. And then
you just tell the machine to generate another image after you generate what you don't like?
No. Once you get the text back from what it generates, you can input your own text. It does require a human being to do a lot of this stuff. It's a tool. It's not something that does it for you. Like, I didn't just put in Knight, make Templar Knight character into the computer. No, I had to do specific things that I wanted, things that I didn't want.
I'm saying you put input in, and it turned out art.
Yeah, I had trial and error eventually. Eventually it did get right. Sometimes you have to go into Photoshop. Yeah, sometimes you have to go into Photoshop, edit some things, put it back in. Yeah, it's just like anything. It's just a tool.
So you use Photoshop to edit, but that as a new input. You put something else out. So you didn't actually make anything. You did a couple edits on the image, told the AI to incorporate it. And
again, 100%. I put it into Photoshop, or
how many layers?
And then I make some. What?
What layers do you put? How do you layer an image in Photoshop? Is it separate by layer, or is it you have to figure out the opacity?
Like for example, on the image that.
So to smugly respond to what he's saying, how do you make an AI image with a layer with opacity inside of the program? Well, what you do is you take the raw material, which is the thing that you got from the AI art, right? And then, using your knowledge of composition and of placement and of theory, you create something that fills out the vision of what it is you're looking to do. Then, with that same material, you're then able to produce a piece of content that achieves the effect that you're looking for. And when you end up doing it this way, Anthony, you then take that AI image and you still produce it to produce the shit that I just showed my chat based on my own content. So, you do the same thing any person does. You go through, you create the content, you create the frame, and then you produce that frame, and you put that frame into the content, and you make this. So, if I actually go into it, because I have mine open right now, the amount of examples that I've used in the past to make content on the same thumbnails all vary from different inputs. So if we pop over this screen, we're now inside my editor. Pull over this, look at the layers that I have here. If it even brings it up. I don't think it does, because it opens it as a different window. So maybe I have to open up this window like this. Nope. But I can go through it. I've got a layer for this. I've got a layer for the Game Awards. A layer for what I did with Wonder Stars. A layer for what I produced from the already produced thumbnail, which itself was created by its own design. I have a layer for what I did with No Straight Roads. A layer of what I did with Ghost of Yote. A layer of what I did with the Stalin. A layer for what I did with this. I had to put together the composition of each and every single one of these. I had to get the background. I had to get the player character. I had to get the creation for the Tuhu character, because it kept producing Flandre incorrectly. So I decided that I was going to use a generic anime girl, so they didn't fuck up the wings. And I had to place them in this context, while also being able to produce the language model itself to make that effort an effect. Separate from the floating head of the art drawn for me by Wilkie. I had to do the same thing here with Amanda Seals. I had to get not only the actual background, but the text for it in just a right way so. Because that floating text there, that's a part of that screen cap on the original image for "You Better Think of Me as Your Mama." That itself was a rendered thing that I animated myself. I had to layer them, compose them, make them look good. Because obviously, if I turn off the layers for the Negro shit, you have the baseline. And then I had to put everything on top of it to make it eye-catching. Along with the parts of this right here. So if I turn off this image and the background, this right here, the only four, I took the layer. Right? I took the layer of the original Nintendo 64. Right? For kids to adults. Rendered as a transparency. And I painstakingly make sure to get one that was perfectly made thus so. And then, with each piece of it, I created the Only for Negroes by literally designing the ESRB cut for Negroes itself. I then took a piece of art that I already paid for from another commission, drawn in the style of Sailor Moon with the spinning eye goggles. I then took the official snap of Sega Genesis as a seal quality because I like the appeal of that. In the future, I'm going to get an edit of that that's made differently. And the same thing with the original Nintendo seal of quality, now known as the official gamer seal of quality. And I produced this as a standard for my thumbnail, as this is the only for single-player call Nintendo 64 template thumbnail that I use as a base for anything that introduces that content. The same thing that I did to create this for Amanda Seals, I did for every other thing that I've ever done with AI generation. And it required the same knowledge and the same background to make it look right and to make it look good. And I succeeded in doing that every single time. I didn't just produce a thing slapped together. That took me at least 3 hours of work. Because then I had to fight with the language model and I had to fight with it fucking with my vision with using a piece of reference from the material. Now, obviously, the reference here is the actual screen cap of her at Surrounded. But to have the idea to make the young man be presented as a wispy ghost, I had to actually illustrate some of that myself. It is a piece of a blend of choices. But of course, you don't see it that way. You just see it as somebody being lazy, pumping it in, and then the program does it for you, which is where you would be wrong. But you don't care about that. You have a fundamentalist view about it. You're holistic about it. Despite the fact that I respect artists entirely for the work they do, because you cannot replace real people. It's the same reason that for the final product that I wanted to use for the badge for Helldivers 2, I produced it using AI, but then presented the format of what the patch's final work would look like to Lenore. And I handed her the money for it. I literally thought up the entire background. I did the research on how I want it to look, about how it could be properly stitched and made. I gave her some prompts of historic propaganda, specifically the 3 arrows design, and how to make it look good. And I did all the research for that, with the assistance of AI, and with my own work looking into it as well, and then handed it off to an artist to make it into a real factor, with my notes, which would be the exact same thing people decided to bash Larian for, with AI concepts. Because for some reason, it's different when it comes completely from a human mind. Which is Cope. Now for original memes, the real memes that came from early internet, especially with the image paste text, yeah, that you can't get rid of. You cannot get rid of the human element of that, because the AI cannot understand that. However, that's not what we're talking about. And you know it. But hey, facetiousness is what facetiousness does. That's fine. You can act that way.
That I had here for my Christmas guy, there were things that I didn't like about the helmet and different things. So I took the pre-existing thing and I put it into Photoshop and I layered it and added the helmet, added mass. So,
by the way, I want to share something real quick. So what we've been talking, like, just put together a couple variations of thumbnails, just really quickly. This is all I'm talking to you, so that wasn't even like anything specific. Look at that. Look at that right there. You see it now on the stream? I'm not sure if it's updating it.
It's a T-Rex.
Yeah, it's a T-Rex, right? I also did this.
Yeah.
And I also did this. And you know what I did? I took this image and I darkened it. See? Same image, just a little darker, a little bright light in the eyes. I put some fuzzy pre-assembled stuff on here in Canva, which is a pre-program. And I typed in fear in the corner. You can't see it right here, but it's fear running down vertically. That took, that was all free. The stuff I just copied off of Google. You can have, yeah, right there real quick, you know, just a simple...
Yeah, and that's the same thing I did for my art. And it's the same thing that Aiden does for her art. And it's the same thing that Horror does for her art. And it's the same thing that Jay does for her art. It's the same thing every content creator does. Now, he's just doing pure AI art generation, which, okay, that's the bad one. What I'm doing is the good one. What we're doing is the good one. You kind of have to stop using this pretentious format, because we're going to look at you like you're a fucking retard. Because you know you're being retarded.
You know, green screen.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, just very simply, that this piece of art required more photoshopping work from abstract background thoughts than you were incorporating to revise your night armor for your AI prompt. These are all free software. In my opinion, there is nothing you can say to convince me that putting a prompt into an AI machine is comparable work to the work an artist does to make their work. And that was a bad thumbnail of mine. That was a put together quick 5-second thing.
Alright, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you made a T-Rex. That was interesting.
I didn't make a T-Rex. Just copied it off Google. It's a free image. You know, just copied it, altered it, and
you put it into a computer, and it AI, you know, it generated it generated the thing for you. You pulled it up, and put it into the machine. Yeah.
Okay, now you're being facetious. Templar, the machine didn't generate the image that he made. He made a piece of work. That piece of work then was translated into a export from his file. He didn't have to generate a damn thing. Stop being stupid.
No, yeah, you put it into what Google. Did Google generate a use its algorithm to generate a list of pictures, and you chose from those?
No, Google didn't generate an algorithm. Algorithms made by programmers. The programmers then submitted by human users and artists.
Right.
At no point was the art created by the Google algorithm. It was presented and organized by the algorithm. But the art was
and so who created, when you're talking about AI, who created the learning models? Was it engineers?
The engineers, yes. But the difference there is that the AI...
Human engineers created AI?
Well, the AI was created by engineers. However, increasingly so, engineers rely on AI to produce their coding, which is why so often Microsoft 11 updates fail so much, because their AI generated and they suck. The AI is being updated now by AI. And that's why it sucks increasingly with each iteration.
Okay.
But at no point did the engineers create the art. You can Google.
So did you want to talk about Captain Marvel real quick before I go?
I think I'm good.
All right.
I think I'm good.
That is something that you did mention. But honestly...
I'm out. Lol. Yucks the yums he wants out of the content creator. Gets super chats, donos, and money out of him, then dismisses him immediately. You are of no more use to me. I have gotten what I wanted from you. Disgusting. Disgusting levels. Disgusting. Disgusting levels.
Yeah.
I think we've exhausted the conversation enough, I think. But I do want to thank you for taking the time to discuss your ideas. Do you have any final thoughts to say?
I want to thank you for coming onto my platform so I can bash you.
Before you go.
Well, yeah, it wasn't as much of a train wreck as I thought it was going to be.
Talking to critics is important, I think.
No, I'm introduced to my critics all the time. They come into my chat. In fact, some people came from your chat into my chat. I think that's funny.
I think in a one-to-one way addressing critics. You address critics as a nebulous whole. I'm talking saying face-to-face.
Brevity is
Okay, so talk face-to-face with Mahler. That's how you feel about it. Talk face-to-face with Mahler. Talk face-to-face with Mahler and talk to him about your viewpoints and your opinions. And don't be disrespectful when you get given the attention that you're asking for. Go do that with him. Go address him directly and don't talk about him at a proxy while insulting him in the entirety of EFAP and any person who's ever been on EFAP, the same way you all keep calling them killstream Nazis. After one individual, Hassan Piker, called him a killstream Nazi. Attacking a transgender individual like that of JXC. Please! We're all waiting! We're all waiting for this to happen! Please!
Is the soul of wit, isn't that right? So being instead of addressing these people one-on-one, where I see a pattern of behavior between all of them, they behave the same, talk the same, use the same talking points, I can deduce that these people have a lot of the same values, a lot of the same principles, believe a lot of the same things, because if we weren't able to speak in generalities, we wouldn't be able to speak at all. It would just be...
Brevity is the soul of wit, though.
It is, brevity is the soul of wit. Be concise, be efficient with your words. Don't continue...
I mean, the brevity is the soul of wit, but neither of you are really witty. You're all just smug, quoting the opinions of other people. If that's not AIR generation of laziness from intellectual thought, I don't know what is. Because that's thought-terminating cliches, which is basically a form of programming, since our brains are machines. This is how I learned how to argue with people like Anthony Gramuccia. I just say things, and they're just bullshit. Because in one argument, you could say that I'm completely being good faith. And in most people's arguments, they would say that I'm being an asshole. But it's all relative, based on who's giving me money. This career's fucked. These people are fucked. These people and their places are fucked. Things are not going to get better, they're going to get worse.
The context of what that line comes from. It's from Hamlet. And
my point, your pedantic deflection aside, I'm actually talking about the fact that you don't need to talk to these people one-on-one. After a certain number of them, you get a flavor. They're nasty, they're mentally ill, they're godless, they're degenerate. They have this pattern of behavior continuously to overinflate certain things, ignore certain things. So, but I will say that I do commend you for at least having the conversation and not being as ridiculous as some of these other people. If you want to know the reason why I agreed to have a conversation with you,
curious why me and not others, yeah.
I'll tell you why. So a lot of people are saying Artily Noah. The reason why I didn't pick Artily Noah is because Artily Noah did something that I find even more despicable than being a furry. Is that he thought he was being clever by trying to dox me, and I thought that is they didn't, but it doesn't mean that they didn't think that they were doing it at the time, and they were trying to do that. So I basically disregarded any conversation with that person going forward. With you, I just thought that you were wrong, but I thought that you could be addressed in as good a faith way as anyone that I've seen, even though we don't disagree. That's why I chose you.
I don't know what made you think that Anthony Gramuccia was not bad faith, bro. I honestly don't understand what it is that you came across that made you think that he is not bad faith. He is some of the worst faith that you can get. I don't know what you call calling people killstream Nazis and going along with criticisms that themselves were not real from the people that they came from, but treating them as though they were so is anything close to good faith. That is definitely a Copacabana and a half.
Right, fair enough.
Because you never tried to dox me the way that Artily Noah tried to do. Even though we had disagreements, you were able to at least come up with something that was cogent enough where I could say, okay, maybe I can have a dialogue. That's ultimately what did it. Most people, I've avoided a lot of it because I haven't seen that it's worth my time. A lot of these people, they will try to get a conversation based on bad faith, based on dishonesty. I had a guy that tried to get on by saying that he was a Christian, that he was, a fan of mine, all these things. And then when he gets on the chat, it turns out that he's, none of those things. He's basically a liar, false pretenses and stuff. But I think to your credit, even though I don't agree with you on a bunch of stuff, I do think that you believe the things that you believe. Which
I certainly do.
that is one thing I will say. Even though I think that you're wrong about a lot of it, I do think that you believe what you believe, and there is that other element of not getting too far down into the depths of a lot of these people don't have any honor at all, and I've noticed that continuously. So
I do have about this though. How did Noah try doxing you? I'm not sure what that
so
was.
so Kiwi Farms put out a dox on me. They thought it was a dox. That's not my name, but they thought that they did. And the moment they did, utterly Noah referred to me by the name that they put out, thinking that it was my revelation. So he put that on social media. So by calling me that name instead of Templar, which he's been calling me consistently, they put that out, and then he referred to me as this other name, which they put that out as that's my real name, and so that's how he tried to refer to me as, which is not true. It's not my name, but he didn't know that.
So then Kiwi Farms doxed you, not Noah.
Yeah, but he said it.
Anthony Gramuccia, we're not playing this game. If he tries to use information, and he tries to spread around the knowledge of the information, the intention is that they are trying to commit life ruination by using doxing information to expose somebody's real name, in the hope that, if everybody keeps playing the game of telephone, of repeating information, eventually someone's going to take the information and use it in the action of attempting to harm someone. We're not going to play games with this. We're not going to play games with this. You know what the fuck doxing is. Stop being stupid.
In his tweet. Okay. He put the name of their dox. He put it in his tweet towards me.
Okay.
Referring to it as the name in which they dox. So that to me crosses the line. So that's my standard on that. If you disagree with me, fine. If
I just
you
don't
have
think that would be how you define doxing, but no, that's a lot.
100%.
I don't know if you define as doxing, but like if that's what
First of all, that's not for you to decide. That's for
Doxing is the action of exposing a person's private information publicly with the intention of disseminating it to wider audiences for the purposes of life ruination. If you try to use my name, because what he actually did was power wording. It is a subgroup of doxing. It is something that happens when a person has been doxed. You power word them. You're attempting to show that you know who they actually are. So if someone tried to use any of my 10 to 13 middle names, or my French 2 first names, or the Swahili one-word interpretation of my first name, this person is attempting to say that they know who I actually am, when in fact they do not. The same way if they were to try to use what would be considered and colloquially known amongst my family members as the family name of who I am, that would be them trying to... Hello, frame rate. Well, look at that giant spike. That would be them actively trying to terrify me through this knowledge, to get across that they know something deeply innate to who I am and what I must think and believe, because power wording means that I'm supposed to be terrified that they have this information. Because if they have it, I wonder who else has it. It's very cringe. It's very gay. It's very cringe. Because if you're going to dox somebody, might as well read off where I live. Because if you're going to say, doxing is when you expose where somebody lives, okay, not in my backyarder, no problem. We'll go through every single example of what's been used in the past by worse grifters and worse content creators than you, Anthony, and we'll all decide, do they think that it was or was not doxing when it happened to them? Because for many of those people, it was the case. Is it doxing, for example, when Caseytron is exposed about the shit that she says and does on a broadcast to other people, and she acts like it's unfair for a person to criticize her, as one could and should? The answer is no. But you would say that it is because look at these people who are digitally harassing and online stalking somebody. But you would not say it in the other way directly because you are a pussy. Yes, sir! That's what we like to see.
For me,
Again, that's a fair. Listen, I'm not going to argue with
Kiwi
this.
Farms put out what they thought was my real name, and this gay furry lisping retard decided to go out on social media and thought he was clever by putting that name that is not me, but they thought that it was, and put that out there as though it were my real name. So that is, for me, that is you repeating something because you think that you're clever, you think that it's going to hurt me or anything. He didn't know that it wasn't real at the time. He thought that it was. So that's my interpretation, that's my perspective, and that is how I ultimately make these decisions. If you go out there and do something like that because you think that you're clever, I'm just going to say, no, I really don't want to have a conversation with you. I don't think that once you stoop to that level that there's anything of value to be gained.
Well, I appreciate
you can hold a different standard if you want, but if you don't broadcast what your name is, and another group says, "Oh, this guy," you put your name out there, Anthony Grugamelli or Graham Grumuglia or whatever. If that weren't your real,
well, see, Anthony Grumuglia. If people were to go and find everything out about you and started using it in a conversation to power word to you that they have knowledge about your private life, would you say that that's not doxing? Especially if they start using enough pieces of information for someone to say, if you still work a normal job, I doubt you do, that is them attempting to get somebody to destroy your income. Try to get you canceled. Would you say that it's not doxing then? It appears to me that you would in fact say that it is. It appears to me that that is in fact the case. You would say that it is. Or is not. This should be nullified because I have all-seeing eye, right? I hate this one. You. That's disgusting. I don't use armor.
Real name, and that were a username. And then I came out and said, well, Anthony's real name is really Mark. It's really Mark Levin. And your name's not Mark Levin. And then somebody went out and goes, oh yeah, Mark. You go, okay, well, this person tried to dox me. They didn't know that it wasn't my name, but they still attempted to do so. So we may have different standards on that, but that is for me enough to say.
Okay, I get the exploration to your viewpoint on this one. I don't agree with it, but I see where you're coming from. Well, Templar, it was a great time talking to you at the very least.
And it was interesting. I don't know if great, but it was interesting.
I never watched it also.
Yeah.
All right,
I do think it was interesting. All right. Well, I'm gonna head out of your thing. And,
go for it.
Yeah, please. God bless. And did you ever mention that you said that you were Catholic?
Yes, Roman Catholic.
You are Roman Catholic. I actually have a question before I go.
All right.
So you're Roman Catholic. What's your stance on abortion?
My stance on abortion is against the Catholic Church.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I'm Catholic, but that doesn't agree with everything they say. If I think everything the church said, I'd be agreeing with the priest's history with the little kids as well, which I do not.
Well,
I'm out. Cap out. Oh, so that was a horrible fucking fluff for me.
Catholic
man is fallen and man's sins.
Well, let me tell you this one. Being an Italian Catholic means basically yelling at every priest you say and arguing with them about everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's maybe other Catholics have different perspectives, but Italian Catholics have a tendency to yell at their priests.
As a Roman Catholic, what is your thought on the infiltration of the LGBTQ into the Protestant churches?
The Protestant churches? I don't care what happens to the Protestant churches.
That's a good answer. So, yeah.
All right, well, it's been great talking to you, my guy. Have a good one, all right?
I'm out. Use the man to get money, clown on a lol cow, push him out the door, act as though you've talked to every single criticism and every single critic ever. Grand old time. Grand old time.
Prepare yourself. Not ready.
What a fucking joke. Of a content creator.
Need more time.
What did we think, chat?
Hold still.
Yes, sir. First Divine.
A great challenge overcome.
Nothing? Okay. We are at the 8-hour mark before 3 o'clock. I need to prepare dinner again. At some point. Not unprecedented, not unexpected. Talk about it, Bogdan. Why? Do I value the key or do I value the water? I think I value the water.
The ritual has been disrupted. I would give anything for a sip.
An easy trophy.
I hate proximal intangibility.
Overcome. A moment of respite.
Use all sacred water and for completion. I didn't read that. That sucks.
You too. Take care. Well, chat, we'll have a little...
We can't. Gotta go to work soon. Because it felt vacuous and a nothing burger. I agree with you. Anthony Ramucci had no real opinions of his own. He was just acting as a lightning rod for his chat to harass him through his super chats. We're all proselytizing for his viewpoints. And for the places where he did have an opinion, where we can all agree with Templar just being a lazy content creator who puts no deeper thought and effect into his work. He just simply can phone it in for his chat and let his chat do the harassment for him, instead of him having to be the one to be loud and boisterous at the same time, while also deciding to pivot in the ways he chose to pivot.
I'm not ready. Cool off. Prepare yourself.
That's a lot of gold keys.
Overcome.
Pretty much plays to the detriment of his ability to do anything, but Anthony does not make his money by having to give his own opinions. Not necessarily. Just ones that his chat will agree with. No armor time. But yeah, let me finish this trial. And we will try to come back afterwards and see if I can then get some matches in Eternal Return. And then probably do some content for the chat. Probably Wander Stars.
I need more time.
Okay, don't submerge.
Stand tall.
This way.
Cool off.
4 gold to keys.
Beware the scorpion sting.
Not ready.
this was the end of the trial in my time, but I sense another being resides here. Perhaps you can challenge them, if you can find them.
Test of time, test of time, test of time, test of time, test of time. This is where we go for all the marbles, chat. That is an extremely good Morpha.
Let's plan.
Fountain of Youth. This.
Always, we will succeed.
You can see the trials ahead, so I need to go towards anything that gives me some removal. I don't want to go in without Ornate.
Future second, should you read this message, do not venture further. My eyes are as dry as the sands in these halls. My lips shrivel and my bones ache. He has robbed me of everything. He and I shall remain bound in this eternal torment. But you must not continue. Now, I shall rest away.
Bye, Bogdan. One transformative ritual. Chalice, hourglass, chalice. Costly aid. Chalice, hourglass, chalice, gauntlet. Chalice, ritual, gauntlet, ritual. Chalice, hourglass, chalice, gauntlet, ritual, escape, ritual, chalice, gauntlet. I really don't have to take escape trials.
A traitor and a Jingak. What a fitting pair.
Cool off.
Can that really be him? Recognize his voice? Sarok.
An easy
A
trophy.
Templar.
Not yet. Face me.
Boy, look at that ignite damage.
Not yet.
A great challenge overcome. An oasis
I need more
in the
time.
desert.
I just need to make it to Zarok. That's all I need to do.
was close.
Yeah, he actually unreleased that. He almost unreleased that Ember Fuselage and fucked my shit. That was not worth the key.
Balbala thinks she can be forgiven. But can you ever truly forgive a traitor?
They ripped out his soul like they did to me. But he refused to be imprisoned.
I need more time. Patience.
A great challenge overcome. Greetings. Onwards. Always onward.
You gave me.
We will succeed. Let's plan. Fight within you will succeed.
Gave me nothing, actually. Ritual Gauntlet, Ritual Escape. Ritual Escape, Ritual. And I need to refill after this gauntlet.
Cool off.
The ritual has been disrupted.
Patience.
What do you pursue here? You here suffer the same fate as the Winter Sigma.
We cannot allow him to disgrace this sacred place.
This'll do nicely. I shall overcome.
Good.
Need more time. Too weak. Too slow.
First Crater Eagle.
The ritual has been disrupted.
I'm not ready.
I have to take the gauntlet.
Zarok must be destroyed.
Good. Less maximum honor. Of all the things I could have rolled.
This battle is our sake.
I have seen how this ends, Taljari. Your time has come.
You won't get the better of me, Jin. Ice shot.
Rid yourself of your illusions.
Ripping through me.
Rid yourself of your delusions.
Fuck me.
Not yet.
Pain. I don't have enough damage. Not yet. $36, 28, 10, increase 15. It's one of the few times where Bunny actually kills you. I need boss's take. Bosses reduced does not help. I need boss's take. Rare monster stick 29. This is my boss's take. Wish I had a different one. Fuck. Just have to deal with it. Because rare monsters are not my biggest deal. Wizards have a chance to drop double Sacred Waters along with defense increase. 10% for double Sacred Water. On resistance, bosses take, bosses would deal reduced. Hopefully that's enough. Have to get another one. And I shot to level 18. Two. Well, like I said, I need to go make dinner, and when I come back, we will get into some other shit. Before I leave, Shining Diamond, thoughts on the backlash over Tomb Raider going back to the traditional Lara Croft localization? The people that are complaining about the traditional Lara Croft localization are people that wanted to try and keep Lara Croft in their own perspective as their thing. If they're a fan of Lara Croft, they're going to be able to accept them reimagining the first game while also moving forward with another game in the franchise, starting over as though the last few Survivor games didn't exist. That's a good thing. Those games were bad. Reimagining of Lara Croft was dumb in the first place because you didn't have to reimagine her. It was just a part of that same writing zeitgeist that Anthony Grammucci would say didn't exist, that it was in their purview to try and sell it to a modern audience that did not actually buy the games. They just talked about how good it was that they did it because they wanted to virtue signal that they had the right politics rather than actually making content that sold. So now that it's reverting back to them basically embracing a vision of Laura that is modern, as well as a reimagining of Laura that uses the retro aesthetic, being her original characterization and her original wardrobe, along with what should be the original writing, or something in tone with the original writing, is a good thing. The people who are against it are people who wanted it to be a cooties effect. They wanted to be able to say, this is ours now, and for people to abandon it and to let it go. 100% Okukurio victory. Will the effects done by Anita Sarkeesian never be undone? If you mean people not trusting the industry, no, that will never be undone. She and Jonathan McIntosh showed how activists destroy people by constantly demanding numbers on demographics that don't exist and are not reflectant of the actual consumer marketplace. Because it acted as peer-reviewed information that gave them the context to lie about what people thought. And it did not actually help them build industries and build businesses. If we're ever going to undo the fact that people like Anita Sarkeesian exist, which is to say, media grifters that will lie to your face while pretending they don't know what you're talking about, yes, it will actually be undone. Those people will fall off because we don't listen to SJWs anymore. Most of the world does not. Most of the world is willing to ignore them, and most of people are going to not pay attention and listen to them in any serious capacity, because why the fuck would they? They don't pay into their audiences. They aren't a part of their content. They don't respect the people that are a part of their content. Anything that could happen is going to happen because they don't like them. Those people not liking what we do, well, it's like the Blue Archivists gatekeeping their game from people like Connor Seadog. It is exactly what's going to happen. It's already happened. It's going to continue happening. What makes it valuable and makes it possible to undo the damage, I would say you're not going to completely restore it to a pristine condition. If trust in publishers and if trust in influencers was a number between a percentage of 100 to 0, they have eroded about a 20% permanent trust value. Because truthfully, you shouldn't 100% go along with trusting what a content creator says all the time. Because that basically means you have lockstep agreements of opinion. If anything, it means that the perspective of what you're getting from the content creator is within the purveyance of being basically a B+. Because the remaining 20% is not given that they are always going to be in good faith and that they aren't being disingenuous. 20% of it is going to be you as an audience member leading credence to them with an interaction back and forth. So, the content creator has to do 80% of the work to show that they are good faith, and the audience has to be willing to give 20% for them to reach that 100 number. So, a lot of the power lies in the hands of the audience and whether or not they understand this person is the thing that they say they are. So, if I play a game like Eternal Return, and I'm able to get into this game because I actually want to play it, I like playing it, I like the appeal of it, I just can't ever fucking get a game during a normal time of day, that is a way to show that if I truly embrace what that audience is about, or is in the perceptions of, that I can bring myself to have a lot of fun. Otherwise, it's really up to... Oh, I forgot! Today is Thursday! Community group gaming, I'm retarded. That's what I'm doing when I come back. Then that person can rely that 10 to 15% that you could probably expect with people getting invested and involved in the thing that you're doing is to the degree of some limitation of fun compared to what would not be fun, which would be the parts where you are at the mercy of other people and their involvement and whether or not they take you to be an honest person. So let's change the dynamic of the Blue Archive situation. Let's say it was me being brought in to Blue Archive. They would assess whether or not I was a person who should be deserving of getting into their game. As I've said multiple times, I'm not a part of the CUNY squad. I do not play the CUNY game. I am not a CUNYist. But I'm not going to stop gooners from doing what gooners like to do. I'm not going to call them pedophiles when I know for a fact they're not pedophiles. Gooners maybe, but not pedophiles. Because it has become a mechanism that they've used to gatekeep people from their game because they want to make sure the people that are in the game are not going to ruin it for them by trying to make it into something that can then be more normalized for normies so that it can break containment. It's going to just be for the demographic it's for. Bringing those people in, them becoming a part of my audience, or me becoming a part of their player base, it's got to be a 10 to 15%. Based on my background, based on what people know of me, they're going to know that it's about somewhere between 10 to 15. I'd give myself 10 to 15. The rest of it has to come with me meeting them. So if they give me 10 to 15% approval, but I am only willing to put in 50%, that's 65. That is not a passing grade. That is a D-. If I put in 70 and they give me 15, that is an 85. That is a B+. On a grading curve, technically it'd be a B-, if not a B, solid, hard B, but it'd be at least, at minimum, a B+. Although if we're arguing that, it'd probably be at 86% that it'd be a B+. So, getting to a C standard as a content creator is the goal. It means that people can say that you're actually seeing what they're talking about, that you're understanding where they're coming from. And that's like the goal that you as content creators have to achieve if you're going to do it. Otherwise, you're fucked, no matter what you think. Because your ability to have fun will then be limited by the level of actual investment you give to the things you want to be getting into. Much like with audiences directly. You are never going to undo the damage. So do that out of your mind. It's never going to happen. You're never undoing the damage. But you can be able to earn trust back. You can earn trust back, but only locally, never globally. It's a global debuff. All content creators are going to be considered media grifters and or disingenuous people until they prove themselves otherwise. So take that as you will. Alright. Cooking dinner, coming back at 5. Shabbat Shalom. Word to your mothers. Do all the algorithmically promotional things. Show the stream to your friends. Show the stream to your favorite content creators. Tell them to become members of the neighborhood. I will be back at 5, and we will have community group gaming. We'll talk more about that when I get back. Boop.